Every year on my birthday, the man I escaped sends me flowers. The first time I saw his face on the news, he was standing right beside me. Not close enough to touch. Close enough to feel warm. The reporter called him wanted. The mountains called him nothing at all. And I remembered how carefully he'd asked permission before touching me. How gently he'd locked the door. How safe I'd felt. Right up until I understood why everyone else was looking for him. Hello, and welcome to another story by Bali. You're about to listen to a dark romantic thriller set in the frozen isolation of South Africa's Drakensberg Mountains. A story about betrayal, desire, survival, and the danger of mistaking warmth for safety. If you enjoy slow burn romance, psychological suspense, and stories that stay with you long after the final words fade, then this channel is for you. Before we begin, take a moment to subscribe, like this video, and turn on notifications. Because new, immersive audiobook stories are released regularly, and you won't want to miss what's coming next. Now settle in. Put on your headphones. And remember, not every man who saves you is someone you should trust. Chapter 1. The Wrong Initial. The first lie arrived wrapped in gold and a smile emoji. Una didn't know it yet, but it had a letter on it. Una stood barefoot on the cool tile of her Santon apartment, phone pressed to her ear, staring at herself in the hallway mirror like the mirror owed her answers. 27. A number that sounded grown. A number that should have meant calm. Her reflection looked like a woman who had it together. Sleek bun, clear skin, curves that made dresses behave badly unless the fabric had manners. A soft robe tied tight at her waist. Her eyes sharp and dark, doing that thing they always did when her brain started measuring people. She ended the call with a quiet, "Thanks, Ma," and set the phone down. The group chat lit up again. Claire, happy birthday, CEO. Lulu, babes, are you up? Amani, birthday girl, don't answer calls. Just be ready. Una smiled despite herself. Claire always called her CEO when she was being dramatic. Lulu was pure chaos in human form. Amani. Amani was home. 20 years of friendship stitched into everything. A separate text popped up and her smile paused. Ayanda, I've got your gift. Don't open the door to anyone else. I'll bring it. Una rolled her eyes, but it was the soft kind. Ayanda liked moments. He liked being seen doing boyfriend things. Sometimes she liked it too. Sometimes she didn't know if she liked it, or if she liked how it looked from the outside. She walked into her living room. The apartment was neat in a way that wasn't trying too hard. A stack of tech books on the coffee table. A blanket folded with precision. On the TV stand, her laptop sat closed like it was also taking the day off. On the wall above the couch was a framed print from a true crime podcast tour she'd attended alone. The kind of thing people teased her about, but never too hard. They knew better. Una loved patterns, loved motives, loved the way a lie always left fingerprints even when it wore gloves. She told herself it was just entertainment. She told herself that about a lot of things. Her phone buzzed again. Ayanda, I'm outside. Una moved to the peephole. A bouquet of pale lilies took up most of the view, and behind them, Ayanda's smile. He was dressed like he'd just stepped out of a Boyfriend of the Year campaign. Dark coat, clean sneakers, hands in his pockets like he'd never been nervous a day in his life. She opened the door. Happy birthday, baby, Ayanda said, leaning in. She let him kiss her cheek, let him step inside. He smelled like cologne and confidence. He handed her the bouquet first, then a small navy box. No speeches, he warned, wagging a finger. Just open. Una lifted a brow. You're dramatic. You love it. She did a little. She also loved that he'd remembered lilies were her favorite, or at least she loved that he'd remembered the version of her that liked lilies. She opened the box. Inside lay a delicate gold chain with a single pendant. Initial, smooth and shining. An A. For a moment, Una's brain tried to be helpful, tried to shove reality into a shape that made sense. Ayanda. A. Her mouth opened on a laugh that didn't quite arrive. Babe, she said slowly, tilting the pendant so it caught the light. My name starts with a U. Ayanda didn't blink. Not even once. He smiled like this was a minor inconvenience, like a missing fries in a takeout bag. Ah, he said, and he made it sound charming. That. Una stared at him. That. He shrugged, stepping closer like proximity could solve spelling. I told them you, and they said they can engrave it. But when I went back to collect, they'd already done the pendant. You know these places. Mistakes happen. Una's throat tightened. Not with anger. Yet. With something else. A small, slippery unease. Mistakes happened. She knew that. She also knew people used mistake the way they used traffic, the way they used I was busy, as a cover for choices. She looked down at the letter again. The chain was beautiful, expensive, the kind of thing he'd post in a story with the caption, "Spoil her." Where did you buy it? She asked, keeping her tone light. Ayanda leaned against her kitchen counter, casual. That new jeweler at Nelson Mandela Square, the one you like. I've never been in there. He chuckled like she was being cute. You know it. You've pointed it out. Had she? Una imagined it as evidence on a board. A pin, a string, a note that said, "Doesn't match memory." But he was looking at her the way he always looked at her when he wanted her to relax. Soft eyes, warm voice, a gentle tug at the air between them. "Let me fix it," he said. "We'll go together, yeah? I'll get it changed, or engraved, whatever you want." He reached for her hand, thumb brushing her knuckles. Una told herself to stop being a true crime girl about a necklace. To stop treating her relationship like a case file. Her friends would tell her she was overthinking. Claire would say, "It's your birthday, please don't be a detective." Lulu would say, "Girl, take the gold and move on." Amani would laugh and call her crazy. "Ayanda," Una said, It's fine." His smile widened, relief flashing across his face like a signal. "See," he said, "that's why I love you. You don't make things heavy." Una swallowed. Heavy. Like a truth you couldn't carry without dropping it. She closed the box again and forced a smile. "Thank you." He pulled her into a hug. His arms were warm, solid, familiar. Over his shoulder, her phone buzzed on the couch. "Amani, don't let him distract you. We're picking you up later. Wear something hot." Una smiled into Ayanda's shoulder, even as her eyes drifted to the navy box in her hand. The wrong initial sat inside it, quiet as a secret. And Una, for the first time that morning, felt something in her chest that wasn't celebration. It was a question. And questions, she knew, had sharp edges. Especially when you ignored them. Chapter 2. Boys fear, girls don't cry. At Boys Fear, nobody asked if you were okay. They asked if you could ship by Friday. The building rose in Rosebank like it had something to prove. Glass, steel, and just enough minimalist art to make investors feel spiritual. Una walked into the lobby with her access card clipped to her handbag and her birthday lilies tucked under her arm like a private joke. A few heads turned. A couple smiles. People liked Una. She was good at her job and even better at making other people look good. She rode the lift up with two engineers she barely knew. Their screens reflected in the lift mirrors. Graphs, dashboards, code. Boys Fear ran on numbers. It sold certainty. They built software that helped companies predict demand, detect fraud, and optimize logistics across Southern Africa and beyond. Big clients, bigger expectations. Una's team worked on Atlas, an analytics platform that sat on top of messy reality and made it look clean. She stepped into the open plan office, and immediately her manager's voice cut through the noise. "Unami Maseko." Only her mother and her manager used her full name. Neither one did it for cute reasons. Una turned to find Mariska Van Dyke striding toward her with a tablet in hand. Mariska was a woman who made heels sound like deadlines. "Happy birthday," Mariska said without slowing down. Then, because she wasn't a monster, she added, "Nice flowers." "Thanks," Una said. "I'm still deciding whether I'm touched or suspicious." Mariska's mouth twitched. That was her version of a laugh. "Board review at 10. You're presenting the Q4 client retention model." "I know." Mariska's gaze flicked down to the small navy box in Una's hand. "Gift?" Una slid it into her bag before the office could become a witness. "Yeah?" "Good. Try not to get murdered before lunch." Una blinked. "What?" Mariska walked off like she'd said, "Try not to spill coffee." Una watched her go, then exhaled. Boys fear, girls don't cry, she reminded herself. They don't spiral. They don't show up with messy feelings. They show up with answers. Una headed for her desk. Claire popped up from the next pod over, eyes bright. "There she is," Claire hissed, already standing. "Birthday CEO, come here." Claire Jacobs was all honey blonde braids and sharp eyeliner, corporate on the outside, gossip columnist on the inside. She hugged Una tightly. "You smell like expensive peace," Claire murmured. Una snorted. "I'm wearing the same perfume I always wear." "Exactly." Claire pulled back, studying her face. "Okay, why do you look like you just listened to a whole season of a murder podcast in one sitting?" Una's stomach tightened. "Nothing," she said quickly. "Ayanda got me a necklace." "And?" "And the initial is wrong." Claire froze. "Wrong how?" Una tried to make it small. "It's an A." Claire's eyes darted, quick as a screen refresh. "Maybe it's for Ayanda?" Una gave her a look. Claire's mouth opened, closed. She glanced around like the office might be listening. "Okay, maybe it's just a mistake." "Yeah," Una said too fast. "Just a mistake." Claire reached for her hand, a squeeze. "Tonight is about you. We're not letting any man with an ego and a budget ruin it. Promise." Una nodded, but her mind was already sliding away. She sat down, opened her laptop, and drowned herself in the familiar glow of spreadsheets and models. Numbers were honest, or at least honest in the way you could check. At 10, she walked into the boardroom with her tablet and a calm face. The executives sat like statues around the table. A screen displayed the Boys Fear logo, a blue sphere made of data points, rotating slowly, hypnotic. Una clicked to the first slide. Morning, she said. Q4 retention improved by 8% quarter on quarter, driven mainly by Atlas upsells in retail and transport. She spoke cleanly, confidently. She answered questions before they were asked. When someone challenged an assumption, she adjusted the model on the fly. Mariska watched her with that look that meant, "This is why I hired you." After the meeting, as people filed out, Mariska stayed behind. "Good work," she said. "Thanks." Mariska's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're leaving for Cape Town this afternoon." Una's heart sank. "Today?" "Client emergency. Fiberco's fraud detection is throwing false positives. They want you there. They trust you." Una stared. Her birthday, her friend's secret plan, the promise of laughter and maybe some soft relief. "I can do it remotely," Una said, already calculating. "They want you in the room," Mariska replied. "It's politics, and we need Fibreco. They pay us in money and silence." Una exhaled. "When's the flight?" 3 p.m. Her phone buzzed again. Amani. Amani. "I swear if work steals you today, I'm fighting someone." Una's chest tightened. She typed back, "Work is trying. I'm trying harder." Mariska watched her text and softened, just a fraction. "You can still celebrate. Cape Town has restaurants, wine, ocean." Una gave a humorless laugh. "I'm not a wine on a Tuesday person." "Today you are," Mariska said. Also, she glanced at Una's bag where the navy box hid. "If something feels off, don't talk yourself out of it. That's how people end up in true crime documentaries." Una stared. Mariska walked away, leaving that sentence on the air like a warning. Una stood still for a moment, then opened her earbuds and tapped play on her favorite podcast, an episode about a woman who ignored her instincts because she didn't want to seem dramatic. Una's fingers tightened around her phone. She told herself she wasn't that woman. She told herself a necklace was just a necklace. But as she packed her laptop and headed for the lift, the gold initial inside her bag felt heavier than it should have. Like it belonged to someone else. Like it was already marking her. Chapter 3. The Early Flight. Cape Town always looked like a postcard. That night, it felt like a trap with better lighting. By the time Una landed, the sky was bruised purple over Table Mountain, and the air had that coastal bite that got into your bones if you weren't careful. The client meeting had been a blur of suits, accusations, and numbers thrown like knives. Fiberco's head of risk had leaned forward and said, "Our CEO is asking if Boysphere knows what it's doing." Una had smiled sweetly and said, "We do. Your data pipeline doesn't." And then she'd fixed it. Now she sat alone in a hotel room that smelled like expensive detergent, laptop open on the desk, her birthday dinner replaced by room service coffee that tasted like regret. Her phone buzzed again. "Lulu, I'm outside your building. JK, but I miss you." "Claire, did you at least eat?" "Amani, are you coming home tomorrow? Don't make me beg." Una stared at Amani's message longer than the others. She should have been excited to talk to her best friend. Instead, she felt a small, irrational irritation. Like the wrong initial had moved from her bag into her bloodstream. She typed, "Tomorrow morning. Promise." A new message came in from Ayanda. "Ayanda, miss you. Can't wait to celebrate you properly when you're back." Una watched the heart emoji pulse on her screen like it was alive. She should have felt warmth. She felt suspicion. She set the phone down and opened the weather app. A band of winter storms was pushing through the interior. Drakensberg forecasts were already spitting warnings. Snow, strong winds, road closures possible. Una frowned. She didn't live in the mountains. She had no business near them. But the Drakensberg sat like a spine across the horizon of her mind lately. Her friends had been whispering about a surprise, and Claire had once joked, "Imagine us in a cabin with hot chocolate and no men." Una had laughed and said, "I hate cabins. That's where people die." Now she searched out of habit, fingers moving fast. Drakensberg Murder Winter 2025. Headlines popped up. Woman found in forest area. Police investigating. Community on edge. After second disappearance. Una clicked, scanned, then stopped. She didn't read the details. She never needed the details, not the graphic ones, not the parts that turned your stomach. She read patterns, places, timelines. A string of disappearances near a hiking route, weeks apart. Victims described by strangers as curvy, pretty, slim, thick, a nickname floating around social media, Skin. Una's skin prickled. She told herself it was just the internet being dramatic. She shut the browser and leaned back. Her robe from the hotel was too thin. She grabbed her own sweater, pulling it over her head, then opened her suitcase to pack. Work was done. She'd solved the issue. There was no reason to stay. Except pride. Except the voice in her head that said, "Don't be needy. Don't be that girlfriend who can't handle one night apart." She hated that voice. She didn't know whose it was, but it had lived in her for years. Una shoved clothes into her bag, then paused. The navy jewelry box sat in the side pocket of her carry-on. She pulled it out, opened it again. The A gleamed. Her thumb traced the pendant's edge. A. Amani. The thought arrived like a match struck in a dark room. Quick, bright, terrifying. No, Una whispered to the empty hotel room. She snapped the box shut and put it back, like closing it could close the thought. Her phone buzzed again. Amani. Amani. You okay? You're quiet tonight? Una stared at the message until the screen dimmed. She typed, just tired. See you soon. Then she opened the airline app and searched for the earliest flight. The first option was sold out. The second was too late. The third left in 2 hours. Una booked it without thinking. Her fingers moved like they belonged to someone else. She checked out early, dragging her suitcase through the lobby. The hotel receptionist wished her a happy birthday with a bright smile, like birthdays couldn't turn on you. At the airport, she sat near the gate with her headphones in, pretending to listen to music. In reality, she watched the crowd. A woman with a red scarf, a man with a limp, a couple arguing quietly, a security guard laughing at his own joke. Normal life, ordinary danger. Her phone buzzed once more. Ayanda. Ayanda, I'll pick you up tomorrow. We'll do breakfast. I love you. Una's stomach twisted at the last line. She loved him too. She was sure she did. But certainty, she'd learned, was often just a story you told yourself because the truth was too sharp. The boarding call came. Una stood, heart beating too fast, and walked down the jet bridge like she was walking into an answer she didn't want. Somewhere beyond the clouds, winter was tightening its grip on the mountains. And Una was flying home early. To surprise her boyfriend. Or catch him. Chapter 4. The House with Two Heartbeats. Una had imagined a lot of ways her birthday could go wrong. She hadn't imagined hearing her best friend laugh behind her own bedroom door. She got home just after lunch, suitcase wheels clicking over the hallway tiles of her building. The lift smelled like someone's aftershave and yesterday's fried food. Normal. Ordinary. Safe. Her hands were steady. That was what scared her most. She walked to her door, key ready. Then she stopped. The lock was turned the wrong way. Una stared at it for a beat, brain humming. Ayanda had a key. Of course he did. 2 years together. Weekends spent half here, half at his place. Shared groceries, shared playlists, shared plans. But the wrong initial felt like a small alarm bell ringing again. She leaned in and listened. At first, there was nothing. Then, a soft sound, a laugh. Female. Una's throat tightened. She told herself it was the TV. She told herself it was Claire somehow. Lulu, maybe. A surprise. She pushed the key in and turned it. The door opened to warmth and the scent of food. Something spicy. Something familiar. Ayanda's voice floated from the bedroom. Wait, don't, he said, laughing. Una's stomach dropped. She walked forward, slow. The living room looked normal. Couch cushions slightly shifted. A hoodie tossed over a chair. 2 wine glasses on the coffee table. That wasn't normal. Una's gaze snagged on one glass. A lipstick mark. Not hers. Una didn't wear that shade. She didn't wear lipstick much at all, unless Claire bullied her into it. Her heartbeat stayed steady. That was the second thing that scared her. She moved down the hallway. Her own footsteps sounded too loud, too polite. She reached the bedroom door. It was closed. Una's hand lifted, hovered. A rational part of her brain started listing possibilities like a flowchart. Possibility 1, surprise party prep. Possibility 2, Amani helping Ayanda with something. Possibility 3, the worst thing. She hated how quickly her brain went to the worst thing. True crime girl? She opened the door. The room was a mess of white sheets and brown skin and frantic movement. Ayanda sat up first, eyes wide, like a child caught stealing. His chest rose and fell too fast. The duvet slid down his waist. Behind him. Amani froze. Amani Ndlovu, her best friend. Her sister in everything but blood. Amani's hair was loose, wild around her face. Her bare shoulder caught the light. Her mouth opened like she wanted to speak, but no sound came. For half a second, Una couldn't move. Then her brain, ruthless and efficient, took a snapshot. Amani's bra on the floor. Ayanda's jeans hooked over a chair. 2 phones on the bedside table. And on Amani's wrist. A gold bracelet Una had bought her last year. Una's body went cold, then hot, then cold again. Ayanda, Una said, and her voice didn't sound like hers. It sounded like someone reading a verdict. Baby, Ayanda started, reaching for her, palms out like he could calm a storm. Una stepped back. Amani finally found her voice. Una, please. Una laughed. It was a sharp sound, a knife of a laugh. Please? Una repeated. You're saying please? Amani's eyes filled. It's not. Don't, Una snapped, and the word cracked in the air. Ayanda swung his legs off the bed, grabbing for his boxers. Una, listen to me. It's not what it looks like. Una stared at him. It's exactly what it looks like, she said softly. Ayanda's face tightened. You weren't supposed to be home. The sentence landed like a slap. Not I'm sorry. Not I made a mistake. Not I love you. Just, you weren't supposed to be here. Una's gaze drifted to the bedside table, to one of the phones. Her phone buzzed in her handbag in the hallway. The group chat probably still buzzing with birthday love. Una's hands trembled now, finally, her body catching up. Una, Amani whispered, voice breaking. It just happened. Una looked at her best friend. 20 years of sleepovers and secrets. Amani who had held her hair back after too many tequila shots at varsity. Amani who knew every fear Una had and every dream she pretended not to want. You, Una said, voice shaking. You just happened. Amani slid off the bed, reaching for her robe. I didn't mean to hurt you. Una's vision blurred. Ayanda stepped closer, trying to cover himself and the truth at the same time. Una, you're emotional. Please, just... Una's hand shot out. She didn't slap him. She didn't throw anything. She didn't scream the way the movie said she would. She grabbed the navy jewelry box from her bag. She didn't remember taking it out, and hurled it at his chest. It hit with a dull thud and dropped to the floor. The lid popped open. The gold chain spilled out. The A pendant glinted on the carpet between them like it had been waiting for this moment. Amani stared at it. Ayanda stared at it. And Una. Una watched their faces change in the same instant. The way people's faces changed in courtroom footage right before the truth was spoken. Una's breath came out in a broken sound. Get out, she said, not sure who she meant. Ayanda's mouth opened. Una, Get out, Una roared, the scream finally tearing free. Amani flinched like she'd been struck. Ayanda stepped back, hands up. Una backed out of the room, heart pounding now, body flooding with adrenaline. She turned, stumbling down the hallway, grabbing her car keys from the hook without thinking. Claire's voice played in her head. Don't be alone when you're upset. Lulu's voice. Call me, I'll come. Amani's voice. I'm always here. Una's eyes burned. She yanked the front door open and ran. Behind her, Ayanda's voice followed, panicked. Una, wait, please. Una didn't wait. She didn't look back. She slammed the door on her life and sprinted into the corridor like the building was on fire. Because something inside her was. And she had no idea where she was driving. Only that if she stayed, she might break into pieces she couldn't put back together. She pressed the lift button with a shaking finger. The doors opened. Una stepped inside. And as the lift descended, her phone buzzed. Buzzing. Calls and messages stacking like falling dominoes. She didn't answer. She walked out into the parking garage, got into her car, and drove. Right into the teeth of winter. Chapter 5. White lines, dark thoughts. The road swallowed her like it had been waiting. Una drove as if speed could outrun humiliation. Santon fell behind her in a blur of lights and billboards. The city thinned into highways. Highways thinned into long stretches of nothing. Una's hands clenched the steering wheel until her knuckles ached. Her phone kept buzzing in the cup holder, lighting up with names that felt like knives. Claire calling. Lulu calling. Amani calling. Ayanda calling. A WhatsApp voice note from Amani. Unread. A long paragraph from Ayanda, unseen. Una didn't want their words. Not yet. Words could be twisted. Images didn't twist. Images stayed. Amani's bare shoulder. Ayanda's wide eyes. The A pendant on the carpet like a signature. Una swallowed hard. Her chest felt too tight for her ribs. The radio played softly, some love song she would have mocked on any other day. She turned it off. Silence filled the car, thick and loud. 2 hours out, the sky began to change. Clouds gathered low and heavy, like someone dragging a gray blanket across the horizon. The air outside the windshield looked colder, sharper. A sign flashed by. Winter warning. Mountain routes may close. Una's brain tried to catch up. Why am I going this way? She didn't have an answer that made sense. She just kept driving because going anywhere felt better than staying in that room. Her GPS voice chimed. In 2 kilometers, keep right. Una ignored it. Her phone buzzed again. She glanced down, just once, and saw Claire's message preview. Claire. Una, please answer. Where are you? Una's throat tightened. She typed with one hand, eyes flicking back to the road. Una, I'm fine, just driving. She hit send, immediately regretted it. Fine was a lie. Driving was an understatement. The road began to climb, gentle at first, then steeper. The landscape shifted into rolling hills and bare winter trees. The light faded early, the way it did in South African winters when the sun couldn't be bothered to perform. A cold drizzle tapped at the windshield. Then, tiny white flecks. Snow. Una blinked, startled. Snow didn't belong here. Snow belonged in movies and postcards and in the Drakensberg, far away from her real life. She turned the heater up. The dashboard temperature dropped 1 degree. and her tires hummed over the road, and the lines on the asphalt started to look too clean, too bright. The world outside began to blur at the edges, visibility thinning. Her phone buzzed again. This time it was Lulu. Una didn't answer, but she listened to the voicemail preview when it popped up. Lulu's voice was high and shaking. Una, babe, please. Claire is freaking out. We're all freaking out. It's your birthday. Don't do that thing where you disappear. Please, please, please. Una's eyes stung. Disappear. She hadn't meant to disappear. She'd meant to breathe. She'd meant to take a drive, scream into the empty air, then come back. But the road kept unspooling in front of her, and the storm kept growing teeth. A gust of wind hit the car hard enough to make it sway. Una's heartbeat spiked. She tightened her grip. Okay, she whispered. Okay, okay. She slowed slightly. The cars around her were fewer now. A truck rumbled past, spraying slush that spattered her windshield. Slush. She looked at the side of the road and saw a thin line of white building along the shoulder. Snow was settling. Una's phone buzzed again, this time a text from Ayanda. Ayanda. Baby, please. I can explain. Just tell me where you are. I'm coming. Una's laugh came out harsh. I'm coming. Like he was still entitled to reach her. She deleted the message without replying. Another message popped in, and her stomach dropped. Amani. Una, I'm sorry. Please don't drive like this. Please answer me. Una's vision blurred, tears finally breaking through. She wiped them away with the back of her hand, furious at herself. How dare you? Una whispered. The words weren't loud, but they filled the car. How dare you? Her phone rang again. Claire. Una answered without thinking, the sound of her friend's voice slicing through the silence. Una, Claire shouted. Thank God. Where are you? Una swallowed, trying to keep her voice steady. I'm on the road. What road? Claire demanded. Una, I'm not playing. It's snowing. It's literally snowing on the N3. Lulu says the mountain routes are closing. Una's stomach clenched. Snowing on the N3. That meant the storm was spreading. Just calm down, Una said, even though she wasn't calm. I'm fine. You're not fine, Claire snapped, voice cracking. You caught them, didn't you? Lulu told me. Una, please, turn around, come to my place. I'm sending you my location right now. Una stared at the dark road ahead. Turn around meant going back toward the apartment, toward the bed, toward the A pendant on the carpet. I can't, Una whispered. Claire's breath hitched. Okay, just tell me where you are, baby. Just tell me so we can... Her voice broke. Una's grip tightened on the wheel as another gust of wind shoved the car. The tire slipped slightly, a small skid that made Una's heart jump into her throat. Una? Claire's voice turned sharp with fear. Una, what was that? I'm fine, Una lied again. Slow down, Claire ordered. Put your hazards on. Find a garage, a petrol station, anything. Una scanned the roadside. Darkness, trees, a sign half covered in blowing snow. Forest access. Use caution. Her pulse thudded. Una didn't know it, but she was driving toward the same stretch of wilderness that had been in those headlines. The same place people whispered about in comments sections. She didn't know that the storm wasn't the only thing waiting in the dark. Claire was still talking, frantic. Una couldn't process the words. The snow thickened, turning from flecks into a curtain. And then her phone screen lit up with another incoming call, interrupting Claire mid-sentence. Unknown number. Una's breath caught. Her finger hovered over the screen. Outside, the wind howled. Inside, her gut went cold with a feeling she couldn't name. And the call kept ringing. Chapter 6. The call that wasn't Claire. The unknown number kept ringing like it knew her name. And the snow kept falling like it meant to bury it. Una stared at the screen, thumb hovering over decline. Claire's voice was still in her ear, muffled now, trapped behind the overlay of the incoming call. Una, can you hear me? The phone vibrated again. Unknown number. Her heart thudded hard, a sudden irrational fear crawling up the back of her neck. Who calls a stranger in a storm? Maybe it was a petrol station. Maybe it was a courier. Maybe it was some spam call that didn't know the weather had turned violent. Or maybe... Una cut that thought off before it could grow teeth. She hit decline. Claire's voice snapped back into full volume. Una, what was that? Someone else is calling you? It's nothing, Una said, voice thin. Probably spam. It's not nothing if it's distracting you. Claire shot back. Where are you, Una? Read a sign. Tell me a town. Una squinted through the windshield. Snow swirled in the headlights like white ash. The road markings were fading under a thin skin of ice. A car passed in the opposite direction, headlights smeared into streaks by the wet snow. A sign loomed ahead, half veiled by wind. Drakensberg. 68 kilometers. Use extreme caution. Winter conditions. Una's stomach dropped. Drakensberg, she whispered. Claire went silent for half a beat. Then, no, Una, why are you going there? I don't know, Una admitted, and the honesty felt like stepping off a ledge. Oh my God, Claire breathed. Okay, listen to me. I need you to turn around. I can't. You can. Claire cut in. You can. You're not trapped. You're just hurt. And hurt makes you do stupid things. Una flinched like the word stupid was a slap. She swallowed. Claire, The steering wheel jerked in her hands. The tires slid again, a longer skid this time, the back of the car fishtailing slightly. Una's breath caught. She eased off the accelerator, hands tight but controlled. Una, Claire shouted. Hazards? Now. Una flicked the hazard lights on. The dashboard ticked rhythmically, a sharp, frantic sound. She slowed further. The road felt slick, unpredictable, the kind of surface that didn't care how competent you were. Wind slammed into the side of the car. Snow thickened into a white veil. Her phone buzzed again. Another call pushing through. Unknown number. Una's pulse spiked. Claire heard it. Una, do not answer. Do you hear me? Do not... The car lurched. A warning light flashed on the dashboard. Engine, and a second later, the steering went stiff in her hands. No, Una whispered, instantly alert. No. The engine sputtered as if it was coughing up its last breath. Una guided the car toward the shoulder, tires crunching over slush. The moment she left the main road, the surface got worse. The car shuddered. She tried to keep it steady. Then the engine died completely. The silence that followed was violent. Only the wind. Only the tick-tick of hazards. Only her breathing, ragged and loud in the small cabin of the car. Una? Claire's voice was tight with fear. What happened? My car, Una said, throat tight. It had just died. Claire swore under her breath. Okay, stay in the car. Do you hear me? Stay in the car. Una stared out at the storm. Snow swept sideways in sheets. Trees loomed beyond the shoulder, dark and dense. The road was still visible behind her, but the passing cars were fewer now. Most people had sense. Most people had somewhere to go. Una had nowhere. I can't just sit here, Una said, panic rising. I'll freeze. You'll freeze faster outside, Claire said sharply. Call roadside assistance. Call anyone. Una looked at her signal bars. One weak bar flickered, then vanished. No signal, Una said, voice cracking. Claire inhaled sharply. Okay, listen. Turn your car off. Wait, it's already off. Keep your hazards. Put on everything warm you have. Wrap yourself in something. And, Una, please, tell me your location. Drop a pin. Una opened WhatsApp, tried to send a live location. The screen spun, then, waiting for network. Una's chest tightened. She could feel the cold beginning to seep in, even with the heater's leftover warmth fading. Her phone buzzed again. Unknown number. This time, it didn't just ring. It rang long, insistent, like someone refusing to take a hint. Claire heard it again and went quiet. When she spoke, her voice was lower. Una, is someone trying to reach you? Una swallowed. I don't know. The call stopped. A beat of silence. Then a text popped up from the same number. Unknown. Are you the one in the gray polo on the shoulder? Una's blood turned to ice. Claire's voice sharpened. Una, what? What is it? Una didn't answer right away. Her fingers were trembling. She read the message again as if repetition might make it less real. Gray polo. That was her car. Someone could see her. Someone close enough to identify the model. Una's throat tightened. Claire, she whispered. Someone just texted me. What did they say? Una hesitated. Every true crime episode she'd ever listened to flickered behind her eyes. The voiceovers, the timelines, the warning signs. She forced herself to speak. They asked if I'm the one in the gray polo. Claire's breath hitched. Oh my God, okay, listen to me, lock your doors, now. Una's hands moved fast. Click, click, doors locked. Claire's voice turned fierce. Do not open your window. Do not get out. Do not answer that text. Una stared through the windshield. Snow distorted everything, making the world look like it was underwater. But she could still see the faint outline of the road. No headlights behind her. No car pulled over. Just white. Just wind. Just the feeling of being watched. Another text arrived. Unknown. Don't panic. You can't stay there. Una's stomach rolled. Claire's voice was urgent. Una, are you seeing anyone? Any car? Any person? Una scanned again, heart hammering. Nothing. Just the storm. No, she whispered. I don't see anyone. Then how do they know what you're driving? Claire demanded. Una had no answer. The wind battered the car again, rocking it gently. Snow built up on the hood. The temperature inside dropped another notch. Una's breath fogged the glass. Her phone buzzed. This time not the unknown number, but Lulu. She ignored it. She couldn't handle Lulu's fear right now. She could barely handle her own. Claire was speaking fast, trying to problem solve. Okay, I'm calling Mountain Rescue. I don't care if it's dramatic. Lulu knows a guy. She said she knows a guy, right? I'm calling everyone. Just stay in the car, Una. Una pressed her palm to her forehead. The idea of sitting here, waiting, felt like suffocating. And what if the text was right? What if she couldn't stay? The storm didn't feel like a backdrop anymore. It felt like an attacker. She looked at the tree line again. Dark, dense, a wall. But trees meant some shelter from the wind. Trees meant maybe a building, a lodge, something. And sitting in a dead car on an exposed shoulder felt like a headline. Una's fingers tightened around the phone. She typed before she could stop herself. Una to unknown. Who is this? The response came almost immediately. Unknown. Someone who doesn't want you to die out there. There's a turnoff ahead. Forest access. Walk carefully. Keep your lights on. I'll meet you. Una's breath caught. Meet you. That word made her skin crawl. Claire was still talking, but her words blurred. Una stared at the storm, then down at her phone again. Her heart hammered with one brutal, undeniable truth. Whatever she did next, stay or go, could be the difference between living and disappearing. And the snow kept falling, steady as fate. She reached for the door handle anyway. Chapter 7. The turnoff with the warning sign. The cold hit her like a slap the moment she stepped outside. It didn't feel like winter. It felt like punishment. Una pulled her coat tighter and slammed the car door behind her, then immediately regretted the sound. It echoed in the storm, loud and sharp. She turned, checking the road again. Nothing. No car idling nearby. No figure walking toward her. No headlights cutting through the snow. Just the endless, moving white. Her phone was pressed to her ear. Claire's voice crackled now, weak with the unstable signal. Una, I swear to God, if you get out of the car. I'm out, Una said, teeth already chattering. Claire, I can't, it's freezing. The car is dead. Get back in, Claire pleaded. Una stared at her car, already frosting over, hazards blinking like a failing heartbeat. I'm going to find shelter, Una said, trying to sound like she'd thought this through. There's a forest access road. The text said... The text? Claire's voice shot up. Una, that's a stranger. That's literally how... I know, Una snapped, then softened because Claire didn't deserve her sharpness. I know, but I can't sit here. Una? The call cut out. Una stared at the screen. Call failed. Of course. Of course. She tucked the phone into her pocket, then immediately pulled it back out and turned her flashlight on. The beam looked thin and weak against the storm, but it was something. Her boots crunched on slush as she walked forward along the shoulder. Each step felt heavier than the last, not because she was tired, but because the cold was already biting into her joints. She kept looking for the turnoff. The text had said it was ahead. She passed a reflective postmarker, then another, then finally saw a sign emerging from the snow like a warning from another world. Forest Access Road. Restricted. No entry. Active investigation. Missing persons case. Una stopped so fast her breath caught. Missing persons. Her podcast search in the hotel room flashed in her mind. The headlines. The whispered nickname. Skin. A gust of wind threw snow into her face. She blinked hard, eyes burning. Okay, she whispered to herself. Okay, Una. Her brain tried to do what it always did, make a plan. If this was restricted, it meant police, rangers, people. That could be safety. Or it meant danger. Because danger attracted attention, and attention didn't always come with protection. Her phone buzzed again in her hand. Unknown. You found the sign? Una's stomach dropped. She hadn't told anyone where she was going. She typed, fingers stiff from cold. Una. Who are you? Where are you? A pause. Then. Unknown. I'm close. Don't stand on the open road. Wind will take you. Go down the access road a little. There's cover. Keep your light low. Keep your light low. That instruction didn't feel like kindness. It felt like control. Una's pulse kicked up. She looked down the access road. It disappeared into trees, branches bending under the weight of snow. Darkness pooled between trunks like ink. She looked back at the main road, an empty ribbon of gray disappearing behind a curtain of white. If she stayed on the road, someone might eventually see her. A truck, a ranger, a rescue vehicle. If she went into the forest, she might find shelter. Or she might become another case file. Una's breath came out in a shaky cloud. She turned her flashlight off for a second and listened. Wind, snow. The distant, faint rush of something. Maybe a river, maybe just the storm. Then, a sound that didn't belong. A crunch. Not her own boot. Not the shifting snow. A deliberate step. Una's head snapped up. She swung the flashlight beam toward the trees. The light caught nothing but branches and swirling flakes. Her heartbeat hammered in her ears. She forced herself to breathe slower. It could be an animal, she told herself. A buck, a baboon, People always forgot wildlife existed because humans like to make everything about themselves. But the text, the knowledge of her car. Someone was here. Una backed toward the sign, putting her back to it, as if metal and printed warnings could protect her. Another crunch sounded. Closer. Una's throat tightened. She raised the phone like a weapon, as if she could throw it hard enough to save herself. She typed quickly. Una, if this is a prank, I'm calling the police. The reply came instantly. Unknown. Police won't reach you in time. I will. Move. Move. The word hit her like a shove. Una's true crime brain screamed at her. Don't go into the woods. Don't follow instructions. Don't obey a stranger who knows where you are. But her survival brain, raw, cold, shaking, looked at the storm and did brutal math. Standing still out here would kill her. And something else might kill her faster. Una turned and stepped onto the access road, boots sinking into fresh snow. The trees swallowed her almost immediately, the wind softening just a little under their canopy. The darkness felt closer here, heavier. She kept her flashlight on, but angled it down, lighting only her boots and the path ahead. Her phone buzzed again, but she didn't look. She walked. One step, then another. The air smelled different in the trees. Damp bark, cold earth, something metallic, faint, and unsettling. She told herself that was her imagination. Fear sharpened senses until everything felt like a threat. A branch snapped somewhere to her left. Una froze. Her breath stalled. She turned her head slowly, listening. Silence. Then another crunch. This time, unmistakably human. Una's stomach dropped. She turned and ran. Chapter 8. Footsteps in the snow. She didn't run like a woman on a jog. She ran like prey. Una's boots slid on the uneven path, snow giving way beneath her, and the forest rushed past in a blur of black trunks and white streaks. Her lungs burned almost immediately, cold air slicing into her chest. She forced herself not to scream. Screaming wasted oxygen. Screaming also told someone exactly where you were. Behind her, the footsteps followed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Steady. Unhurried. Like whoever it was didn't need to sprint. Like they knew she had nowhere to go. Una's mind flashed to all the stories she'd heard, the way victims always said later, I thought I was imagining it. She wasn't imagining it. She risked a glance back. Her flashlight beam jolted wildly as she turned, catching snow, branches, shadow. Nothing. But the sound was real. Close. Una turned forward again and pushed harder, thighs burning, breath ragged. The path narrowed. The trees thickened. Her boots sank deeper. She should have stayed on the road. She should have waited in the car. She should have called. Her phone was still in her hand, light bouncing uselessly. No signal. No help. She tried to force her brain into logic. Okay, think. If someone is behind you, don't run in a straight line. Don't let them predict you. Find a landmark. Find elevation. Find visibility. She saw a slight slope to the right, darker but higher ground. She veered up it, grabbing a low branch for balance. Snow dumped down her sleeve, icy and sharp against her skin. She hissed, nearly slipping. The footsteps adjusted. Still behind her. Una's heart hammered so hard it felt like it could bruise her ribs. She reached the top of the slope and found a small clearing, more open here, less undergrowth. Snow fell unobstructed, thick and fast. Her breath came in harsh bursts. She turned and swept her flashlight in a wide arc. Trees, snow, darkness. Then, a shape, far back between the trunks. Tall, broad shoulders, a coat maybe. Una's blood went cold. Who's there? She shouted, voice cracking despite her attempt at control. No answer. The shape didn't move. Or maybe it did, too subtly for her terrified brain to track. Una swallowed hard. I have a phone, she lied, lifting it higher. I'm calling the police. A gust of wind tore through the clearing, making the trees groan. And then, from somewhere behind her left shoulder, a branch snapped. Una spun, flashlight swinging. Nothing. But the sound was closer than before. She was being flanked. Panic surged. Una bolted again, this time downhill, sliding more than running. Her boots skidded, and she caught herself with both hands, palms scraping against icy bark. Pain shot through her fingers. She didn't stop. Her body was already shaking, not just from fear, but from cold. The exertion was heating her skin, and the wind was stealing that heat as fast as she made it. She could feel the storm trying to win. Her thoughts scattered, sharp and useless. Ayanda. Amani. The A pendant. How stupid to run into the mountains over a man. Boys fear girls don't cry, she heard in her head, absurdly. Boys fear girls also don't die in forests. She stumbled into a lower track that looked like an old footpath. The snow was packed slightly, like it had been walked before. That was either good news or the worst news. Una followed it because she had no better option. The footsteps behind her faded for a moment. She almost believed she'd lost them. Then her phone buzzed, startling her so badly she nearly dropped it. A text. Unknown. Don't run, you'll fall. Una's hands went numb around the phone. How did they know she was running? She looked around wildly, breath coming in short, painful gasps. Then she saw it, a faint, warm glow between trees ahead. Not bright, not welcoming, but different from the cold darkness everywhere else. Light meant people. Light meant shelter. Una forced her legs to keep moving, stumbling toward the glow. Her body screamed at her to stop, to curl up, to conserve. She didn't. As she got closer, she saw the outline of something, wooden fencing maybe, a stone wall. Then a voice, calm and deep, cut through the storm. Easy, don't move too fast. Una froze mid-step, heart slamming. A man stepped into view from behind a tree, as if he'd been there the whole time. He was tall, broad in a quiet way, not gym bulky, but solid. He wore a dark wool coat that looked too expensive for a forest, snow dusting the shoulders. His hair was neatly kept, silver threaded through brown, and above his mouth, a well-groomed mustache, the kind that belonged in old photographs in private clubs. His face was handsome in a composed, lived-in way, late 40s maybe, blue-gray eyes that didn't flinch when they met hers. He held his hands out, palms open, not rushing her, not crowding her. Are you hurt? He asked, voice steady. Una's brain tried to categorize him fast. Old money. Confident? Not panicking. Not what she pictured when she pictured danger. She swallowed. Who are you? A neighbor, he said lightly, like neighbors casually appeared in blizzards. You've wandered into a restricted area. Una's mouth went dry. I didn't mean my car. I know, he said, and that made her blood chill again. Then he added, as if reading her fear. I saw the hazards. I came looking. You can barely stand. Una hated that it was true. Her knees felt unstable. Her fingers burned and then went numb. She lifted her phone like proof. Someone's texting me. Someone... The man's gaze flicked to the phone screen. His expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. Signal's unreliable here, he said calmly. People play games when the storm hits. Ignore it. How do you know? Una demanded, voice shaking. He tilted his head. Because I live here. The wind roared again, louder now, and Una's body shivered violently. Her teeth chattered so hard her jaw ached. The man's eyes softened. You're freezing, he said. Come, my cottage is close. Una took a step back instinctively. No. He didn't look offended. He didn't push. He simply spoke like someone stating facts. If you stay outside much longer, you'll lose function in your hands, he said. Then you won't be able to dial anyone. You won't be able to open your car door if you make it back. And if you fall... He paused, letting the silence finish the sentence. Una's stomach twisted, fear and logic wrestling in her chest. She forced herself to lift her chin. Why are you here alone? A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Because I like quiet. Una stared at him, suspicious despite the cold. What's your name? He hesitated just long enough for her to notice. Then he said, Gideon. The name sounded like polished wood in old libraries. He nodded toward the warm glow behind him. Gideon van Rensburg. And you are... Una hesitated. Giving her name felt like handing him a key. But she was shaking, and her vision was starting to narrow, edges darkening. Una, she said finally. Unami, Una. Gideon's eyes held hers. Una, he repeated softly, like he was tasting it. Right, come with me, now. Una's throat tightened. She took another half step back. Gideon exhaled, patient. I'm not asking because I want company, he said, a hint of teasing warmth in his tone. I'm asking because I'd prefer you alive. Una's mind screamed warnings. But her body, traitorous and honest, swayed slightly on her feet. The storm didn't care about her instincts. It only cared about exposure. Gideon stepped closer, still not touching her. I won't grab you, he said quietly. You can walk on your own, or you can stand there and prove a point to the mountain. Una's eyes stung with tears that froze on her lashes. She hated that he was right. She hated that she needed him. Una nodded once, sharp and reluctant. Fine, she whispered. Gideon turned, leading the way with unhurried steps, as if he'd done this before. As Una followed, her phone buzzed again in her numb hand. She didn't look. She couldn't. Because the warm glow ahead was getting brighter, and she had no idea if she was walking towards safety, or into someone's private storm. Chapter 9. The Cottage That Looked Like Money. The cottage appeared like a secret the forest was hiding. Stone walls, warm windows, a door that promised shelter. They walked in tense silence, Gideon a few paces ahead, his flashlight beam steady and controlled. Una's light bounced, weaker, more frantic. Every now and then, Gideon glanced back, checking that she was still upright. He didn't offer his arm. He didn't try to touch her. That restraint should have comforted her. Instead, it made him feel practiced. The cottage sat tucked between trees, sheltered from the worst of the wind. Smoke curled from a chimney, thin and steady. The kind of detail that told you someone planned to survive here. Gideon reached the door, unlocked it, and held it open. Warmth rolled out like a living thing. Una's body reacted before her mind could, a shaky inhale, almost a sob. Heat hit her cheeks, her hands, her chest. It felt obscene after the cruelty outside. She stepped in cautiously. The cottage interior smelled like wood smoke, clean soap, and something expensive. Leather, maybe. A wool throw lay neatly folded over a couch. A bookshelf lined one wall, full of hardcovers that looked chosen, not decorative. A fire crackled in a stone hearth. Everything about the place screamed money without shouting it. Gideon closed the door behind them and turned the lock with a solid click. Una's spine stiffened. He noticed. Of course he noticed. For the wind, he said calmly. It forces its way in otherwise. Una didn't relax. Gideon shrugged off his coat and hung it on a peg, movements tidy. His shirt beneath was dark, fitted, and obviously tailored. A watch flashed on his wrist, simple, understated, the kind you only noticed if you knew what to look for. Old money. Not flashy. Quietly expensive. He looked at her, taking in her shaking hands, her wet hair, the snow melting on her lashes. You need dry clothes, he said. Una tightened her grip on her phone. I need a phone signal. You'll get one when the storm calms, Gideon said. For now, you need to live long enough to make a call. Una's jaw clenched. You can't guarantee that. His gaze held her, steady. No, he said, but I can guarantee you'll die if you go back out. He walked to a cupboard and pulled out a thick towel, then a folded blanket. He placed them on a chair, not too close to her. Sit, he said. Not commanding, just certain. Una stayed standing. Where are you from? Gideon's mouth curved slightly. That's a sudden interview. I'm not sitting unless I know something, Una said, voice sharper than she felt. He studied her for a moment, then nodded as if granting her the dignity of questions. Cape Town, he said. Mostly. Family property here. I come up when I want quiet. Alone? Una asked. Alone, Gideon confirmed, unbothered. Una's eyes flicked to the fireplace tools, iron poker, tongs, then to the kitchen area. Everything clean, everything placed. No clutter, no signs of another person. That could mean safety. Or it could mean control. She glanced back at Gideon. How did you find me? He didn't hesitate this time. I saw your hazards from the main road. You'd be surprised how far light carries in snow. And the texts? Una demanded, lifting her phone slightly. Someone has been texting me. Gideon's gaze dropped to the screen. May I? Una hesitated. Then she turned the phone so he could see without handing it over. He read quickly, expression smooth. People get bored, he said, handing her phone back with a glance that said he'd noticed she never let it leave her hand. Or cruel, they see a car stranded, they assume a woman alone, they think it's funny. That's not funny, Una said, voice tight. No, he agreed. It's stupid. He walked toward the fireplace and poked the logs, making sparks leap. The fire flared brighter. Una watched him, suspicious of how comfortable he looked in this space, like it was an extension of his body. Gideon turned back. What's your name again? Una, she said. And you're out here? He said gently. Alone, in this storm, with a dead car. Why? Una's throat tightened. She could lie. She should lie. But the truth pressed against her ribs, raw and furious. Because my boyfriend is trash, Una said, the words spilling out like blood. Gideon's brows rose slightly. Ah. Una's laugh was bitter. That's it? Ah? It's a complete sentence, he said lightly. Despite herself, Una felt the smallest tug at the corner of her mouth. His calm was infuriating. Gideon gestured to the chair again. Sit, Una. Let your body catch up to your pride. Una stared at him, then at the chair. She sat. The moment she did, her legs started shaking uncontrollably. The adrenaline faded, leaving only exhaustion and cold. Gideon moved to a cabinet and pulled out a mug, then another. He filled a kettle and set it on a small gas burner. Tea, he said. Or something stronger if you prefer. It's the middle of the day, Una muttered. It was, Gideon replied, glancing at a clock on the wall. The storm makes its own time. Una looked at the clock. It was later than she thought. She forced herself to breathe slowly, letting the fire heat her face. Gideon crouched by a low trunk and pulled out a thick pair of socks and a fleece sweater, both folded neatly. Dry, he said, placing them on the chair beside her. Bathroom is there. You can change. I'll stay in the kitchen. Una's fingers hovered over the sweater, suspicious. These are yours? He smiled. Unless you think I keep women's clothing in my trunk. Una stiffened. Gideon's smile didn't widen. If anything, it softened. I'm teasing, he said. Bad habit. My apologies. The way he said apologies, like he'd been trained in them, made Una's skin prickle. She stood, clutching the sweater and socks. I'm not staying long. Gideon inclined his head. Of course. Una moved to the bathroom. It was warm, clean, stocked with toiletries that looked expensive but used. A small detail, a second toothbrush sat in a cup, unopened. She stared at it. Second toothbrush could mean guests. Or it could mean a habit of looking prepared. Una changed quickly, peeling off damp clothes with stiff fingers. The fleece smelled faintly of cedar and soap. Not cologne, not sweat. She wrapped the towel around her hair, then looked at herself in the mirror. Her cheeks were flushed from cold. Her eyes looked too bright, too wild. She looked like someone who'd made a mistake. She stepped back into the living room. Gideon had moved to the kitchen area, keeping his promise, back turned as he poured steaming water into mugs. He didn't look at her until she spoke. I need to contact my friends, Una said. I understand, Gideon replied. He handed her a mug. Drink first, warm from the inside. Una took it. The heat burned her fingers pleasantly. She sipped. The tea was strong, slightly sweet. Ginger, honey. Her throat loosened a fraction. Gideon watched her over the rim of his own mug. Better? Less dead, Una admitted. A faint smile. Good. Una's phone buzzed again. Her stomach clenched. She looked down. Unknown. Inside now? Warm. Una's blood turned to ice. She stared at the message, then lifted her eyes to Gideon. He was watching her, calm, unbothered, as if this was a normal afternoon. Did you text me? Una asked, voice low. Gideon's brows lifted. No. Then who? He cut in gently. Ignore it. Una's fingers tightened around the phone. How do they know I'm inside? Gideon's gaze flicked briefly to the window, where snow blurred the outside world. They're guessing, he said. It's the only sensible thing you could do. Una didn't believe him. Or maybe she didn't want to. Because if she believed someone was watching her, inside this cottage, then she'd have to accept a more terrifying truth. That she hadn't escaped anything. She'd just changed locations. Gideon set his mug down. You're shaking, he noted, matter of fact. Come closer to the fire. Una hesitated. Then she did, stopping a safe distance away. Gideon's voice was calm. Here's what will happen, he said. The storm will get worse before it gets better. Your car will be inaccessible soon. Roads will close. And I'm just supposed to stay here with you, Una said, forcing sarcasm she didn't feel. A stranger. Gideon's eyes held hers. Yes, he said simply. Because the mountain doesn't care about your discomfort. Una's throat tightened again. Gideon stepped back, giving her space. I'll make you something to eat, he said. Then we'll try your phone again. Una stared at him as he turned toward the kitchen, movement smooth and unhurried, like a man in complete control of his environment. Outside, the storm howled louder. Inside, the fire crackled. And Una's phone buzzed one more time in her hand. A final little tremor of dread. Unknown. Don't trust the door lock. Trust the man. Una's breath caught. Because Gideon's back was still turned. And Una suddenly couldn't remember ever telling anyone at all, she'd locked her car doors earlier. The thought slid into her mind, cold and sharp. Someone had been listening long before she got here. Chapter 10. Warmth has rules. The fire warmed her skin, but it didn't warm her fear. If anything, it made the fear feel more personal. Gideon moved around the kitchen with the ease of someone who'd never had to ask permission in his own space. He pulled a pot from a cupboard, set it on the stove, and started chopping something on a wooden board. The knife made soft, precise sounds. Tap, tap, tap. Una tried not to stare at his hands. They were clean, steady, no trembling, no hesitation. A simple silver ring on one finger, subtle, worn like a habit. Are you married? Una asked before she could stop herself. Gideon didn't look up. No. Divorced? He paused, then continued chopping. No. Una's eyes narrowed. Then why the ring? Gideon finally glanced at her, and the look he gave was mildly amused. It belonged to my father. I wear it because it reminds me not to be an idiot. Una snorted despite herself. Does it work? His mouth curved. Some days. Una pulled the fleece tighter around her. She sat on the couch now, closer to the fire, but not so close she couldn't spring up and run if she needed to. Her phone sat in her palm like a heartbeat. No signal. She tried again anyway. Live location. A message to Claire. A call? Nothing. Her throat tightened. She imagined Claire pacing, Lulu crying, maybe even Ayanda pretending to be worried so he could look like a good boyfriend in front of everyone. The thought made Una's stomach twist. Gideon's voice cut through her spiral. You can try the window ledge, he said, nodding toward a spot near the front window. Sometimes the signal catches there. Una stood quickly and moved to the window. Snow blurred everything outside. It felt like staring into static. She held her phone up. One bar flickered, then vanished. Una exhaled sharply, frustration burning. Gideon's tone stayed calm. Storm interference. Give it time. Una turned back to him. And what? I just sit here until it decides to let me call my friends? Unless you'd prefer hypothermia, Gideon said evenly. Una's jaw clenched. You keep saying that like it's a joke. It's not a joke, Gideon replied. His voice softened slightly. It's the mountain. It doesn't negotiate. Una stared at him, searching his face for something. Cruelty, impatience, the hunger of someone who wanted her vulnerable. But Gideon's expression was unreadable in a way that felt trained. She hated that. She hated anyone who could keep their face smooth while the world burned. The pot on the stove started to simmer. Gideon poured something in, stock maybe, and the cottage filled with the smell of soup, garlic, herbs, comfort. Una's stomach betrayed her with a low rumble. Gideon's eyes flicked to her midsection and a smile tugged at his mouth. There it is? Una glared. Don't. Don't what? He asked, innocent. Don't make this weird, she said, but her voice lacked conviction. Gideon leaned against the counter, spoon in hand. Una, everything is already weird, he said. You're a stranger in my cottage during a blizzard, holding your phone like it might bite you. Una's cheeks heated. It might. He chuckled, low and quiet. Fair. Una looked away, embarrassed by how her body reacted to that sound. She told herself it was the warmth, the relief, the survival gratitude, not attraction. Not that. She went back to the couch, sitting again. The fire popped. A log shifted, settling deeper. Gideon stirred the soup. You said your boyfriend is trash, he said, conversational, like they were discussing weather. Did he cheat? Una's throat tightened. She didn't want to say it. Saying it made it real, made it stick to her like a label. Yes, she said finally, with my best friend. Gideon Spoon paused. His eyes lifted to hers. For the first time since she'd met him, something flickered across his face. Quick, subtle. Not surprise. Interest. That's impressive, he said slowly. Una's laugh was sharp. Impressive? To betray you like that? Gideon clarified. It takes audacity. It takes being trash, Una snapped. Gideon nodded once, as if taking note. Yes, that too. Una stared into the fire, jaw tight. The betrayal replayed in her mind like an intrusive video. Amani. Ayanda. The A pendant. Her hand tightened around her phone again. Gideon's voice softened, almost gentle. You didn't deserve that, he said. The words hit Una harder than she expected. She swallowed, eyes burning. Don't, she whispered. Don't what? He asked again. Don't say the nice thing, Una said, voice shaking. I can't handle it. Gideon studied her for a moment, then nodded. Understood. He went back to stirring, giving her space. That should have eased her. Instead, it made her feel seen in a way that was dangerously comforting. Gideon set 2 bowls on the small coffee table and brought the pot over. He served her first without asking, portion generous, but not sloppy. Eat, he said. Una stared at the bowl. The soup looked rich and golden, steam rising like a promise. She took the spoon, hands still unsteady, and tasted it. Warmth spread through her chest. Her shoulders loosened slightly. Gideon watched her, eyes quiet. Better? Una nodded despite herself. It's good. It's soup, Gideon said, as if that explained everything. Soup is always good when you're half dead. Una gave a small, reluctant huff of laughter. Gideon's gaze lingered on her face. You're not from the mountains, he said. No, Una replied. I'm from Johannesburg. We don't do this. This, Gideon echoed, gesturing vaguely at the storm outside. Nature trying to kill you? Yes, Una said flatly. We do load shedding, not blizzards. Gideon's smile widened. Load shedding is also nature trying to kill you, just politically. Una snorted, surprising herself again. She hated that he could make her laugh. Because laughter made her relax. Relaxing made her vulnerable. Her phone buzzed on the couch cushion beside her. Una stiffened instantly, spoon freezing halfway to her mouth. She looked down. Another text. Unknown. He's feeding you now. That's how it starts. Una's stomach clenched so hard she nearly gagged. Gideon noticed her change immediately. What is it? He asked, voice calm. Una swallowed, forcing herself to keep her face neutral. Nothing. Gideon's eyes narrowed slightly. That's the second time you've said that. Una's pulse hammered. She forced a shrug. My friend, she's freaking out. Gideon held her gaze for a long beat, as if deciding whether to push. Then he nodded. Of course. He picked up his own bowl and ate as if nothing had happened. Una stared at the text again, thumb hovering. She wanted to reply, to demand answers. But every instinct screamed that engaging would make it worse. She deleted the message. Then she did something she hadn't done since she was a teenager, hiding diary pages. She turned her phone off completely. Gideon's eyes flicked to her hands. Battery saving? He asked lightly. Yes, Una lied smoothly. He hummed, accepting it. But the way he accepted it felt like a man letting you believe you'd won a small battle. Una kept eating, forcing herself to swallow warmth, even as fear curled tighter in her gut. When the bowls were empty, Gideon stood and collected them. You can sleep, he said. The couch is comfortable. Or the guest room. Una's head snapped up. Guest room? Yes, Gideon replied. I'm not an animal. Una stared at him, suspicious of how easily he said it. Which one do you prefer? He asked, tone almost polite. Una's mouth went dry. If she took the guest room, she'd be behind a door. Alone, out of sight. If she took the couch, she'd be in the open. Closer to the door, closer to him. Every option had teeth. The couch, Una said finally. Gideon nodded, as if that was the sensible choice. I'll bring you another blanket. He walked toward a closet, back turned again. Una watched him, heart beating too fast. Because the unknown texts weren't the only thing that felt wrong. It was the cottage itself. Too neat, too prepared, too warm. Like it had rules. And as Gideon draped a thick blanket over her shoulders, careful not to touch her skin too long, Una felt a terrifying unwanted thought settle in her mind. Warmth can be a trap too. Outside, the storm raged louder. Inside, Gideon's voice came soft and calm from across the room. Sleep, Una, he said. Tomorrow we'll figure out the rest. Una lay back on the couch, eyes open, listening to the fire crackle. And somewhere in the dark beyond the windows, her dead car sat buried in snow, hazards still blinking. A tiny, fading signal that she'd existed out there at all. She pulled the blanket tighter and told herself one thing over and over like a prayer. Don't trust comfort. Don't trust charm. Don't fall asleep. But as exhaustion dragged her under, Una felt her eyelids grow heavy anyway. And the last thing she saw before the room blurred was the front door. Locked. Solid. And somehow, not comforting at all. Chapter 11. The generator schedule. In the morning, the cottage felt almost normal. That's what made it dangerous. Una woke to the sound of wind whirring at the walls and the steady crackle of the fire Gideon must have fed during the night. The couch cushion held the shape of her body like it wanted to keep her. For a second, she forgot everything. Then memory slammed back in. Ayanda's voice. Amani's shoulder. The A pendant spilling onto her carpet. Una sat up fast, blanket sliding to her waist. The room was dim, winter light filtering through the windows like diluted milk. Snow clung to the glass in soft, thick patches. The front door was still locked. Of course it was. She listened. No footsteps, no movement. Then the scent of coffee drifted from the kitchen. Una's stomach tightened. Coffee meant Gideon was awake. Coffee meant she wasn't alone. She stood quietly, barefoot on warm wood, and padded toward the kitchen area. Gideon stood at the counter in a dark long-sleeve shirt, sleeves pushed up. His hair was slightly messier than last night, like sleep had dared to touch him. The mustache was still perfect, which felt unfair. He looked over his shoulder as if he'd heard her breathing change. Morning, he said. Una's voice came out rough. Morning. He nodded toward a mug beside a small plate of toast. Eat. Una stared at the mug. Do you always feed strangers? Gideon's mouth curved. Only the ones who insist on not dying. Una moved closer, but stopped at the edge of the kitchen, keeping a line of space between them. Her eyes went straight to her phone on the couch. It was off. Where she'd left it. Good. Also, not good. Her hands flexed automatically, as if ready to turn it on, even though her brain screamed, don't. Gideon followed her gaze. Trying again? He asked. Una didn't answer right away. She picked up the mug, warmth seeping into her fingers. Coffee, strong, no sugar, exactly how she liked it. That detail hit her like a pinprick. How did you know I'd take it like this? She asked, too quickly. Gideon blinked once. Lucky guess. Una stared at him. He held her gaze calmly. Most people who look like you don't put sugar in coffee. Most people who look like me, Una repeated, sharp. Gideon didn't flinch. He lifted one shoulder. Focused, busy, slightly suspicious of joy. Una hated that her mouth almost smiled. She took a sip instead. It was good. Of course it was good. Gideon set a small bowl of fruit on the counter, then leaned against it casually. Any dreams? He asked. Una's laugh was dry. Not the kind I want to discuss with a stranger. Fair, Gideon said easily, but you were talking in your sleep. Una froze. What? Not much, he added quickly, as if realizing the impact. Just names. Una's throat tightened. Which names? Gideon's eyes stayed on hers. Ayanda, he said, and Amani. Una's chest constricted. The betrayal followed her into sleep. Of course it did. Una forced her shoulders down. Okay. Gideon's voice stayed calm, almost gentle. It's fresh. It's going to haunt you for a bit. Una bristled. Don't psychoanalyze me. I'm not, Gideon said. I'm stating a fact, like the storm. He nodded toward the window. Snow still fell, steady and thick. The world outside was erased. Una set the mug down. I need my phone on, she said. Do you? Gideon asked. Yes. His brows rose slightly. For comfort or for rescue? Una's jaw clenched. Both. Gideon nodded as if conceding. Then he walked to a small shelf near the kitchen and picked up something that looked like a compact power bank. He held it up. This will help, but you have to ration. Una stared. Ration. He tilted his head toward a door on the far side of the cottage. Generator. Runs on a schedule. I keep it limited so it lasts. There it was again. Rules. Warmth had rules. Why don't you just run it all the time? Una asked. Gideon's smile was thin. Because if it fails, we're cold and dark. You don't want to be cold and dark in this storm. The phrasing made her skin prickle. Una kept her voice steady. What's the schedule? 2 hours in the morning, Gideon said. 2 in the evening. If the weather eases, maybe more. And you decide that, Una said. Yes, Gideon replied, unbothered. It's my generator. Una held his gaze. And the phone charger? Gideon walked to a drawer and pulled out a cable. Here. He placed it on the counter, not handing it directly to her. Not touching. Not pushing. Still controlling the exchange. Una picked it up and walked to the window ledge where he'd suggested the signal might catch. She turned her phone on. It booted slowly, screen lighting her face in the dim winter morning. Immediately, notifications flooded in. Missed calls, voicemails, messages stacked like falling bricks. Claire. Una, answer me. Lulu. Please. Amani. Please, please, please. Ayanda. I'm coming. Tell me where you are. I love you. Mariska. Where are you? Fiber Co. is asking for you. Una's stomach twisted at Mariska's message, absurdly. Even now, even here, Boysphere wanted her available. 1 bar of signal flickered on. Una's pulse spiked. She typed fast, thumb shaking. Una to Claire. I'm alive. In a cottage. Drakensberg area. Storm. No car. She tried to send. The message sat there. Sending. Una held her breath. The bar vanished. The message switched to not sent. Damn it, Una hissed. Behind her, Gideon spoke quietly. It comes and goes. Try again when it flickers. Una spun. Are you sure you don't have a landline? Gideon's gaze didn't waver. No landline. What about a radio? A pause. Small. Then, yes, but it's unreliable too. Una's skin prickled. Can I use it? Gideon nodded. Later, after you eat. Una stared at him. Why after? Gideon's expression stayed calm. Because you're stubborn and hungry people make stupid choices. Una's cheeks heated. Don't call me stupid. I didn't, Gideon said smoothly. I said hungry people. Una wanted to argue, wanted to push, but the truth was she felt weak. Her legs still trembled slightly from the cold in the night. She picked up a piece of toast and took a bite. The moment she did, her body softened a fraction, hatefully grateful. Gideon watched her eat like he was cataloging her. Una forced herself to keep chewing anyway. When she finished, she went back to her phone. Signal flickered again. 1 bar, then 2. Fragile as a secret. She hit send on the message to Claire. This time it left her screen. A second later, WhatsApp showed 1 gray tick. Delivered. Una exhaled shakily. She typed another message fast. Una, I'm okay. I'll explain later. Please don't tell Ayanda where I am. She sent it, 1 gray tick. Then the signal dropped again. But the messages were out. Una's eyes stung with relief. She turned toward Gideon. He was watching her with that same steady calm, coffee mug in hand. Good, he asked. Una nodded cautiously. Good. Gideon's eyes drifted to the couch, then to the door. You're safe here, he said. Una's stomach tightened. Safe. That word had become a weapon in her life lately. She looked at him, forcing herself to speak plainly. Why are you helping me? Gideon held her gaze. Because I'm not a monster, he said. The sentence landed oddly. Too clean. Too rehearsed. Una swallowed. People who aren't monsters don't usually have to announce it. Gideon's mouth twitched. True. He set his mug down. Do you feel up to a shower? Una blinked. A shower? There's hot water, Gideon said as if this was normal. If you want, it'll help. Una hesitated. A shower meant being alone behind a door. It meant vulnerability. I'll manage, she said. Gideon didn't push. He simply nodded as if he'd expected the answer. All right, he said. Then let's keep you busy. Una frowned. Busy? Gideon's smile turned mildly teasing. Unless you'd rather sit and spiral. Una's chest tightened. She hated how easily he could name her patterns. What do you mean? She asked. Gideon walked to a cabinet, pulled out a deck of cards, and tossed it lightly onto the coffee table. Games, he said. Talk, something. Storm might hold us for days. Days. The word hit like a weight. Una stared at the cards, then at the window where snow erased the world. The storm didn't look like it was leaving anytime soon. And Gideon, calm, capable Gideon, looked like he was already settling into the idea of keeping her here. She picked up the cards slowly. Fine, Una said, voice tight. But if you cheat... Gideon's eyes warmed. Una, I'm offended. Una's mouth lifted despite herself. Good. Gideon's smile widened. That means you're still alive in there. Una dealt the first hand. And as the generator hummed faintly somewhere behind a closed door, Una couldn't shake the feeling that the schedule wasn't the only thing being managed. That the cottage had rules. And she was already being trained to follow them. The wind slammed against the window hard enough to rattle the glass. Una didn't flinch. But Gideon did. Just slightly. And that tiny slip felt like a clue. Chapter 12. Games people play. He made her laugh, and she hated him for it. Because laughter loosens the grip you should keep on fear. By midday, the cottage felt less like an emergency shelter and more like a contained world with its own logic. The fire stayed fed, the kettle stayed hot. Gideon moved like a man who expected to be obeyed by the space itself. Una sat cross-legged on the rug in front of the coffee table, cards spread between them. She'd insisted on sitting on the floor, not the couch. It gave her distance. It gave her leverage. It also made Gideon's eyes flick down the line of her legs more than once, quick and controlled, like he didn't want her to notice. Una noticed. She always noticed. Your tell is your mouth, Gideon said, tapping a finger lightly on the table. Una narrowed her eyes. My tell. You press your lips together when you're bluffing, he said calmly. Una scoffed. No, I don't. Gideon's smile widened. You're doing it now. Una caught herself and forced her mouth to relax. You're annoying. Thank you, Gideon said, as if it was a compliment. Una threw a card at him. It hit his shoulder and slid to the floor. Gideon didn't even blink. He picked it up, placed it back neatly. Violence, he murmured. On your birthday? Una's laugh came out before she could stop it. She covered it with a cough. Gideon's eyes warmed, pleased in a way that made her skin prickle. She dealt another hand. You're too calm, Una said. Gideon leaned back slightly, one arm draped over his knee. Am I? Yes, Una said. People aren't this calm unless they've got nothing to lose. Gideon's gaze held hers. Or unless they've seen worse. Una's throat tightened. What's worse than a blizzard and a dead car? Gideon's smile didn't reach his eyes. Life. Una stared at him, trying to read the edges of that answer. Old money men always had drama. They just wrapped it in manners. She shuffled the cards again, grounding herself in something physical. What do you do? She asked, casual on the surface. Gideon's brows lifted. You've already decided I'm rich. Una shrugged. Your cottage decided for you. Gideon chuckled. Fair. He considered, then said, investments, property, family things. Una rolled her eyes. That's not a job, that's a lifestyle. Gideon's smile widened. It's work to keep a family from burning itself down. Time == 0.6s. Una's mouth went dry. She hadn't expected honesty. Do you have kids? She asked, then immediately wished she hadn't. Gideon's gaze didn't shift. No. Do you want them? Una pressed, surprised by her own curiosity. A pause, small but present. Then Gideon said, I want peace. The answer slid under her skin. Peace. She didn't know if she wanted that or if she wanted fire. Her phone sat on the ledge, charging off the power bank Gideon had given her. She'd turned it back on after breakfast, but only long enough to see Claire's message come through. Claire. Thank God. Where exactly? Drop a pin when you can. Lulu is calling everyone. We're coming. Claire. Also, Una, are you alone? Una had stared at the last question for a long time before typing. Una. Not alone. A man helped me. I'm safe. Even typing safe had felt like putting on a dress that didn't fit. Signal had dropped before she could send a pin. Now her phone sat silent. No bars. Gideon watched her glance at it. Nothing? He asked lightly. No signal, Una said. Gideon nodded as if that was expected. Storm's thickening. Una frowned. It can get worse? Gideon's gaze moved to the window. Snow fell hard, relentless. It can always get worse. Una hated how calm he was about that, too. She slapped a card down. Fine, let's play something else. Gideon lifted a brow. You're losing. I'm bored, Una lied. Gideon's smile was soft, knowing. Right. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a small wooden box. He opened it to reveal a set of dice and a worn notebook. What's that? Una asked, wary. A game, Gideon said. Simple. We take turns. Roll the dice, answer a question. Una's eyes narrowed. This sounds like a trap. Gideon's mouth curved. Everything sounds like a trap to you. Una didn't deny it. He placed the notebook on the table between them and flipped to a page. The handwriting was neat, slanted slightly. Old school, ink, not pencil. Una's eyes snagged on that. You write? She asked. Gideon's gaze flicked to the notebook. Sometimes. The thought of Gideon writing, quietly, alone, in this cottage, felt intimate in a way she didn't want. What kind of questions? Una asked, stalling. Gideon rolled the dice. They clacked softly against the table. He checked the notebook, then looked up. Number 3, he said. Tell me something you're ashamed of. Una's stomach tightened. Excuse me? Gideon's tone stayed light. You can veto. It's just a game. Una stared at him, then at the notebook. He was watching her too closely, as if the answers mattered more than entertainment. I veto, Una said quickly. Gideon nodded. No argument. Fair. He rolled again. 6. What's the last thing you wanted but didn't ask for? Una's throat tightened. She thought of her birthday, of her friends planning something, of wanting Ayanda to look at her and see her, not just the version of her that made him look good. She swallowed. I wanted an apology, she admitted. Gideon's expression softened, almost imperceptibly. From him. Una nodded. Gideon didn't say he doesn't deserve you. He didn't say men are trash. He didn't perform comfort. He simply looked at her like he understood something. The silence stretched. Una hated how much it felt like safety. She rolled the dice quickly to regain control. The number landed. 4. Una flipped the notebook to the question and read aloud. 4. What's your favorite thing about yourself? Gideon's brows rose. Cruel. Una's mouth twitched. Answer. Gideon leaned back, considering. I don't panic, he said finally. Una's chest tightened. That's your favorite thing? It's useful, Gideon replied. And it's rare. Una stared at him. The answer felt like a warning disguised as confidence. Your turn, Gideon said. Una rolled. 2. She read the question and felt her face heat. 2. What's the most reckless thing you've done? Time = 0.6 S. Una's laugh came out sharp. Today. Gideon's eyes warmed. Today isn't over. Una's pulse jumped. Was that flirting? Or was that something else? She forced a shrug. Before today, she amended. Gideon waited. Una swallowed. She could lie, say something safe, something that didn't open her up. But the game was doing what it was designed to do. It was making her talk. I moved to Joburg alone at 19, Una said. No family there, no money, just stubbornness. Gideon's gaze held hers. And you made it. I made it, Una said, voice tight. Top of my class, big tech company. Everyone thinks I'm unshakable. Gideon's eyes flicked to her hands. But you're not. The statement wasn't cruel. It was accurate. Una's throat tightened again. No. Gideon was quiet for a moment, then said, I'm glad you ran. Una stiffened. What? Gideon's voice stayed calm. From them. From that room. If you'd stayed, you would have done something you couldn't take back. Una stared at him, startled by how well he'd read the shape of her anger. Maybe, she whispered. Gideon's gaze didn't leave hers. But you didn't. You chose yourself. The words landed hard, intimate in a way she wasn't ready for. Una broke eye contact first. She stood abruptly. I need air. Gideon's brows lifted. In a blizzard? I mean, space, Una snapped. Gideon didn't move. He simply nodded toward the fireplace. Then sit there. Una paced to the hearth, hands clasped together to stop them shaking. Not from cold this time. From him. From the way his voice could slide under her armor and touch something tender. She hated that. She also wanted more of it. Her phone buzzed once, finally catching a flicker of signal, and a message slid through from Claire. Claire, SAP says roads are closing. Mountain Rescue is mobilizing, but it's bad. Una, do not go anywhere with a stranger. Promise me. Una stared at the message, chest tight. She glanced back at Gideon. He was watching her again, as if he could read the screen from across the room. Una's pulse kicked up. She turned her phone face down. Gideon's voice came soft and almost amused. Your friends are worried. Una forced a laugh. They should be. Gideon's smile lingered, then faded slightly. Stay inside, he said. Una swallowed. Why? Gideon's eyes shifted briefly to the window, to the thickening white. Because the storm is hungry, he said, and because you're not the only one out here. Una's stomach dropped. You mean? Her voice lowered. The texts. Gideon didn't answer directly. He stood, walked toward the window, and peered out. For a long moment, he was silent. Then he said, almost casually, if someone was playing games, they'll get bored. They always do. The sentence felt wrong. Too confident. Too familiar. Like he'd watched people play games before. Una's skin prickled. And when Gideon turned back, his smile was there again. Soft, charming, controlled. Come, he said. I'll show you the radio later. For now. Another round? Una stared at him. She sat back down. Because fear was one thing. But isolation was worse. And Gideon, with his warmth and his rules, was the only human voice in this white, erased world. For now. Una picked up the dice again. And as she rolled, she told herself one thing. Keep talking, keep smiling. Keep your eyes open. Because games, she knew, were never just games. Chapter 13. The door that didn't exist. The cottage was too tidy to be harmless. Tidy meant deliberate. That night, the storm grew louder. It pressed its face against the windows and howled like something wanting in. Gideon added logs to the fire, hands unhurried, as if feeding it was a ritual. Una sat on the couch with a blanket over her legs, pretending to read one of his books. It was a crime novel. Of course it was. She'd grabbed it on purpose, half as a joke, half as a test. Gideon noticed. Really? He said, nodding toward the cover. You chose that. Una lifted a brow. What? You don't like crime? Gideon's mouth curved. I like it contained to paper. Una's eyes narrowed slightly. And real life? Gideon shrugged. Real life is messy. I prefer control. There it was again. Control? Una forced her voice light. At least you're honest. Gideon smiled. It's my best feature. Una didn't believe him. Not fully. Her phone was on low power now, tucked beside her. She'd sent one more message to Claire earlier when the signal flickered. Una. Still here. Still alive. No pin. Storm. Please tell Lulu I'm okay. Claire's response had come through. Fragmented and furious. Claire. We are coming as soon as the roads open. Do not trust him. Una didn't reply. Not because she didn't agree. Because if Gideon saw her texting and panicking, he'd know the tide inside her had turned. And something in her, something sharpened by true crime stories and betrayal, felt that Gideon would not like losing control. The cottage lights flickered once as the generator kicked in for the evening. A low hum filled the walls. Gideon glanced toward the closed door on the far side of the cottage. Una's eyes followed. That door. She'd noticed it yesterday, the one that seemed to lead to the generator room. But now, with the light steady and Gideon distracted, Una's curiosity turned into action. She stood, stretching as if bored. I'm going to the bathroom, she said casually. Gideon's gaze flicked to her, then away. Go. Una walked toward the hallway, but instead of turning into the bathroom, she continued past it, quietly, carefully, toward the closed door. Her heart hammered. She hated how alive she felt doing this, like her brain finally had something to grip besides pain. She reached the door. No handle, just a smooth wooden surface with a small latch near the top. Her pulse spiked. No handle meant you didn't want someone wandering in by accident. Una lifted her fingers toward the latch. Behind her, Gideon's voice cut through the air, calm as ever. Una. She froze. Slowly, she turned. Gideon sat in the armchair by the fire, one leg crossed, watching her. His expression was relaxed, almost amused. But his eyes were sharp. What are you doing? He asked. Una forced a laugh that sounded too high. Lost? Gideon's brows rose slightly. In my cottage? It's bigger than it looks, Una said, leaning into sarcasm. Gideon didn't move. Come back, he said gently. The gentleness made it worse, like he didn't need force. Una's throat tightened. She walked back slowly, keeping her face neutral. Gideon watched her every step, as if measuring how quickly she obeyed. When she reached the living room again, she dropped onto the couch, trying to look bored instead of caught. Gideon's voice remained mild. That door stays closed. Una lifted her chin. Why? Gideon held her gaze. Because it's not safe. What's in there? Una pressed. A generator, Gideon said easily. Fuel, tools, things you don't need near a fireplace and tired hands. Una's skin prickled. You think I'm careless? I think you're curious, Gideon replied. Curious people hurt themselves when they're emotional. The word emotional scraped at her pride. Una forced a smile. I'm not emotional. Gideon's mustache twitched, barely. Una, you ran into a blizzard on your birthday because your boyfriend cheated with your best friend. Una's mouth went dry. He said it like he was reading weather. Una's fingers clenched under the blanket. Gideon leaned forward slightly, voice still calm. I'm not judging you. I'm telling you you're not thinking like yourself right now. Una stared at him. And you know who I am? Gideon's eyes held hers. I know enough. The answer was too smooth. Una's heart thudded harder. You don't, she said quietly. You don't know me. Gideon's smile softened. Then tell me. The invitation sounded like kindness. It also sounded like a hook. Una swallowed. She could feel the pull between them. Heat and danger wrapped together, impossible to separate. She hated that her body responded. Her skin warm despite the storm. Her chest tight when he looked at her like that. Tell me about Boysphere, Gideon said, as if steering her away from the door incident. You mentioned it yesterday, big tech. Una blinked, thrown by the shift. What about it? What does a woman like you do there? Gideon asked. A woman like you. The phrase landed again, sharp. Una's voice cooled. A woman like me? Gideon's tone stayed light. Smart, ambitious, defensive? Una snorted. I build models. I make messy data tell the truth. Fraud detection, forecasting, things that help companies make money. Gideon nodded slowly. So you're used to patterns? Yes, Una said. And lies, Gideon added softly. Una's throat tightened. Gideon leaned back again, satisfied, as if he'd gotten what he wanted. Una stared at him, suspicion prickling. He wasn't just making conversation. He was learning her. The fire popped loudly. Una flinched despite herself. Gideon's gaze sharpened. You're tired, he said. Sleep. Una shook her head. I'm fine. Gideon's voice stayed calm. You're not, and if you don't sleep, you'll start hearing things that aren't there. Una's stomach dropped. I already heard things. Gideon's brows lifted slightly. Footsteps? Una went still. Gideon continued as if it was obvious. That forest makes sounds in storms, branches, animals. Una's chest tightened. You heard me running? Gideon's smile was faint. I heard someone panicking near my property, yes. The answer didn't satisfy her, but exhaustion sat heavy in her bones. She hated how much she needed rest. Una stood slowly. Where do I sleep? Gideon's gaze held hers. Guest room, he said, or couch, your choice. Una's heart hammered. Last night she'd chosen the couch for visibility. Tonight the couch felt like being watched. The guest room felt like being trapped behind a door. Every option still had teeth. I'll take the guest room, Una said finally, voice tight. Gideon nodded as if pleased, but he didn't let it show too much. This way. He led her down the small hallway to a door she hadn't opened yet. He pushed it open. The room was simple. A bed made with crisp linen. A small lamp, a clean rug, a single framed photograph on the bedside table. Mountains in summer, sunlight soft. It looked prepared. Too prepared. Gideon stood in the doorway, not entering. Lock it if it helps, he said. Una stared at the lock. It was a simple latch. Not a deadbolt. Not safety. Gideon's voice dropped slightly, almost intimate. If you need anything, call out. Una's throat tightened. You'll hear me? Gideon's eyes warmed. I hear everything in this cottage. The words should have been comforting. They weren't. Gideon turned to leave, then paused. Una. She looked up. His gaze held hers, steady. Don't open that door, he said softly. Not because I want to hide things, because I don't want you hurt. Una forced a smile. Sure? Gideon's mouth curved slightly, like he didn't believe her. He closed the hallway door gently behind him, leaving Una alone. Una stood in the guest room, heart hammering. She walked to the bed and sat, staring at her hands. Her fingers still remembered the latch on that door. The door without a handle. The door that, in her mind, now contained every answer she didn't want. Una lay back slowly, staring at the ceiling. Outside, wind screamed. Inside, the cottage was quiet. Too quiet. And just as her eyelids began to droop, she heard it. A soft sound. Not the wind. Not the fire. A click, faint, from somewhere in the walls. Like a lock turning. Una sat up, breath held. And in the darkness, she realized she didn't know which doors in this cottage actually opened. Or who decided when they did. Chapter 14. The heat you choose. The next day, the storm still hadn't moved. But Gideon's attention had. Morning arrived late, the light pale and reluctant. Una woke with her body warm under thick blankets, her mind sharp with the memory of that faint click. She sat up slowly, listening. Nothing. No footsteps. No voices. Only the distant hum of wind, gentler today but still present. She stood and opened the guest room door. The hallway was quiet. She stepped out and smelled coffee again. Of course. Una followed the scent toward the kitchen. Gideon stood there, hair neat again, as if he'd never slept at all. He glanced at her and offered a small smile. Morning, he said. Una's voice came out cautious. Morning. He slid a mug toward her. Coffee. Una stared at it. You're consistent. Gideon's smile warmed. Consistency is kindness. Una's stomach tightened at the way he said it. She took the mug anyway and sipped. Her body responded instantly, grateful. Gideon watched her over his own mug. You slept. A bit, Una admitted. Good, Gideon said. You needed it. Una stared at him. Did you lock anything last night? Gideon's brows rose slightly. Excuse me? Una held his gaze. I heard something, a lock, a click. Gideon didn't look away. The storm shifts the wood, he said. Old cottages creak. Una's pulse kicked up. That wasn't a creak. Gideon's mouth curved faintly. You're determined to make everything sinister. Una's jaw clenched. I'm determined to stay alive. Gideon's gaze softened, and for a moment he looked almost tender. Then you're doing well, he said quietly. Una's throat tightened. She hated that tenderness worked on her. She turned away, pretending to check her phone on the window ledge. The battery was higher now, thanks to the power bank. Signal was still nothing. Her friends would be frantic. Her shame would be loud. And Gideon was here, calm and warm, offering her coffee like he wasn't a stranger she'd met while running through a murder-linked forest. Una wrapped both hands around the mug, grounding herself. Do you want to shower today? Gideon asked, voice casual. Una swallowed. Maybe. There's a robe in the bathroom, Gideon said. Clean. Una's eyes narrowed. You keep clean robes for strangers too? Gideon's smile was faint. I keep clean things for emergencies. Una's stomach tightened. Emergencies. She forced her voice light. You're very prepared. Gideon shrugged. I like being prepared. Una stared at him. Prepared people survived. Prepared people also hid things beyond. She set her mug down. I'll shower. Gideon nodded. Good. He didn't follow. He didn't hover. He simply went to the living room and picked up a book, settling into the armchair like a man confident she'd come back. Una walked into the bathroom and locked the latch. The water was hot. Properly hot. The kind of hot that made her shoulders drop with relief. She stepped under it and let it hit her scalp, her back, her chest, trying to wash off the smell of fear. But fear didn't wash off. It sat under the skin. She closed her eyes and saw Ayanda's face again, panicked and annoyed. You weren't supposed to be home. Una's throat tightened. Tears rose, fast and humiliating. She let them fall in the shower where no one could see. Tightened. Tears rose, fast and humiliating. She let them fall in the shower where no one could see. When she stepped out, skin pink from heat, she wrapped herself in the robe. It was thick, soft, and smelled like clean linen. It also fit her. Too well. Una stared at herself in the mirror. The robe's belt cinched her waist, emphasizing her shape. Slim thick, the internet would say, like it was a category. The news had used that phrase in those headlines. Her skin prickled. She dried her hair quickly, then stepped back into the living room. Gideon looked up from his book. For a beat, his gaze held on her, slow and unapologetic. Una's pulse jumped. She tightened the rope belt, suddenly self-conscious. What? Gideon's mouth curved. Nothing. Una didn't believe him. She sat on the couch, legs tucked under her. The fire was lower now, but still alive. Gideon closed his book and set it down. You look better, he said simply. Una's laugh was dry. Because I'm clean? Because you're present, Gideon replied. Yesterday you were running on adrenaline and betrayal. Una's throat tightened. Don't say betrayal like it's a weather report. Gideon's gaze stayed steady. It's worse than weather, he said. Weather is honest? The sentence landed hard. Una swallowed. Why are you so good at this? She asked before she could stop herself. Gideon's brows lifted slightly. At what? At making people feel... Una searched for the word, frustrated. Managed. Gideon chuckled softly. Managed. Yes, Una said, annoyed. It's like you know exactly what to say to keep me calm. Gideon leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees. Maybe I like you calm, he said. Una's stomach flipped. The words weren't overtly sexual. They weren't even romantic. But the implications sat heavy. She forced herself to meet his gaze. Why? Gideon's eyes held hers. Because I like you, he said, simple as a fact. Una's breath caught. She'd been betrayed so brutally that the idea of being liked felt dangerous. She should have pulled away. Instead, heat moved low in her body, unwanted and real. Una's voice dropped. You don't know me. Gideon's smile was faint. I know enough to know you're trying not to feel. Una's throat tightened. Feeling is what got me here. Gideon's gaze softened, and he said, Feeling got you out too. The words hit like a hand on her back, steadying her. Una stared at him, heart hammering. This was the part of the movie where she should stand up and say, no, this is a trap. But her body remembered last night's loneliness, the way the guest room had felt like a box. And Gideon's attention, focused, warm, controlled, made her feel like something other than a victim. It made her feel wanted. Una hated that she wanted it back. Una, Gideon said quietly, and the way he said her name made her skin tighten. Una's voice came out small. What? Gideon didn't move closer. He didn't reach for her. He simply asked, May I kiss you? The question landed like a shock. Consent, clear and plain. Una blinked, thrown off balance by the decency. Her body was already answering, but her mind fought. Age gap, stranger, storm, danger. Also, Ayanda, Amani, shame. Una swallowed. Why? Gideon's mouth curved. Because I want to, and because you look like you need something that isn't pain. Una's throat tightened, her hands clenched in the robe. She could say no. She should say no. But no didn't feel like power right now. It felt like retreat. Una lifted her chin. Yes, she whispered. You can. Gideon's eyes darkened slightly. He moved slowly, giving her time to change her mind. He sat beside her on the couch, not crowding her, just close enough that his warmth touched her arm. Then he leaned in and kissed her. It was soft at first, a question, a test. Una answered by leaning into it, lips parting, breath catching. Gideon's hand lifted, pausing near her jaw as if waiting. Is this okay? He murmured against her mouth. Una nodded, voice shaky. Yes. His fingers touched her then, gentle at her jaw, thumb brushing her cheek. The kiss deepened, heat building quickly, the kind that made Una's shame flare and then burn away. Because Gideon wasn't taking. He was asking. She pulled back slightly, breath uneven. Wait. Gideon stopped instantly, eyes searching hers. Tell me. Una swallowed. I'm not drunk. I'm not scared into this. I know, Gideon said, voice low. I want it because you want it. Una stared at him. The way he said it made her feel safe and reckless at the same time. Una's hand slid to his chest, feeling the steady beat under his shirt. Calm heart. Controlled man. I want it, Una whispered. I do. Gideon's mouth curved, a flicker of triumph quickly masked by tenderness. He kissed her again, deeper, and Una let herself fall into it. The robe loosened under Gideon's hands, but he moved slowly, checking in with his eyes, with his voice. Una's breath hitched as his mouth traced her neck. Yes, she whispered when he looked up, questioning. He guided her back against the couch cushions, then paused again. Bedroom, he asked, voice rougher now. Una swallowed, pulse racing. The guest room felt like a trap. But the bedroom felt like choice. Una nodded. Yes. Gideon stood and offered his hand. Una took it. He led her to his room. Clean, neat, masculine without being cold. The bed was made too perfectly, like everything else. Gideon stopped at the edge of it and looked at her. Una, he said softly, you can stop me at any time. Una's throat tightened. I know. She reached for him first, pulling him in. The kiss turned hungry. Clothes came off slowly, deliberately. Gideon watching her face, asking with his eyes. Una answered with her hands, with her mouth, with the way she moved closer instead of away. When Gideon finally pressed her down onto the bed, his body warm against hers, Una felt something break open inside her. Not love, not trust. Something simpler. Need. Gideon's voice was low near her ear. Tell me what you like. Una's breath shook. You, she admitted. Your hands. Slow. Gideon obeyed, patient and precise, and Una let herself be taken apart by pleasure that felt like revenge against her own humiliation. She heard herself moan, heard the sound fill the room, and for the first time since the betrayal, she didn't feel like a fool. She felt powerful, chosen, wanted. When Gideon moved inside her, he did it with control that made her gasp, then melt. He held her gaze like it mattered. Still okay? He asked, voice strained. Yes, Una breathed. Yes, don't stop. Gideon didn't. He kept his rhythm steady, then deeper, and Una's body responded like it had been starving. When she came, it hit fast and sharp, making her grip his shoulders hard enough to leave marks. Gideon's breath broke as he followed. A low sound against her neck, his hands firm at her waist. For a moment, afterwards, there was only heat and breathing and the storm muted behind thick walls. Gideon rolled to his side, not trapping her, arm resting lightly across her waist like a question. Una stared at the ceiling, chest rising and falling too fast. Shame tried to creep back in. She pushed it away. Gideon's voice came soft. You're shaking. Una laughed weakly. I'm not used to... This, Gideon asked. Being wanted, Una admitted, the words tasting bitter and sweet. Gideon's hand slid up her arm, slow. You've always been wanted, he murmured. You just haven't been valued correctly. The words hit her hard. She turned her head to look at him. His eyes were calm. Too calm. Una's phone, forgotten on the dresser, buzzed suddenly. A sharp, jarring sound in the quiet. Una's blood turned to ice, because she hadn't heard a signal come back. And the phone buzzed again. And again. Gideon's gaze flicked toward it, then back to her. His voice stayed smooth. "Don't worry," he said softly. "It's just noise." Una swallowed. Outside, the storm still raged. Inside, heat wrapped around her like a lie. And the phone kept buzzing like someone, somewhere, knew exactly what she was doing. Chapter 15. Afterglow in the first lie. The warmth afterward felt like safety. That's how traps work. Una lay tangled in Gideon's sheets, skin still humming, hair loose around her shoulders. The room smelled like sex and clean linen and wood smoke drifting in from the hall. Her body felt heavy and light at the same time. Gideon got up first, moving with the same unhurried confidence he had in the kitchen. He pulled on track pants, then paused to look at her. Not casually, like he was memorizing. Una's pulse kicked up again, not from desire this time, but from the way his gaze held weight. "What?" she asked, trying for sharpness. Gideon's mouth curved. "You're beautiful," he said simply. Una's laugh was quiet and disbelieving. "Don't start." "Start what?" "Being sweet," Una said, voice tight. "Sweet is how people convince you to ignore the rest." Gideon walked back to the bed and sat on the edge, careful not to crowd her. "Sweet can be real," he said. Una stared at him. "Is it real for you?" Gideon's eyes held hers. "Yes." The answer came too fast. Una's gut tightened. She didn't know why, she just felt it. She pushed herself up, sheets sliding down to her waist. She grabbed them quickly, more for armor than modesty. Her phone buzzed again on the dresser. Una's stomach clenched. She reached for it, then paused, watching Gideon's face. He didn't move. He didn't tell her not to. But his eyes tracked her hand. That was enough. Una picked up the phone anyway. Signal flickered weakly. 1 bar, unstable. 3 missed calls from Claire. 2 from Lulu. A voice note from Claire, and a text she hadn't seen yet because it had come through while she was occupied. Claire. Una. Roads closed. We are with Mountain Rescue. They say it could be days. Please tell me you're safe, please. Claire. And Una, there's something on the news. Call me. Una's blood chilled. Something on the news. Her heart started to race again, fast and ugly. She looked up at Gideon. He was watching her calmly, expression unreadable. What's on the news? Una asked, voice tight. Gideon lifted a shoulder. Weather probably. Una's eyes narrowed. Do you have a TV? Gideon's mouth curved faintly. Of course. Then put it on, Una said. Gideon stood without argument and walked out of the room. Una pulled the sheet around herself and followed, bare feet silent on the wood floor. In the living room, Gideon picked up a remote from the mantel and turned on the TV. The screen flickered to life. A local news channel. The anchor's expression was serious, the kind of serious South African news anchors wore when they were about to say the words, "We urge caution." Gideon lowered the volume slightly, then glanced at Una. You sure? He asked, almost gentle. Una swallowed. Yes. The anchor spoke about the storm, about closures, about motorists urged to stay off mountain roads. Then the segment shifted. A photo flashed on screen. Blurred, respectful, not graphic. A woman's smiling face. A caption. Missing woman still unfound. Community alert. Una's stomach dropped. The anchor continued, and then the word hit Una like a slap. Skin. The anchor didn't say it with drama. They said it like a label that had stuck. Police are not confirming a link, the anchor said, but locals are concerned this may relate to the suspected serial predator. Una's throat tightened. Gideon's posture didn't change, but his hand, holding the remote, tightened slightly. So slight most people wouldn't notice. Una noticed. The anchor continued, describing the suspect in cautious terms. Height range, age estimate, facial hair mentioned in passing. No photos. No composites. But Una's mind filled in the blanks anyway. She glanced at Gideon's mustache. His height. The way he'd appeared in the forest as if summoned. The way her unknown texts had known too much. Una's pulse hammered. The anchor added, victims have been described as curvy, slim thick. Una's skin prickled violently. Gideon's gaze flicked to her. Just once. Like he was checking if the word landed. Una's mouth went dry. She forced her face into neutrality, even as panic climbed her spine. The segment ended, switching back to weather and road closures. Una stood very still, the room suddenly too small. Gideon turned off the TV. Silence rushed in. Gideon's voice was calm. You look pale, he said. Una forced a laugh. That's because your news is depressing. Gideon studied her for a beat. Do you believe everything you hear on TV? Una's throat tightened. No. Gideon's smile was faint. Good. Una's mind raced. If Gideon was Skin, she was in a cottage with a predator in a blizzard. If Gideon wasn't Skin, she was still in a cottage with a stranger whose rules controlled her life. Either way, she needed options. She needed to not show fear. She needed to not suddenly demand to leave. She needed to survive. Una forced herself to move, to make her body look normal. She walked to the couch and sat, pulling the blanket over her legs like yesterday, pretending she wasn't shaking. Gideon sat in the armchair again, posture relaxed. Too relaxed. You're thinking, he said softly. Una laughed lightly. I always think. About leaving, Gideon added. Una's stomach clenched. About my friends? Gideon nodded. You miss them. Una forced warmth into her voice. Yes. Gideon's gaze lingered. Do you miss your boyfriend? Una's throat tightened. No. Gideon's mouth curved, pleased. Good. The word good landed like a collar tightening. Una kept her face calm. Can I call Claire? Una asked, casual. Gideon's brows lifted. If the signal returns? It's weak now, Una said, holding up her phone. I might get through. Gideon paused for the smallest moment. Then he nodded. Try. Una pressed Claire's name and put the phone to her ear. It rang once, twice. Then the call dropped. Una exhaled, performing frustration instead of fear. Damn. Gideon's voice stayed calm. Later. Una nodded, then set the phone down. Her mind was already moving ahead, building a plan the way she built models at Boysphere. Inputs, constraints, outcomes. Constraint, storm. Constraint, no signal. Constraint, Gideon's rules. Outcome, get out without triggering him. She needed information. She needed keys. She needed a route. Una stood abruptly. I need water, she said, voice light. Gideon's gaze tracked her. Kitchen's there. Una walked to the kitchen, heart hammering. She opened a cupboard, grabbed a glass, filled it. Her eyes flicked to the drawers. Keys often lived in drawers. So did knives. She forced herself to move normally, not searching, not hunting. Just a woman getting water. Gideon's voice came from behind her, calm and close. Una. She nearly flinched but held it in. She turned with the glass in hand. Yes? Gideon was standing closer than she'd expected, silently crossing the room. His eyes were soft. His voice was gentle. I meant what I said, he murmured, about you being valued correctly. Una's throat tightened. He stepped closer, then stopped just short of touching her. I'm not Ayanda, he said quietly. The words landed like a hook in her ribs. Una forced a small smile. I know. Gideon's gaze held hers. Do you? Una's pulse hammered. She nodded slowly, deliberately. Yes. Gideon smiled then. Warm, charming, almost boyish in a man who should not look boyish. And he reached for her hand. Una let him take it. Because survival sometimes looked like compliance. Gideon lifted her knuckles to his mouth and kissed them lightly. It should have been romantic. Instead, it felt like a claim. His voice dropped. Stay with me through the storm, he murmured. Don't make it hard. Una's breath caught. Don't make it hard. A request, a warning. Both. Una swallowed and forced her voice soft. I won't. Gideon's eyes searched hers, as if deciding whether to believe her. Then he released her hand and stepped back, returning to calm like he'd never tightened the air at all. Una sipped her water, throat dry. In her mind, Claire's message echoed. There's something on the news. And the anchor's phrase echoed too. Slim, thick. Una looked at the cottage door again. Locked. Solid. Not comforting. And she realized, with cold clarity, that the first lie she had told Gideon, I'm fine, had just become the lie she had to live inside. Because Gideon was watching her now. Not like a host. Like a man waiting to see if his guest would try to leave. And Una knew, as surely as she knew patterns in data, that the moment she made it obvious she suspected him, the cottage would stop feeling warm, and start feeling like a cage. The fire crackled. The wind howled. And Gideon, still smiling, asked softly from across the room, Shall we play another game? Una's smile stayed in place. Her stomach dropped. Because she finally understood the rule she hadn't seen before. In this cottage, the person who stayed calm was the person who controlled the ending. Chapter 16. The quiet outside. The storm eased just enough to feel like mercy. Una knew mercy could be a trick. Morning came with a strange stillness, like the mountain had paused to inhale. Snow still fell, but softer now, flakes drifting instead of pelting. The wind was quieter too, a low moan instead of a scream. Una stood at the living room window, watching the white world. Her car was out there somewhere, buried and blinkingless now, a dead thought. Behind her, Gideon moved through the kitchen with quiet efficiency. Kettle, mugs, the soft clink of a spoon, the same steady rhythm, the same rules. He spoke without looking up, The storm's giving us a small window. Una kept her eyes on the glass. To do what? Gideon carried 2 mugs over and set one down near her elbow. To check the perimeter, to see if we can get a signal from higher ground. Una's pulse jumped. Higher ground meant visibility. It also meant roots. Roots meant escape. She forced her voice to stay casual. And you're just offering that? Gideon's mouth curved. I'd prefer you stop staring at the door like you're planning a prison break. Una glanced at him. Maybe I'm just counting exits. Smart, Gideon said, unbothered. But don't be reckless. Reckless. The word pressed on her like a hand. Una took the mug, warmth seeping into her fingers. How long is the window? Gideon glanced at the sky through the window. An hour, maybe 2. Then the wind picks up again. Una nodded, already doing the math. Fine, I'll come. Gideon's brows lifted slightly, as if he had expected resistance. Good, dress warm. Una went to the guest room and pulled on her jeans and sweater, then layered Gideon's fleece over it. She hated how it smelled like him now. Cedar and soap, but also something else. Control disguised as comfort. She tied her boots tight, hands steady. True crime girls didn't panic. They planned. When she stepped back into the living room, Gideon was already dressed. Dark coat, gloves, a beanie that looked expensive in a way that annoyed her. He handed her a spare scarf. Wrap it properly. Una took it without thanks and looped it around her neck. Gideon opened the door. Cold slapped her face. The world outside was unreal. Trees bowed under snow. The cottage roof wore a thick white cap. Everything was silent except the soft whisper of flakes landing. Una stepped onto the porch carefully. The snow was deeper than she expected, swallowing her boots halfway. Gideon moved ahead, sure-footed. Watch your step, he said, not turning. There's ice under this layer. Una followed, scanning the ground and the trees. She told herself she was looking for signal. She was also looking for anything that didn't belong. Footprints. Markers. Signs of someone else. Gideon led her around the side of the cottage toward a narrow trail that disappeared into the trees. Snow had softened the edges, but the path was there, faint and deliberate. Una frowned. You cleared this? I keep it walkable, Gideon replied. Winter isn't the season for surprises. Una's stomach tightened at the word surprises. They walked in silence for a few minutes, crunching through snow. The forest here felt different from yesterday, calmer, less frantic. But Una's nerves stayed tight. She kept glancing back, half expecting to see someone between the trees. Nothing. Her phone sat in her pocket, off. She'd decided to save battery again, but also, she didn't want Gideon seeing what came through if the signal returned. They reached a small rise where the trees thinned. A lookout point, natural rock pushing up from the earth like a shoulder. Gideon stopped. Here. Una stepped up beside him. The view was mostly white and gray, snow and sky blending. Far off, the mountain ridges were faint shadows. The road was invisible from here. So was everything else. Gideon pulled his phone out and held it up, checking bars. Nothing, he said. Una forced herself not to react. Let me try. She pulled her phone out, turned it on quickly. 1 bar flickered. Her pulse jumped. She opened WhatsApp, fingers moving fast. Una to Claire. I have 1 bar. I'm near a cottage in the Drakensberg forest area. Still no exact pin. I'm trying. Please tell rescue to search near restricted forest access. She hit send. The message hesitated. Then, 1 gray tick. Delivered. Una's chest loosened slightly. She typed again, quickly. Una. If I disappear, it's not the storm. Her thumb hovered over send. She felt Gideon's presence shift beside her, like he'd sensed the temperature in her thoughts. Una deleted the second message. She forced her face neutral and slid the phone back into her pocket, turning it off again. Gideon watched her hands. Any luck? A bit, Una said lightly. 1 bar. I sent a message. Gideon nodded, calm. Good. His eyes swept the landscape. You see that line of trees? Una followed his gaze. A darker band below, where the forest thickened. Beyond that is the access road you wandered into, Gideon said. Restricted area. Una's stomach clenched. So I was close to the investigation? Yes, Gideon replied. Una studied him, careful. And you live next to a crime scene? Gideon's mouth curved faintly. It's a forest. Crime can happen anywhere. That's not what I asked, Una said. Gideon looked at her then, eyes steady. My family has owned land here for generations, he said. The forest doesn't move because people get scared. Una's throat tightened. Generations. Old money. Old secrets. She glanced down at the snow beneath their boots. There were footprints here. 2 sets. Theirs. But beside them, faint under the new snow, was an older track, partially filled in. A single file line. Not fresh. But not ancient either. Una's pulse spiked. She crouched slightly, pretending to adjust her boot. She studied the older prints. They were larger than hers, similar size to Gideon's. But there were too many, too repetitive, like someone had paced. She stood again, heart hammering. Gideon's voice came mild. You okay? Yes, Una lied smoothly. Just fixing my boot. Gideon nodded as if accepting it. But his eyes lingered a second longer than necessary. They started back toward the cottage. Halfway down the trail, Gideon stopped abruptly, head turning slightly. Una froze. What? He listened. Una listened too. At first she heard only wind and snowfall. Then, a sound, distant, a low mechanical growl. A vehicle? Her heart jumped. Gideon's eyes narrowed slightly. It's far, he said. Can you tell what direction? Una asked, voice tight. Gideon tilted his head, listening again. Northeast. Northeast meant what? The road? The access route? She didn't know. The sound faded, swallowed by the forest. Una's stomach tightened. Was that rescue? Gideon's tone stayed calm. Could be. Could be someone ignoring the warnings. Ignoring warnings. Like she had. Gideon gestured toward the cottage. We should go back. The window is closing. Una followed, forcing her legs to move steadily, even though her mind was sprinting. A vehicle in this weather wasn't normal. And if it wasn't rescue, then someone else was out here. Someone who knew the forest. Someone who might have been the one texting her. Someone who might be closer than she wanted to admit. As the cottage came into view, warmth glowing behind its windows, Una felt the familiar conflict tighten in her chest. The cottage looked like safety. The cottage also looked like a trap. Gideon opened the door and held it for her, gentlemanly. Una stepped inside, cold melting off her like a confession. Gideon locked the door behind them. The click sounded louder than it should have, and Una couldn't shake the thought that the mountain hadn't given her mercy. It had given her a glimpse of how alone she really was, and how little space she had left to make mistakes. Because whatever had made that vehicle sound was still out there. Chapter 17. The Bath That Talks. The water was hot enough to make her forget the snow. Gideon's voice brought it all back. After the walk, Una's fingers ached with cold that had sunk into her bones. She tried to hide the trembling by busying herself, hanging her scarf, wiping snow from her boots, pretending she wasn't counting minutes like they were bullets. Gideon lit more logs, feeding the fire until it flared. You did well, he said, like she'd passed a test. Una's mouth tightened. I walked. In a blizzard, Gideon replied. Most people would rather die than be uncomfortable. Una shot him a look. That's dramatic. Gideon's smile was faint. It's true. He nodded toward the hallway. Go warm up properly. Take the bath. It'll help. Una hesitated. A bath felt like surrender. But her hands hurt. Her shoulders were tight. Her body was exhausted in a way she couldn't fix with stubbornness. Fine, she said. A bath. Gideon's eyes warmed. Good. Una walked into the bathroom and stopped. The tub was already filled halfway, steam rising. A folded towel waited. A small candle had been lit on the sink, flame steady. She frowned. You did this already? She called out. Gideon's voice came from the living room, calm. I heard you shivering. Una's throat tightened. That could be care. It could also be monitoring. She locked the latch, then undressed. She sank into the water slowly, heat spreading through her muscles like relief and weakness at the same time. She leaned back, eyes closing. For a moment, she let herself breathe. Then she heard it. Gideon's knock, soft on the bathroom door. Una? He asked. You all right? Una sat up slightly. I'm fine. A pause. May I come in? Her pulse jumped. Why? Because the candle will go out if the draft hits, Gideon said, voice mildly teasing. And because I'm going to place your tea where it won't spill. Una stared at the door. This was a line. A choice. She could say no, hard and clear. She could also say yes, because the truth was she didn't want to feel alone right now. She hated that, but it was real. Okay, Una said, voice steady. You can come in, but stay by the sink. The door opened slowly. Gideon stepped in carrying a mug and a small plate of biscuits. He kept his eyes on the counter as he set them down, respecting her request. Then he glanced at her. His gaze was quick, but it landed. Una's skin warmed for reasons that had nothing to do with water. You're not shy, Gideon said quietly. I'm not, Una replied. I'm cautious. Gideon's mouth curved. Cautious is wise. He leaned against the sink, arms folded. The bathroom light softened his face, made him look gentler. That annoyed her. Una took the mug and sipped. Ginger tea again. You have a whole system, Una said. Yes, Gideon replied. Systems work. Spoken like a man who's never had his system betray him, Una muttered. Gideon's eyes stayed on hers. Everyone's system betrays them eventually. Una frowned. What does that mean? Gideon's voice dropped slightly. It means control is a story we tell ourselves. Some people just tell it better. The sentence slid under her skin. She forced herself to keep her tone light. And you tell it well. Gideon's smile was slow. I try. Una watched him, suspicion and attraction braided together so tightly she couldn't separate them. She hated that he'd asked consent yesterday. Hated it because it made him feel decent. Decent men didn't belong in true crime stories. And yet, her phone had buzzed during Afterglow. Someone had texted her in real time. Someone had known she was warm. Someone had known she was inside. Una took a slow breath. Did you hear a vehicle earlier? She asked casually. Gideon's expression didn't change. Yes. Was it rescue? Too far to tell, Gideon replied. Una nodded, pretending acceptance. Do you get visitors? Gideon's brows lifted slightly. Not in storms. That's not what I asked, Una said. Gideon's mouth twitched. You don't let go, do you? No, Una said simply. A long beat. Then Gideon said, I get the occasional hiker in summer, a friend sometimes, a ranger once in a while. A friend, Una repeated. Gideon's gaze held hers. Yes. What's their name? Una pressed. Gideon's smile stayed polite. Now you're interrogating me from a bath. Una felt heat rise to her cheeks. Answer. Gideon paused just long enough for her to register the pause. Then he said, Hendrik. The name sounded plausible. It also sounded like a name chosen on the spot. Una nodded slowly. Hendrik comes here. Sometimes, Gideon said. Does Hendrik know you're sheltering me? Una asked. Gideon's eyes narrowed slightly. Why would he need to? Because I'm a missing woman in a storm, Una said. Gideon's voice stayed calm. You're not missing anymore. The words landed wrong. Not missing anymore. Because she was here. With him. Una's stomach tightened. She sipped tea to hide the way her breath caught. Gideon's gaze drifted to her shoulders, to the line of her collarbone above the water. You're warmer, he murmured. Una's pulse jumped. She should end this. She should tell him to leave. Instead, her body reacted with a traitorous pull. She felt wanted. She felt seen. She felt like something other than betrayed. That was the danger. Gideon's voice softened. Last night, he said, you looked like you'd been starving. Una swallowed. Starving for what? Gideon's eyes held hers. For someone to choose you. Una's throat tightened so hard it almost hurt. She forced a laugh. That's a lot. It's true, Gideon said quietly. He stepped a half step closer to the tub, then stopped, waiting, not touching. Una, he said softly, may I? The question was clear. Her body answered before her mind could fight it. She nodded once, breath shaky. Yes. Gideon knelt beside the tub, moving slowly. He touched her wrist first, gentle, like a test. Still okay? He asked. Yes, Una whispered. His fingers traced up her arm, water gliding over skin. He kissed her wrist, then her forearm. Light, deliberate. Una's breath hitched. The bathroom felt suddenly too small, too intimate. Gideon's mouth brushed her shoulder, and Una's eyes closed. She reached for him, hands sliding to the back of his neck, pulling him closer. She wanted it. She chose it. She also hated herself for wanting it while questions screamed in her head. Gideon's voice was low. Tell me if you want me to stop. Una opened her eyes, met his gaze. Don't stop. Gideon lifted her carefully, water streaming down her skin, and wrapped her in a towel like she mattered. His hands were firm, but not rough. Controlled. Yes, but attentive. He kissed her again, deeper now, and Una responded, pulling him closer. They moved to the bedroom without hurry, without panic. In the room, Gideon paused before touching her again. Una, he said, voice rougher. Are you still choosing this? Una swallowed, then nodded. Yes, I'm choosing. That was the truth in that moment. Gideon kissed her like he'd been waiting, hands sliding over her back, her waist, her hips, reverent and hungry at once. He undid the towel slowly, eyes watching her face for any sign of hesitation. Una stepped closer, pressed her palms to his chest, and said, I want you? The words felt wild, honest, dangerous. Gideon exhaled like restraint breaking. He laid her back onto the bed, kissed down her stomach, and Una arched, breath catching. He asked again, quietly, Okay? Yes, Una breathed. Yes. When he moved inside her, it was slow at first, controlled. He watched her face, waited for her body to accept him, then deepened, steady and sure. Pleasure rose, sharp and fast, drowning thought. Una gripped his shoulders, nails biting lightly into skin. Gideon's mouth brushed her ear. Tell me, he murmured. What do you like? Una's voice shook. That, don't rush. Gideon obeyed, rhythms smooth and relentless, the kind that made her lose her breath and her fear at the same time. She came hard, hips lifting, a sound leaving her that she didn't try to hide. Gideon followed a moment later, low and controlled, forehead pressed to hers as if grounding himself. After, he lay beside her, not trapping her, arm resting lightly across her waist. Una stared at the ceiling, chest rising too fast. Gideon's voice came quiet. Better? Una swallowed. Temporarily. Gideon chuckled softly. That's all we ever get. Silence stretched. The fire in the other room crackled faintly. Una's mind started to return, sharp and mean. She turned her head toward him. Where were you 2 weeks ago? She asked, casual as she could make it. Gideon's eyes stayed on hers, calm. Here. Una's pulse ticked up. All week? Gideon nodded. Mostly. Una's voice stayed light. Interesting, because the first woman went missing about 2 weeks ago near this area. A flicker in Gideon's eyes. Quick, controlled, then smoothness again. Did she? Una held his gaze. Didn't you say you were in Cape Town recently? Gideon blinked once. I said mostly Cape Town, not recently. You said you were mostly Cape Town, Una said, keeping her tone neutral. Yesterday you said you came up when you wanted quiet. Gideon's mouth curved faintly. I wanted quiet. Una's throat tightened. Something didn't line up, not enough to convict, enough to doubt. Gideon's fingers traced her waist, slow and claiming. You're thinking again, he murmured. Una forced a small smile. I can't switch it off. Maybe you should try, Gideon said, voice gentle. Una stared at him. This was the moment where she would normally pull away. Instead, she nodded slightly, like she agreed, because she'd learned something. If Gideon lied, he did it smoothly. He did it like a man used to people believing him. And if she wanted to survive this storm, this cottage, this man, she needed to lie just as smoothly. She nestled closer, performing comfort. Gideon kissed her forehead, soft, and Una listened to the sound of the wind outside and wondered which was more dangerous. The mountain, or the man who didn't panic, because Gideon's voice came calm in the dark, as if he could read her thoughts. Stay close, Una, he murmured. You're safe with me. Una's stomach dropped, because she wasn't sure if safe was a promise, or a warning. And outside the bedroom door, something in the cottage clicked again. Chapter 18. Skin on the screen. The update hit the news like a hammer, and Gideon's face didn't move. Until it did. The next day, the storm shifted again. The wind returned with teeth, rattling the windows hard enough to make Una flinch. Snow piled higher against the cottage like the world was trying to seal it shut. Una sat at the kitchen table with her phone in her hands, waiting for signal the way people waited for miracles. Nothing. Gideon moved around her, steady as ever, making breakfast like the world wasn't threatening to end. Eggs, toast, something warm. Una couldn't taste any of it. Her mind replayed the inconsistency from last night. Here, Cape Town, mostly. Quiet. Words that didn't match cleanly. Gideon set a plate in front of her. Eat. Una forced a bite. Gideon watched her chew, eyes calm. She hated that she'd slept with him again. Hated it because it felt good. Hated it because it made her softer. And softness got you killed. A knock sounded suddenly. 3 soft taps. Una froze mid-chew. Gideon didn't react at all. The taps came again. Polite, measured. Una's pulse spiked. Did you hear that? Gideon's tone stayed mild. Wind. That wasn't wind, Una said, voice low. Gideon finally looked toward the door, then back to her. The storm throws branches, he said. A pause. Then, as if the moment had passed, he turned on the TV with the remote. The screen lit up. Morning news. Weather warnings. Una's stomach churned. Gideon lowered the volume slightly and took a sip of coffee, relaxed. The anchor spoke about road closures, about stranded motorists, about mountain rescues stretched thin. Then the segment shifted. A graphic appeared. SAP's briefing. Serial case update. Una's pulse jumped. The anchor's voice sharpened, more formal now. Police have released an updated description of the suspect known unofficially as Skin. Una's skin prickled. Gideon's hand tightened on his mug. Subtle, then relaxed again. The anchor continued. The suspect is believed to be a male, approximately mid-40s to early 50s, well-spoken, often described as calm and helpful. Witness reports suggest he may present as affluent or respectable. Una's breath caught. Gideon's posture stayed the same. But his eyes held the screen too carefully. The anchor added, he may have a mustache. Una's heart slammed into her throat. The camera cut to a blurred composite sketch. Not perfect, but close enough. Broad shoulders, trim mustache, a composed face. Close enough that Una's stomach turned. She stared at Gideon. His mustache sat on his face like a signature. Gideon didn't glance at her right away. He let the anchor speak. Victims have been targeted in isolated areas, the anchor continued. Family members have described them as curvy, slim, thick women. Please remember, SAPS has urged the public not to speculate. Speculate. Una's hands went cold around her fork. The anchor mentioned the region, Drakensberg, forest routes, restricted investigation zones. Una felt like she couldn't breathe. Gideon turned the TV down a little more, as if to make it easier. Then he finally looked at Una. His expression was calm, almost sympathetic. You look scared, he said softly. Una forced a laugh. It came out thin. It's scary news. Gideon nodded slowly. Yes. Una swallowed hard. You don't seem surprised? Gideon's mouth curved faintly. Should I be surprised a serial predator exists? The world is full of them. The sentence landed wrong. Too casual. Too familiar. Una's heart hammered. She needed to act normal. She needed to not stare at his mustache like it was a knife. She forced herself to take another bite of eggs. Her mouth felt dry. Gideon's voice stayed gentle. You're safe here, he said. Una's stomach clenched at the word safe. She nodded. Yeah. The anchor mentioned the latest missing woman again. The one shown yesterday. Una's throat tightened. Then the anchor said something that made Una's blood freeze. SAPS has confirmed the suspect may have been communicating with potential victims via unknown numbers. Una's breath caught. Gideon's eyes flicked to her phone on the table. Just once. A quick glance. Then back to her face. Una forced her expression neutral. The anchor continued. Authorities urge anyone receiving suspicious messages to report immediately. Report immediately. Una wanted to scream. Instead, she smiled at Gideon like a woman who didn't know she was sitting across from the monster. Gideon reached across the table and covered her hand lightly with his, warm, firm. Una's body wanted to flinch away. She didn't. Gideon's voice was low. Look at me, he said softly. Una met his gaze. His eyes were calm, steady, almost kind. You're not alone, Gideon murmured. You're with me. Una swallowed. Yeah. Gideon's thumb stroked her knuckles once, slow. The gesture could have been romantic. It felt like ownership. Gideon released her hand and stood. I'm going to check the generator, he said. Una nodded, keeping her face smooth. Okay. He walked toward the door without a handle. He paused, looked back. Don't turn that TV back up, he said lightly. It'll only upset you. Una forced a laugh. Sure. Gideon went into the generator room. The latch clicked behind him. Una sat very still. Her heart pounded hard enough to make her vision pulse. She stared at the composite on the TV, frozen on screen. Then she looked at the door he'd disappeared through. If Gideon was skin, she'd been sleeping with a predator. If Gideon wasn't skin, the world had a predator out there who could text her in real time while she was inside Gideon's cottage. Either way, she was in danger. And the worst part? She wasn't sure which danger was closer. Una reached for her phone slowly and turned it on again. Signal flickered. 1 bar, then 2 for a breath. She typed fast, hands shaking. Una to Claire. News update. Suspect described as calm. /helpful/affluent. Mustache. They mention unknown numbers messaging victims. I have received texts. She hit send. It showed 1 gray tick. Delivered. Then the signal dropped again. Una swallowed hard. She set the phone down and forced herself to breathe. She needed to plan. She needed to get out without making Gideon suspicious. Because if he was skin, the moment he knew she knew, he wouldn't panic. He'd tighten the rules. And rules, she was learning, could become a cage in seconds. The generator door clicked again. Gideon stepped out, wiping his hands with a cloth like he'd been working. He looked at her with that same calm. You all right? He asked. Una smiled. It probably looked believable. Yeah, she lied. Just processing. Gideon nodded, satisfied. And Una felt the cold certainty settle into her bones. This wasn't just a storm anymore. It was a cat and mouse game. And she had just become the mouse. Chapter 19. Normal as a costume. Una smiled like she wasn't terrified. Gideon watched like he was grading her performance. That afternoon, the cottage turned into a stage. Una made tea. She laughed at Gideon's dry jokes. She asked him about Cape Town restaurants like she was a tourist instead of a woman calculating exits. She did it all with her heart hammering. Gideon sat on the couch reading again. He looked relaxed, but his attention moved in small, quiet ways. The way his eyes tracked her across the room. The way he listened when she opened a drawer. Una felt it. She was being observed. She kept herself busy anyway, because stillness would betray her. She carried her mug to the fireplace and sat on the rug like yesterday, knees tucked close. Gideon glanced down at her. Why the floor again? He asked. Una shrugged. The couch makes me sleepy. Gideon's mouth curved. You don't want to sleep. No, Una said too quickly. Then she softened it. I don't want to waste daylight. Gideon nodded as if that pleased him. Good. Good again. Una's stomach clenched. She watched his hands as he turned a page. The watch on his wrist flashed in the firelight. Old money, old control. Una forced herself to speak in a warm tone. Tell me about your family, she said. Gideon's brows lifted slightly. Why? Because we're stuck, Una said lightly. And because you keep asking about mine. Gideon smiled faintly. Fair. He set the book down. They're complicated. Una held his gaze. That's not an answer. Gideon leaned back. My father was strict, he said. My mother believed appearances were a form of religion. Una nodded slowly. And you? Gideon's mouth curved. I learned to be presentable. Presentable. Affluent. Respectable. The words from the news echoed in her head. Una forced a small laugh. So you're trained. Gideon's eyes warmed. Aren't you? Una's throat tightened. At Boy Sphere, yes. You learn quickly how to look unbothered. Gideon nodded. Exactly. His gaze drifted over her face, slow. And yet, you're bothered. Una's chest tightened. Maybe I'm allowed to be. Gideon's voice was gentle. You are. The softness made her want to collapse. She didn't. Instead, she leaned into the performance, smiling. If I'm bothered, she said lightly, it's because you won't let me into the generator room. Gideon's brows lifted. Still thinking about that? Curiosity, Una replied. Gideon smiled. Curiosity will be the death of you. Una's stomach dropped at the phrasing. She forced a laugh anyway. That's dramatic. Gideon's eyes held hers. It's accurate. Una sipped her tea to hide the way her throat tightened. She shifted tactics. Okay, she said, playful. Then show me something else. Teach me something mountainy. Gideon's smile returned, charming. Mountainy? Yes, Una said. Like knots, fire. Anything that makes me feel less useless. Gideon studied her for a moment, then nodded. All right, come. He stood and walked to a cabinet near the door. He opened it and pulled out rope, a small multi-tool, and a folded map. Una's pulse spiked at the sight of the map. Map meant routes. Gideon laid it out on the table. This is the area, he said, pointing. Cottage here, trail here, access road here. Una leaned in, pretending casual interest while her mind recorded every line. She traced a finger along a thin path. This leads where? Gideon's tone stayed mild. To the ridge, then down toward a service road. A service road, Una repeated, keeping her voice light. Yes, Gideon said, but it's dangerous in storms. Una nodded. Of course. Gideon picked up the rope. Not, he said. You asked. He showed her a basic loop, fingers moving deftly. Una mirrored him, hands steady. She watched his hands, the precision. Hands that could be gentle. Hands that could be lethal. She kept her face calm. Good, Gideon said when she got it right. Good again. Una smiled. Teacher's pet, apparently. Gideon's mouth curved. You like being praised. Una's stomach tightened. Everyone likes being praised. Gideon's eyes held hers. Not everyone admits it. Una forced a laugh. Fine, I admit it. Gideon stepped closer, enough that she could smell him. Clean soap. Fire. Something faintly metallic under it. He lifted the rope from her hands and used it to gently loop around her wrist. Loose, not restraining, but demonstrative. Look, he murmured. If you pull like that, it tightens. If you do this, it releases. His fingers brushed her skin, teaching. Una's pulse spiked in a way she hated. Are you flirting with me using rope? Una asked, voice light. Gideon's smile deepened, eyes darkening slightly. Is it working? Una swallowed. She didn't want it to work. It did. She forced herself to tease back, because teasing kept her safe. It made her look relaxed. It made her look unaware. Maybe, Una said. Gideon's fingers slid from her wrist, leaving a ghost of warmth. He leaned in, voice low. You're good at pretending, he murmured. Una's heart stopped for half a beat. Pretending what? She asked, keeping her tone playful, even as panic crawled up her spine. Gideon's smile was faint. Pretending you're not scared. Una laughed softly. I'm not scared. Gideon's gaze held hers. Liar. The word landed like a blade. Una forced a smile. You're very rude for someone sheltering me. Gideon chuckled. You like rude. Una's pulse hammered. She needed to change the subject. Now. She stepped back and pointed at the map again. If rescue came, she said casually, where would they approach from? Gideon's eyes flicked to the map. From the main road if it opens, or from the ridge with rangers. Rangers, Una repeated. So they do come up here. Sometimes, Gideon said. Una nodded slowly. Have you ever met saps out here? Gideon's smile didn't fade, but his eyes sharpened. Why are you asking? Una forced a laugh. Because I watch too much true crime. Gideon's expression softened slightly. Ah, true crime girl. Una's stomach clenched. She hated that label. She hated that it made her seem dramatic. Gideon stepped closer again, voice gentle. Una, he said, don't poison your mind with stories. Una swallowed. They're not stories to the victims. Gideon's gaze held hers for a long beat. Then he smiled. Soft, controlled. No, he agreed. They aren't. A silence stretched. In that silence, Una felt something shift. Gideon was still charming. Still calm. But now there was a thread of something else. A test. Like he was measuring how much she knew. Una forced herself to step into warmth again. She smiled brightly. Okay, she said. I won't talk about it, I'll be good. The word good tasted bitter in her mouth. Gideon's eyes warmed as if pleased. That's better. Una laughed lightly, as if it was a joke. Inside, her mind screamed. Later, as Gideon returned to his book, Una moved to the kitchen to clean up. She opened a drawer slowly, pretending to look for a cloth. Inside, batteries, matches, a small flashlight, and a keyring with 2 keys. Her heart jumped. Keys. Una kept her face smooth, even though no one was watching her now, except she felt Gideon's eyes like heat on the back of her neck anyway. She took a cloth out, closed the drawer gently, and moved away. But the image of the keys burned behind her eyes. She needed those. She needed proof. She needed a moment where Gideon wasn't calm and watching. And as the wind began to rise again outside, Una understood something with brutal clarity. Normal was a costume. And if she wanted to survive, she had to wear it perfectly. Because Gideon's voice drifted from the living room, light and teasing. Una, he called. Come sit. Don't hide in the kitchen. Una's stomach dropped. Because he'd noticed she'd moved toward the drawers. He'd noticed everything. She forced a smile and walked back into the living room like nothing was wrong. And Gideon watched her like a man waiting for the first crack. Una smiled anyway, and wondered how long she could keep the mask on. Chapter 20. The thing she shouldn't touch. The generator room wasn't just locked. It was protected. That night, Gideon poured them both a small glass of something amber and expensive. Una stared at it. Alcohol? Gideon's tone stayed mild. It's brandy. 1 glass won't kill you. Una hesitated. She didn't want anything in her system that could make her slower. But refusing could look suspicious. She lifted the glass and took a tiny sip. Warmth hit her throat. Rich, smooth. Gideon watched her reaction with quiet amusement. See? Una forced a smile. It's good. Good, Gideon echoed, pleased. Una's stomach clenched at the word again. They sat by the fire, the storm loud outside. Gideon talked about Cape Town, about a restaurant in Clifton with a view that made people propose just to feel like the night mattered. Una laughed in the right places. She nodded at the right times. She watched the clock. 2 hours evening generator window. He would check it. He always checked it. And when he checked it, he disappeared behind that door. Una needed that moment. She waited. Eventually, Gideon stood. I'm going to top up fuel, he said casually. Una's pulse spiked. Okay, she replied, too calm. Gideon paused, eyes on her. Don't do anything foolish, he said lightly, like a joke. Una smiled. Like what? Gideon's mouth curved. Like trying to pick my locks. Una's stomach dropped. He was teasing. Or he was warning her that he already suspected. Una forced a laugh. Please, I'm not a burglar. Gideon held her gaze. No, he said softly. You're not. He walked toward the door without a handle. The latch clicked. Silence swallowed him. Una sat still for a full 10 seconds, forcing her breathing to stay even. Then she stood. She moved quickly but quietly, bare feet silent on the rug. She crossed to the kitchen drawer where she'd seen the keyring earlier. She opened it slowly. Keys were still there. Her heart hammered. She slid her fingers under the keyring and lifted it, just enough to see what keys they were. One small key, like for a padlock. One larger, old-fashioned key. Both scratched, used. Una's mind raced. Door key, shed key, generator lock. She didn't have time to guess forever. She took the smaller key off the ring, leaving the ring in place. Then she closed the drawer carefully. She moved toward the hallway. Her pulse was so loud she felt like Gideon could hear it through walls. She reached the generator door. No handle, just latch. She lifted the latch gently. It opened. Una's breath caught. Inside, a narrow room smelled of fuel and metal and cold. The generator sat in the corner, humming low. Tools hung neatly on the wall. Too neatly. Her eyes swept the space fast. Nothing obvious. No gore, No horror movie trophies. Just order. And on a shelf, a small radio unit. So he had a radio. He'd admitted that. But seeing it made her stomach tighten. Because next to the radio was a second phone. Not a landline. A phone. Una's blood turned to ice. She stepped closer, heart hammering. A second phone meant he could call out. He could text. He could hide signal. He could be the unknown number. Una's hands trembled as she reached for it. She didn't turn it on. She didn't have time. She just looked at the screen. No lock screen photo. No notifications visible. But the phone's case was distinctive. Black leather, worn at the edges. Old money even in accessories. Una's throat tightened. She heard a sound. A faint shift behind her. Not the wind. A footstep. Una's breath stopped. She shoved the phone back onto the shelf exactly where it had been, hands moving fast. Then she scanned again, desperate for something small, something she could take as proof. Her eyes snagged on a folded newspaper clipping tucked under a toolbox. She slid it out carefully. The headline was partially visible. Forrest disappearance time, =sign 0.6s. Saps appeals. Una's stomach flipped. She folded it smaller and slipped it into her pocket. Proof. A link. Not enough to convict, but enough to show intent. She turned to leave. Her elbow brushed the radio. It clicked on with a soft burst of static. Una's blood froze. She slapped it off instantly, but the damage was done. She heard Gideon's voice from the hallway, calm as ever. Una? Her heart slammed. She moved fast, closing the generator door gently, lowering the latch. She turned and forced her face into mild annoyance as Gideon stepped into view. He held a cloth in his hands. His coat sleeves were pushed up slightly. He looked relaxed. Too relaxed. What are you doing? Gideon asked, tone light. Una lifted her chin. Looking for the bathroom? Gideon's eyes stayed on hers. A long beat. Then his gaze dropped, just for a second, to her pocket, where the folded clipping sat like a heartbeat. Una's stomach dropped. Gideon smiled faintly. The bathroom is the other way, he said gently. Una shrugged, forcing a laugh. Told you, I get lost in your huge cottage. Gideon's smile widened slightly. It didn't touch his eyes. He murmured. He stepped closer. Not rushing, just taking space. Una forced herself not to step back. Gideon's voice was soft. Did you open that door? Una's pulse hammered. She held his gaze and smiled like she was bored. No. Gideon nodded slowly, as if accepting the lie. Then he reached out, not to grab her, not to restrain her, just to touch her hair lightly near her temple, smoothing a strand like a lover. His voice was tender. You're a terrible liar, he murmured. Una's mouth went dry. Gideon stepped back, smile still in place. Go on, he said lightly. Bathroom's that way. Una forced her feet to move. She walked toward the bathroom slowly, keeping her posture relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Inside, she locked the latch and pressed both hands to the sink, breathing hard. Her pocket felt heavy. The clipping was proof. The second phone was a nightmare. And Gideon had looked at her pocket. He had seen. Maybe not the paper, but the bulge, the change. Una stared at herself in the mirror. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright and too sharp. True crime girls didn't panic. They acted. Una slid the clipping out and unfolded it slightly. It wasn't just a headline. There were notes in the margin. Small marks, dates circled, neat handwriting. Someone had studied it. Una's blood went cold. Because the handwriting looked exactly like the notebook in Gideon's dice game. Neat, slanted, controlled. She folded the clipping again, smaller, and tucked it deeper into her pocket, closer to her skin. Then she turned off the bathroom light and stood in the dark, listening. Outside the door, she heard Gideon's footsteps. Slow, unhurried, stopping briefly, right outside the bathroom. Una held her breath. A pause. Then Gideon's voice, soft as a whisper through the door. Una, he said gently, don't make me chase you. Time =sign 0.6s. Una's stomach dropped so hard she felt sick, because the way he said it sounded almost affectionate, almost playful. And the storm outside chose that moment to slam into the cottage like applause. Una didn't answer, but she understood the new rule. Chapter 21. The apology she didn't ask for. Gideon's voice had been gentle through the bathroom door. That was the worst part. He sounded like a man who cared. Una stayed in the dark until she heard his footsteps retreat. Only then did she exhale. Her hands shook as she unfolded the clipping again, just enough to confirm what she already knew. The dates circled, the neat handwriting, the same slant as the question notebook. She folded it smaller, tucked it into the inside pocket of her jeans, and stared at her own face in the mirror. Her eyes looked like someone else's. Not the top performer at Boysphere. Not the birthday girl with lilies and plans. A woman in a blizzard who had just been warned, sweetly, that she might be hunted. Una unlocked the bathroom door and stepped out. The living room was warm. The fire crackled. The TV was off. Gideon stood by the window with a mug in hand, posture relaxed, as if the last 5 minutes hadn't happened. He turned when he heard her. Feeling better? He asked. Una forced a small smile. Yes. Gideon's gaze lingered on her face. You were pale earlier? He said. Storm anxiety, Una replied lightly. You know, city girl problems. Gideon's mouth curved faintly. He walked toward the kitchen, casual. Tea? Una followed, heart hammering. This was the moment. If she acted weird, he'd tighten the cage. If she acted normal, she might buy time. She leaned into normal so hard it almost made her sick. Tea, Una said. Please. Gideon poured boiling water, moved with calm precision. He didn't mention the generator room. He didn't mention the radio static. He didn't mention her getting lost. He just handed her a mug like a man choosing peace. Una took it, fingers brushing the ceramic to ground herself. Gideon watched her sip. You don't like being told what to do? He said, conversational. Una laughed softly. Is it that obvious? Yes, Gideon replied. It's one of your more charming traits. Una's stomach tightened at the word charming. She tilted her head. More. Gideon's smile warmed. You want a list? Una forced a playful smirk. Try me. Gideon stepped closer, not touching her yet. You're smart, he said. You're stubborn. You pretend you don't care what people think, but you do, just selectively. Una held her smile in place. That's not fair. Gideon's eyes stayed on hers. It's accurate. The silence between them felt thick. Una needed to redirect it. She let her voice soften, careful. Last night, she began. Gideon's gaze sharpened slightly. Yes? Una swallowed. You scared me. Gideon didn't flinch. He didn't apologize immediately either. He waited, as if reading what kind of answer she wanted. Then he said gently, I didn't mean to. Una nodded like she accepted it. I know. Gideon's mouth curved. Do you? Una made herself step closer, closing a fraction of the space. She hated that it worked, that his attention deepened, that his body went subtly still. I'm not used to being looked after, Una said, voice low. It was true, and that truth made it believable. Gideon's eyes softened. You should be, he murmured. You carry too much. Una's throat tightened. That was the danger. He could say the right thing and mean it, and she still wouldn't be safe. She lifted her hand and touched his forearm lightly, testing. Gideon didn't move away. His gaze dropped to her fingers, then lifted back to her eyes. Is this you apologizing? He asked, voice mildly teasing. Una forced a breathy laugh. Maybe I'm making peace. Gideon's smile deepened. Good. There it was again. Good. Una kept her face soft. I don't want to fight with you, she said. Not when we're stuck. Gideon tilted his head slightly. Then don't. His hand rose slowly, giving her time. He brushed his knuckles along her cheek, gentle. Una's body reacted, warmth blooming in a place she didn't want to admit. He watched the reaction like a man collecting data. May I kiss you? Gideon asked, quiet and clear. Una's mind flashed to the bathroom door. Don't make me chase you. Her stomach turned. She stepped back, just a fraction, and forced herself to say the truth that mattered. I want it, Una said, voice steady. But not if it's about calming you. Gideon's brows lifted slightly. Una held his gaze. If I kiss you, it's because I'm choosing it, she said. A beat. Then Gideon's mouth curved. I like that, he murmured. Choose it. Una's pulse hammered. She leaned in first. The kiss was slow, warm, controlled. Gideon didn't grab her. He didn't trap her. He kissed her like he was asking a question with his mouth. Una answered, then pulled back, breath uneven. Gideon stopped instantly, eyes on hers. Okay? He asked. Una nodded. Okay. He kissed her again, a little deeper. Una let it happen, because part of her wanted it, wanted to feel desired after being discarded. But she kept a part of her mind awake. When Gideon's hand slid to her waist, Una felt the line between desire and danger sharpen. She broke the kiss gently. Not like this, she said, voice soft. Gideon's eyes searched hers, then he nodded. Understood. No argument. No sulking. That decency made her chest ache. Gideon stepped back and lifted his hand slightly, as if showing he wasn't going to push. Tea, he said lightly. Warmth. We don't have to make everything a story. Una swallowed. Okay. She sipped her tea again, steadying. Gideon turned to the stove and began preparing dinner, giving her his back like a gift. Una used it. She moved quietly to the kitchen drawer, the one with the keyring. Her hands were steady now, not because she wasn't afraid, but because fear had sharpened into focus. She opened the drawer slowly. The keyring was still there, She slid it into her palm and closed the drawer gently, cloth in hand as cover. She wiped the counter as if she'd simply grabbed a cleaning rag. She tucked the keyring into the pocket of her fleece. Then she walked back into the living room and sat. Gideon didn't look up. Or if he did, he didn't show it. Dinner was quiet. They ate soup and bread, the kind of meal that felt domestic. Gideon asked about Boysphere again, and Una gave him safe answers. She kept her laugh soft. She kept her eyes bright. She acted like a woman settling in. Inside, she was building a timeline. When Gideon finally stood to clear plates, Una spoke casually. "Do you lock up at night?" she asked. Gideon glanced at her. "Yes." "Everything?" Una pressed, tone light. "Doors, windows, whatever. You're very prepared." Gideon's mouth curved. "Everything," he confirmed. Una nodded. "Good." Gideon's gaze held hers for a beat too long. "You said it the way I say it," he noted. Una forced a laugh. "Maybe I'm learning your habits." Gideon stepped closer, voice low. "Don't learn too many," he murmured. "You might start liking them." Us. Una smiled as if it was flirtation, not a threat. "Maybe I already do," she lied. Gideon's eyes darkened slightly, pleased. He kissed her forehead, soft. "Sleep," he said. "Tomorrow, we'll try the radio." Una nodded. "Okay." She went to the guest room with the keyring heavy in her pocket, her heart pounding. She lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. She had keys. She had proof. She had one problem. Gideon's voice, through the wall, came low and almost amused. "You can run if you want, Una," he said, as if speaking to the storm itself. "But I'll always know where you're going." Una's blood ran cold, because she hadn't told him she was planning to run. And the door clicked somewhere in the cottage, like punctuation. Una closed her eyes and started planning the first escape. Chapter 22. Boots don't move themselves. The next morning, the cottage felt tighter, like the walls had leaned in overnight. Una woke before Gideon, or at least before he made noise. She dressed quickly in layers, moving with quiet purpose. Her breath fogged in the cool guest room air. The fire had burned low. She slid her hand into her fleece pocket and felt the keyring. Still there. Good. She moved into the hallway and paused. Silence. No kettle, no footsteps, no calm morning greetings. Una's pulse kicked up. She crossed to the living room and saw Gideon asleep in the armchair, a blanket over his legs, head tilted slightly to the side like a man who could rest anywhere. His face looked younger in sleep, less sharp. That almost made her pity him. Almost. Una forced herself not to stare. She moved to the kitchen and found her phone on the ledge, still charging. She turned it on. Signal flickered once, then died. No time. She turned it back off. She checked the weather through the window. Snow still fell, but lighter. Wind minimal. This was a window. Not safe, not comfortable, but possible. Una's plan was simple. Get outside quietly. Follow the back trail she'd seen from the ridge. Find the service road. Walk until she found a ranger, a vehicle, anything. If she had to freeze to survive, she'd freeze. She went to the small entryway where her boots had been left to dry. Her stomach dropped. Her boots weren't there. Una stood very still. Her eyes swept the space. Shoes were neatly lined. Gideon's boots sat by the door. Her sneakers from the first day were tucked beside them. But her winter boots, her only real chance at walking through deep snow, were gone. A slow, cold wave rolled through her body. Boots don't move themselves. Una forced herself to breathe quietly. She turned and looked at Gideon in the armchair. He hadn't moved. He looked asleep. But Una remembered what he'd said last night. I'll always know where you're going. She swallowed hard. Maybe he'd moved them earlier. To dry them elsewhere. A rational explanation. Or maybe... No. Focus. She walked to the coat rack. Her coat was there. Her scarf. She lifted the scarf and shook it lightly, pretending she was just checking it. Her eyes scanned the floor again. No boots. Her pulse hammered harder. Una's mind ran options. Option 1. Wake him. Ask directly. Too risky. A trap question. Option 2. Search the cottage. Risky. He could wake. Option 3. Abort. Una's jaw clenched. Aborting meant staying. Staying meant more control, more time for him to tighten the rules. But attempting an escape without boots meant leaving tracks slower, freezing faster, getting caught easier. And Gideon, calm and capable, would not need to run to catch her. Una moved to the kitchen drawer where the flashlight and matches were stored. She took the small flashlight and slipped it into her pocket. Then she heard Gideon's voice, soft and immediate, like he'd been awake for longer than she wanted. Looking for something? Una froze. Slowly she turned. Gideon sat upright now, blanket still over his legs, eyes on her. Calm, alert. No grogginess. He'd been awake. Una forced a smile like she'd just been caught stealing biscuits. My boots, she said lightly. They're not here. Gideon blinked once. Boots? Yes, Una replied, keeping her tone casual. The ones I arrived in? The warm ones? Gideon nodded slowly, as if considering. I moved them. Una's stomach clenched. Where? Near the generator room, Gideon said. They weren't drying properly here. The generator room. Of course. Una kept her face neutral. Can I get them? Gideon watched her for a beat. Not yet. The words hit like a slap. Una forced a laugh. Why not? Gideon stood, stretching like a man starting his day. Because the wind will pick up again soon, he said. And because you're still thinking like a person who can outrun consequences. Una's throat tightened. I'm thinking like a person who wants to go home. Gideon's gaze softened slightly, almost kind. Home isn't going anywhere, he said. Not today. Una held his gaze. You can't stop me. Gideon's smile was faint. I can't? In my cottage? During a blizzard? The calmness of his tone made Una's skin prickle. She forced herself to soften, to step back from confrontation. I'm not asking permission, she said lightly. I'm asking for my boots. Gideon walked toward her, slow and unhurried. Eat first, he said. Una's stomach twisted. No. Gideon stopped a safe distance away. Una, he said quietly, don't fight me. Not about this. Fight me. The phrase was too intimate, too personal. Una forced a breath and changed tactics. She let her shoulders drop, let her face go soft. Okay, she said. Fine, I won't fight. Gideon's gaze sharpened slightly, suspicious of the sudden compliance. Una leaned into it anyway. I'm sorry, she added, voice low. I woke up, panicky. I hate being trapped. A true statement, delivered like a peace offering. Gideon's posture eased a fraction. I understand, he said. Una nodded. Can we just have breakfast? Try the radio later, like you said? Gideon studied her for a long moment, then nodded once. Yes. He turned toward the kitchen. Sit. Una sat. She smiled. She breathed. She swallowed panic like it was coffee. Gideon made breakfast with calm precision, as if controlling eggs and toast was the same as controlling fear. He set the plate down and watched her eat. Una took slow bites, forcing herself to act normal. Inside, her mind screamed. He'd moved her boots. He'd said, not yet. He'd been awake. Her first escape attempt wasn't just blocked. It was anticipated. When Gideon finally looked away to wash dishes, Una slid her hand into her fleece pocket and touched the keyring again. She had keys. But now she knew something else. Gideon wasn't just waiting for her to try. He was guiding her toward trying. He wanted her to move when he was ready. And that meant the next escape couldn't be clumsy. It had to be invisible. Because Gideon's voice, from the sink, came mild and almost amused. You're learning? He said. Good. Una's stomach dropped. Because she couldn't tell if he meant survival or obedience. And somewhere near the generator room, her boots waited like bait. Chapter 23. The necklace was never a mistake. The smallest clue is sometimes the one that breaks you. Una didn't break. She sharpened. That afternoon, Gideon went quiet. Not angry, not loud. Quiet in the way a man gets when he's decided something and doesn't need to announce it. He read by the fire, he made tea. He asked Una gentle questions and watched her answers too closely. Una played along. She laughed softly. She sat near him without leaning too far. She performed calm like it was a job. But her body stayed ready. A spring held tight. When Gideon finally stood and said, I'm going to bring more wood from the back, Una nodded as if it was nothing. Be careful, she said, sweet. Gideon's mouth curved. Always. He pulled on his coat and stepped out. The door closed. The lock clicked. Una waited 3 heartbeats. Then she moved. She went to the guest room and opened her suitcase. She hadn't touched it since arriving, not properly. It sat under the bed like a forgotten life. She pulled it out and unzipped it. Inside, her work clothes, a charger, a makeup bag, and, tucked in the side pocket, the navy jewelry box. The box. Una's fingers tightened around it. She hadn't opened it since the betrayal. She couldn't. It felt like touching the wound. Now, she needed the wound. She opened the box slowly. The gold chain lay there, delicate, innocent. The pendant gleamed. The A. Una stared at it until her eyes burned. Ayanda's explanation replayed, oily and casual. Mistakes happen. She remembered the exact moment in her bedroom when the box had spilled open and the pendant had landed between them like a verdict. She remembered Amani's face. How Amani had stared at it. How Ayanda had stared at it. How both of them had gone still, like people caught in a private joke. Una's throat tightened. She lifted the pendant and let it rest in her palm. A. Amani. It wasn't just the first letter of her name. It was a claim. A private stamp. A sick little trophy disguised as a gift. Una felt something inside her settle. Not grief. Not chaos. Certainty. Her betrayal hadn't been an accident. It hadn't been a moment. It had been ongoing. Planned. Ayanda had ordered that necklace knowing exactly what it meant. And Una had wanted to believe the lie because believing was easier than changing her life. Una's mouth twisted. No, she whispered to herself. Never again. Her phone buzzed faintly from the window ledge, signal flickering for a second. Una moved quickly, turned it on, and saw a message slip through from an unknown number. Unknown. Pretty necklace. A wrong initial, right? Una's blood ran cold. Her fingers went numb around the phone. How did they? Una's eyes snapped to the window. Snow blurred everything outside. She forced herself to breathe. Don't reply. Don't feed it. But the text wasn't just knowledge. It was proof. Someone had watched her from the beginning. Someone had known about the necklace, which meant someone had known about her betrayal, or had tracked her enough to learn it. She wanted to throw the phone. Instead, she turned it off again and shoved it into her pocket. She looked back at the necklace in her palm. In a strange way, the unknown text did her a favor. It reminded her of a truth she couldn't afford to forget. She had ignored her instincts once already. That had brought her to a bedroom with 2 heartbeats that weren't hers. She wouldn't ignore them again. Una closed the jewelry box and tucked it deep into her suitcase. Then she did something she hadn't expected. She took the chain out again. She looped it around her neck and let the A pendant rest against her skin. Cold gold. Cold truth. If Gideon watched her, let him see it. Let him see she was not a girl floating through life unaware. She was a woman marked by betrayal and awake. She zipped the suitcase and slid it back under the bed. Then she moved to the kitchen drawer and checked quickly. The keyring was still in her fleece pocket, safe. Her flashlight was still tucked away. Her clipping was still hidden. She had pieces. Now she needed timing. The front door opened. Gideon stepped in carrying a bundle of wood, snow dusting his shoulders. He looked at Una immediately, eyes scanning, quick. Everything all right? He asked, voice mild. Una smiled. Fine. Gideon's gaze dropped, just for a fraction of a second, to her neck. To the gold chain. The A pendant. Something flickered in his eyes. Interest, recognition, maybe amusement. Then it smoothed away. You're wearing it, Gideon said softly. Una shrugged like it was nothing. It's gold, it's pretty. Gideon stepped closer, slow. And the initial? Una forced a laugh. Wrong initial. Gideon's smile was faint. Mistakes happen. The exact phrase. Una's stomach dropped so hard she nearly lost her breath. She held his gaze anyway, keeping her face calm. Exactly, Una said lightly. Mistakes happen. Gideon's eyes held hers, a beat too long. Then he nodded. Come, he said, turning away. Help me stack this. Una followed, heart hammering. Because now she knew. Gideon had repeated Ayanda's lie like it belonged to him too. And whether Gideon was skin or just a man with too many secrets, he had stepped into the same pattern as Ayanda. Control. Gaslight. Charm. Una stacked wood neatly, hands steady. And under her sweater, the A pendant rested against her skin like a reminder. Never outsource your truth. Because Gideon's voice came mild as he worked beside her. You're calmer today, he observed. Una smiled. I'm learning. Gideon's mouth curved. Good. Una's stomach clenched. Because the difference now was simple. She wasn't learning to obey. She was learning to escape. And the next time Gideon tried to steer her, she would steer right back. Chapter 24. The Back Trail. The storm gave her a slit of daylight again. Una used it like a blade. 2 days had passed in a blur of white and warmth and pretending. Una stopped counting meals. She started counting opportunities. This afternoon, the wind dropped again, just enough that the trees stopped thrashing. Snow still fell, but the world felt briefly less hostile. Gideon stood by the door with his coat on. We need more wood, he said, and we should check the ridge for signal. Una's pulse kicked up. Ridge meant the back trail, the service road. It could also mean Gideon watching her reactions. She forced herself to smile. All right. Gideon glanced at her boots. Not her boots, his boots on her feet. He'd finally returned her boots yesterday, but only after making a show of finding them near the generator room. Una had accepted them with a smile that hid her rage. Now she wore them again, laces tight. Gideon opened the door. Cold rushed in. They stepped outside. The forest looked deceptively peaceful, wrapped in snow like a blanket. The silence felt holy, but Una knew better. Silence was where predators lived. They walked the same trail toward the rise. Gideon moved ahead, sure-footed. Una followed, eyes scanning. Halfway up, she saw it again. Old footprints under new snow, faint but present. The pacing line. Her stomach tightened. She didn't look at them for too long. She didn't want Gideon seeing her focus. At the ridge, Una pulled out her phone, turned it on. One bar flickered. She typed quickly, but this time she didn't send anything yet. She just opened a draft message to Claire and left it there, ready. If she got a strong signal, she'd hit send in seconds. Gideon stood a few steps away, looking out across the white landscape. You know, he said casually, you're very good at adapting. Una kept her tone light. I don't like dying. Gideon's mouth curved. Most people don't. Una glanced at him. But some people like control more than they like safety. Gideon turned his head slightly, looking at her with mild curiosity. Is that a comment about me? Una smiled. It's a comment about men. Gideon chuckled softly. I'm a man. Una shrugged. Exactly. The banter eased the air. It made Gideon smile. It made him feel like he was winning. Una let him have that illusion. She took a few steps away, pretending to search for signal. In reality, she was mapping. To the left, the trees thinned down into a slope. She could see faint signs of a path, less traveled, more hidden. A back trail. She remembered Gideon pointing it out on the map. Ridge to surface road. She moved toward it casually. Gideon's voice followed. Not that way. Una stopped. Why? Gideon walked closer, calm. It's steep. Ice under the powder. Una frowned as if annoyed. I'm just looking. Gideon's gaze held hers. Look from here. Una forced a laugh. You're very bossy for someone who claims he doesn't like people. Gideon's mouth curved. I like you. The words hit Una low in the gut, unwanted heat blooming. She smiled anyway. That's your mistake. Gideon's brows lifted slightly, amused. Is it? Una's heart hammered. She needed to plant something, a reason to approach that back trail later without suspicion. She looked down at the snow near the slope and pointed. What's that? She asked. Gideon followed her finger. A thin line in the snow, almost invisible, like a wire had been dragged or placed. Gideon's eyes narrowed slightly. Marker, he said. For what? Una asked, keeping her tone curious. Rangers, Gideon replied. Sometimes they string line for navigation. Una's stomach tightened. If rangers marked this area, it meant people did come here. People could find her. If she could reach the marker line, she could follow it. She nodded, pretending casual interest. Smart. Gideon's gaze lingered on her face. You're thinking again, he murmured. Una smiled. I can't help it. Gideon's mouth curved. I like it, until it turns against me. Una's blood ran cold. She laughed lightly anyway. Why would it turn against you? Gideon stepped closer, voice low. Because you're the kind of woman who bites when she feels trapped. Una's throat tightened. He was reading her again, or threatening her, or both. Una forced her eyes warm. Maybe I just don't like cages. Gideon's smile was faint. Then don't step into one. Una swallowed hard. They stood close for a moment, the wind quiet, snow soft around them. Gideon's gaze dropped briefly to her mouth, then returned to her eyes. The pull between them flared, hot and sharp. Una hated it. She used it. She stepped closer, not touching, just closing space. Can we go back? She asked softly. My fingers are freezing. Gideon's eyes softened, pleased by the softness. Of course. He turned first, leading the way down. Una followed, and as she walked, she memorized the back trail's entrance. The marker line. The slope angle. She memorized it like code. Because the next time Gideon opened that door, she wasn't going to wander blindly. She was going to move with purpose. At the cottage, Gideon held the door open for her. She stepped inside. Warmth hit her face. And Una felt the familiar conflict twist in her chest. Warmth was addictive. But she'd learned a truth about addicts. You don't survive by pretending the drug isn't a drug. You survive by planning your exit. Gideon locked the door behind them. Click. Una didn't flinch. She just smiled, soft, obedient looking, and thought about the back trail like it was a lifeline. Because Gideon's voice came mild as he shrugged off his coat. Tonight, he said, we'll talk properly. Una's stomach dropped. Because properly sounded like a new rule. And Una didn't know if she could keep smiling through the next one. Not when she could finally see a way out. Chapter 25. A question with teeth. Dinner smelled like comfort. Gideon's tone smelled like trouble. That night, Gideon cooked something richer than usual. Meat stew, thick and fragrant, bread warmed by the fire. The table looked almost romantic. A candle, 2 plates, 2 glasses. Too domestic. Too normal. Una sat across from him and kept her hands steady. She wore the A necklace again under her sweater. She liked the way it anchored her. Gideon watched her eat, eyes calm. For a while, he talked about meaningless things. A summer he spent in Europe, A vineyard in Stellenbosch. A rugby match he claimed he didn't care about but described in detail. Una laughed politely. She waited. The real conversation arrived like a knife sliding out a sleeve. Gideon set his fork down and said softly, "You told your friends you were safe." Una's stomach clenched. She kept her face neutral. "Yes." Gideon's gaze held hers. "Did you tell them you were with a man?" Una forced a small smile. "I said someone helped me." Gideon's mouth curved faintly. "Someone." Una sipped water to buy time. "I didn't want them to panic." Gideon nodded slowly. "And the news?" Una's pulse spiked. She kept her voice light. "What about it?" Gideon leaned back slightly, posture relaxed. "They described skin again today," he said. Una kept chewing even though her mouth went dry. "Okay?" Gideon's eyes stayed on her. "Did it bother you?" Una laughed softly. "Of course it bothered me. It's a serial killer story. It's not exactly bedtime vibes." Gideon's mustache twitched faintly, like a smile trying to form. He didn't smile fully. He asked, very calmly, "Do you think I look like him?" The question landed like a slap. Una's heart slammed. This was a test. A direct one. If she said yes, she was dead. If she said no too quickly, she was dead. If she hesitated, she was, at minimum, noticed. Una forced herself to breathe. She tilted her head and gave him a look like he'd made a silly joke. "Gideon," she said lightly, "they said male in his 40s with a mustache. That's half of South Africa." Gideon's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is it?" Una smiled. "Yes, and you're in a cottage with good soup and brandy. That doesn't scream serial killer." Gideon watched her, expression unreadable. Then he chuckled softly, as if amused. "Interesting," he murmured. Una kept her smile in place. "What?" Gideon leaned forward slightly, voice still calm. "You assumed I couldn't be him because I'm... what?" Una swallowed. "Because you seem normal." Gideon's eyes held hers. "Normal is a costume," he said quietly. Una's stomach dropped. That was her thought. Her phrase. She forced a laugh, too bright. "I've been saying that." Gideon's smile returned, faint and slow. "Have you?" Una's pulse hammered. She shifted tactics, turned the focus onto him, not her. "Why are you asking me this?" Una asked gently. "Are you worried?" Gideon's eyes warmed, pleased by the softness. "I'm curious," he said, "about what you believe." Una nodded slowly. "I believe you saved me." Gideon's gaze lingered on her. "And if I hadn't?" Una's throat tightened. "Then I'd be dead." Gideon's voice dropped, almost intimate. "Exactly." A beat. Then, still calm, he asked, "Did you receive any more texts today?" Una's blood ran cold. She forced a shrug. "No." Gideon held her gaze. A long beat. Then he smiled faintly, like he accepted it. But Una felt the shift. He didn't believe her. Gideon stood and collected the plates, moving to the sink. His back was to her. Una's heart hammered. She slid her hand into her fleece pocket under the table and touched the keyring. If tonight turned, she needed to run. Gideon spoke without turning. "I don't like lies, Una." Her blood froze. She kept her voice light. "Neither do I." Gideon turned back slowly, drying his hands with a cloth. His eyes held hers. "I can handle fear," he said quietly. "I can handle anger. I can even handle you being stubborn." Una's throat tightened. "I can't handle being fooled," Gideon continued, voice gentle. "Do you understand?" Una forced a smile. "I'm not trying to fool you." Gideon stepped closer, slow. "Good," he murmured. He reached out and touched the chain at her neck, fingers brushing the pendant through her sweater as if he could feel the letter. Una's skin prickled. Gideon's voice was soft. "Wrong initial," he said. Una swallowed. "Yes." Gideon's fingers lingered 1 second too long, then released. He smiled, charming again. "Finish your tea," he said. "Then sleep." Una nodded, calm on the outside, frantic inside. Gideon walked to the front door and checked the lock. 1, 2 motions. Then he did something that made Una's stomach drop. He slid a thick wooden bar into place across the door. Not a deadbolt. A bar. A physical barrier. Gideon glanced back at her, smile mild, as if it was nothing. "Storm protocol," he said. Una forced a laugh that almost broke. "That seems intense." Gideon's eyes held hers. "The mountain is intense," he replied. Then he turned off the main light, leaving only the fire's glow. "Good night, Una," he said softly. Una's mouth went dry. "Good night," she whispered. She walked to the guest room with the keyring in her pocket and the clipping against her skin. Her heart pounded so hard she felt dizzy. Because the cottage had just changed. Not in warmth. In permission. A bar across the door meant Gideon wasn't just sheltering her anymore. He was keeping her. And as Una lay in bed, staring into the dark, she heard Gideon's footsteps pause outside her door. Not a knock, just a presence. Then his voice, soft as a lover's. "Tomorrow," he murmured. "We'll stop pretending." Una's blood ran cold, because she couldn't tell if he meant pretending affection, or pretending she didn't know what he was. And outside, the wind rose again, loud enough to hide the sound of any escape. Chapter 26. The bar across the door. The wooden bar looked like storm protocol. It also looked like a decision. Una didn't sleep. She lay on her back in the guest bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, listening to the cottage breathe. The fire crackled low in the living room. Wind pressed against the windows. Somewhere in the walls, the house creaked like a tired animal. And in her pocket, on the chair beside the bed, the keyring felt like weight and proof. Gideon had barred the front door. Not a lock, not a latch. A bar you used when you didn't want something or someone pushing through. Una's mind kept circling one question until it felt like it could tear a hole in her ribs. Was he keeping the storm out? Or keeping her in? She heard Gideon's footsteps earlier, pausing outside her door. She had held her breath until her lungs burned. Then the steps had moved away, slow, confident. No panic. No anger. Just control. Una waited another hour. Maybe 2. Time didn't work properly in winter storms. It melted. When the cottage finally went still, no shifting, no faint movement, Una slid out of bed. She dressed in silence. Jeans, thermal top, socks, boots. She pulled Gideon's fleece over her sweater and tightened the scarf around her neck. She clipped her hair back with a small elastic from her bag. She didn't want anything for an attacker to grab. Then she stood in the dark, breathing carefully, and let herself think like the person she was at Boysphere. Goal, leave. Obstacle, bar door. Gideon, storm, no signal. Outcome, get outside without triggering him. Consequence, survive long enough to reach help. She crept out into the hallway. The living room was dim, lit only by the orange heartbeat of the fire. Gideon slept in the armchair again, blanket over his legs, head angled slightly toward the guest room hallway. Even asleep, he positioned himself like a guard. Una moved toward the front door anyway, just to confirm. The bar sat solid across it, thick wood wedged into brackets like a final word. No way out there without noise. Una's eyes shifted to the windows. The nearest one was a heavy pane with a latch. She tested it gently. Locked. She tried the next window by the kitchen. Locked. Of course. Prepared men didn't leave obvious exits. Una turned toward the hallway door with the smooth wood. The generator room. Her throat tightened. She'd been in there. She'd seen the second phone. And she'd been caught. Gently, with a smile. She pulled the keyring from her pocket and separated the larger key from the smaller one, hands steady. The cottage was quiet. She crossed the hallway and lifted the latch on the generator door. It opened with a soft shift of wood. Una slipped inside and closed it behind her as quietly as she could. The generator hummed. Tools hung like a display. Fuel smell sat heavy in the air. The radio unit waited on the shelf like a lie Gideon had wrapped in later. And there, exactly where she'd seen it before, was the second phone. Una didn't touch it yet. She moved to a metal cupboard near the back wall. It had a simple padlock. She tried the smaller key. It fit. Her breath caught as the lock clicked open. Inside were supplies, batteries, flares, a folded thermal blanket, and, shockingly, 2 pairs of boots. One pair was hers. The other was smaller. Women's, not hers. Una's stomach dropped. Someone else had been here. Or someone had been planned for. She grabbed her boots and shoved the thermal blanket and one flare into her pocket. Her hands hesitated over the second pair of boots. She didn't take them. She didn't want to carry an object that would slow her down. She also didn't want Gideon to notice something missing he hadn't expected. She relocked the cupboard carefully. Then, because curiosity was a blade she couldn't stop holding, she went to the second phone. She picked it up and turned the screen on without fully waking it. No lock photo, no name. But there, on the notification preview, was a message thread header. Unknown. Multiple messages. Una's blood went cold. She clicked into it quickly, heart hammering. The thread was long. Dozens of messages. Not from her number. From other numbers. Short lines, location questions, check-ins. And a pattern. Are you warm? Are you alone? Don't panic. Una swallowed hard. The same language. The same tone. A text thread, like a net. Then she saw the most recent outgoing message, time-stamped during the bath yesterday. He's feeding you now. That's how it starts. Una's vision pulsed. Gideon had been the unknown number. Not a guess, not speculation. Proof. Her hands shook once, then steadied. She didn't scroll further. She didn't take screenshots. No time. No signal. Screenshots would still be evidence later, if she lived. She set the phone down exactly where it had been. She slipped out of the generator room and closed the latch softly. Back in the living room, Gideon's posture hadn't changed. Una stood in the dim glow of the fire and watched him for one long second. Sleeping Gideon looked harmless. He wasn't. Una moved to the kitchen and grabbed her own phone from the ledge. She turned it on. No bars. Of course. She turned it back off, pocketed it, and moved to the back of the cottage where she'd noticed a small utility door earlier, something that looked like it led to storage. She tested it. Locked. She tried the keyring. Larger key. It slid in and turned. Una's breath caught. The door opened onto a narrow covered area, and then the backyard, snow piled high, trees close. No bar, no bracket. No obvious storm protocol. Time = 0.6s. Just an exit. Her pulse hammered. Of course Gideon barred the front door. The back door didn't need a bar, because it led into forest. And in forest, he could chase. Una stepped out carefully, pulling the door nearly shut behind her but not locking it. She didn't want the click. Cold hit her face, sharp and clean. She moved fast, boots crunching softly, heading toward the back trail she'd memorized. The marker line at the ridge, the slope, the service road. She kept her flashlight off. Moonlight and snow gave enough glow to see shapes. The forest swallowed her within seconds. She followed the faint path, breath controlled, body moving like she was back in training, running early mornings, powering through deadlines, solving problems with the deadline of death. Behind her, the cottage glowed warm and distant. Ahead, the trees opened into white and shadow. Una didn't look back until she reached the first bend of the back trail. And that's when she heard it. Not wind, not branch. A door opening. Then Gideon's voice, calm and clear, carrying through the trees like he'd been speaking close to her ear. Una, he called softly. You really shouldn't run in this weather. Una's blood turned to ice. Because he didn't sound angry. He sounded entertained. And the forest, quiet and deep, didn't answer. But it did something worse. It echoed him. Una ran anyway. Chapter 27. The chase without footsteps. He didn't crash through the snow behind her. He moved like he already knew where she'd go. Una pushed downhill, following the back trail by memory and instinct. Snow grabbed at her boots, but her legs were strong. She'd built them in city gyms and corporate stairwells, in a life where you ran toward goals and away from shame. Now she ran away from a man who smiled like a gentleman. Gideon's voice came again, not close, not far. Just present. You'll hurt yourself, he called, and I don't want that. Una's stomach twisted. The I don't want that was the part that made her spine go rigid. It sounded sincere. It sounded like affection. It also sounded like ownership. She didn't answer. She kept moving. The trees thickened. The trail narrowed. The slope steepened, exactly as Gideon had warned. Ice under powder. Una adjusted, lowering her center of gravity, stepping carefully but quickly. She heard something behind her then, not the crunch of running footsteps. A faint scrape. Metal. Something being dragged? A gate? A latch? Then nothing. Silence again. That was worse than footsteps. Footsteps told you distance. Silence meant the predator had stopped making noise on purpose. Una's true crime brain lit up with a warning. He's not chasing you from behind. He's cutting you off. She remembered the map. Ridge down to service road. There were 2 routes to the road. One direct, one longer, but safer. Gideon had shown her both. He'd been teaching her the maze. She forced her mind to hold that thought without letting panic swallow it. At the next split, a faint fork where one path dipped and one angled left. Una chose left. Longer. More cover. Less predictable. Snow fell harder for a minute like the mountain wanted to blind her. She lowered her head, scarf tight, pushing through. Ahead she saw the marker line. Thin, almost invisible, a navigation cord strung between trees. Relief hit her so sharply she almost stumbled. She followed the line, moving hand over hand for balance when the slope went slick. A sound came from somewhere to her right. Not a footstep. A cough. Low. Controlled. The kind you did when you wanted someone to know you were there. Una froze. Her heart hammered. Then Gideon stepped out from behind a tree 10 meters ahead, blocking the line. He looked like he'd been walking leisurely, not chasing. Coat clean, gloves on, hair neat beneath his beanie. His mustache was perfect. His eyes were calm. Una, he said, voice warm. That's dangerous. Una's pulse spiked. He'd cut her off. Exactly. She forced her face into something sharp and modern, the voice she used in meetings when someone tried to control the narrative. You lied to me, Una said. Gideon lifted a brow. About what? You were the unknown number, Una said, letting the accusation sit in the air like smoke. Gideon's expression didn't change immediately. Then, slowly, his mouth curved into a faint smile. Aren't you clever? He said. The confirmation hit Una's body like cold water. Her hand slid into her pocket. She wrapped her fingers around the flare. Gideon watched the movement. His eyes flicked to her pocket once, then back to her face. He didn't look alarmed. That terrified her. I found the phone, Una said, voice steady. I saw the messages. Gideon nodded, as if she'd told him she found a book on the shelf. And? And you're sick, Una spat. Gideon's smile softened, almost tender. No, he said. I'm careful. Una's breath came hard. Let me go. Gideon tilted his head slightly. Where? To help, Una snapped. To my friends, to the police. Anywhere but with you. Gideon sighed like she was being dramatic. Una, he said gently. You're cold, you're stressed, and you're thinking in headlines. Don't gaslight me, Una hissed. Gideon's gaze sharpened for the first time, a flicker of irritation that he quickly smoothed away. I don't like that word, he said softly. Una's stomach dropped. Because it works? Gideon took a slow step closer. Una lifted her chin. Stop. He stopped. That was the problem. He still listened to her words. Like he wanted her cooperation. Like he wanted her to choose him, even now. Gideon's voice dropped. I didn't hurt you, he said. I kept you alive. I kept you warm. I asked, every time. Una's throat tightened because it was true. His kindness was part of the net. Gideon's eyes held hers. You were shaking when I found you, he said. You would have died in that forest. I would rather die than be trapped, Una said, and she meant it. Gideon's mouth tightened slightly. You don't mean that. Una laughed bitterly. You don't know what I mean. I do, Gideon said, and his calm certainty made her want to scream. You mean you're ashamed? The word hit her hard. Shame. Ayanda's betrayal had poured shame into her like poison. Gideon took another slow step closer, hands open at his sides. I can fix that, he said softly. You don't have to go back to them. You don't have to go back to being someone's joke. Una's stomach turned. He wasn't just keeping her. He was offering her a new story. A story where she belonged to him. Una's fingers tightened around the flare. You can't fix it, Una said quietly. You're part of it. Gideon's eyes narrowed slightly, confused by her certainty. Una kept her voice steady. You repeated his phrase. Mistakes happen. You said it the same way. A flicker crossed Gideon's face. Not guilt. Recognition. Like she'd found the seam in his costume. Gideon exhaled slowly. Ayanda, he murmured, tasting the name. That's your boyfriend. Una's spine stiffened. How do you know his name? She demanded. Gideon's gaze held hers, calm again. You said it in your sleep, he replied. Una didn't believe him anymore. Gideon stepped closer, just a fraction. Una pulled the flare out and snapped it up between them like a weapon. Gideon's eyes flicked to it, then back to her face. He didn't flinch. You like that, he said softly, and you'll blind yourself in this snow. You'll fall. Better than being caught, Una said through clenched teeth. Gideon's voice stayed gentle. I'm not trying to hurt you. Una's laugh came out sharp. That's what every man says right before he does. For the first time, Gideon's calm cracked. Not into rage, into something sharper, something like disappointment. I thought you were different, he said quietly. Una's stomach dropped. Then Gideon did something that made her skin go cold. He took one step to the side, opening the marker line. Go on, he said, voice mild. Run. Una stared. It felt like a trap. It was a trap. He was letting her run because he was confident. Because he wanted the chase. Una backed slowly, flare still up, eyes on him. Gideon watched her, calm as the mountain. Una, he called softly. Don't trip. I'll have to catch you. The sentence slid down her spine like ice. Una turned and ran. Behind her, she didn't hear footsteps. She heard something worse. A quiet laugh, swallowed by the falling snow. And Una realized he didn't chase like a desperate man. He chased like a man who owned the forest. Chapter 28. The Ranger Hut. The hut wasn't safety. It was a pause button. The marker line led her through a bend in the trees and down into a shallow dip where the wind eased. Snow lay thick, muffling sound, turning the world into cotton. Una moved fast, but smart. Short bursts, then listening, then moving again. She didn't let panic take the wheel. She followed the line until it ended at a small metal stake. Beyond it, barely visible under snow, was a structure. A hut. Low roof, rough timber, half buried in white. A ranger hut, or an old equipment shelter. Una's lungs burned as she reached it. She yanked at the door handle. Locked. Her stomach dropped. She pulled the keyring from her pocket. Fingers numb. One key. Another. The larger key slid in. It turned. The door opened with a groan that sounded too loud in the quiet world. Una slipped inside and shut it fast. Darkness swallowed her. She fumbled for the flashlight and clicked it on. The beam revealed a cramped room with a bench, a metal cabinet, and a small radio unit mounted near the ceiling. Dust and cold. Old paper. A smell of oil. Una's breath came hard. She pressed her back to the door and forced herself to listen. Silence outside. No crunching steps. No voice. Her mind screamed at her not to trust the silence. She moved to the radio unit quickly, heart hammering. It looked older than the one in Gideon's generator room. More official. Less personal. A label. Azemvelo KZN Wildlife. Faded. She flipped switches. Static burst. Una's hope flared, then stuttered. She leaned in and tried to remember what to do. She wasn't trained for this. She was trained for dashboards and models and crisis meetings. Not radios and blizzards. Hello? She said into it, voice shaking. Hello, can anyone hear me? I'm stranded near a cottage. Drakensberg forest access, please. Only static answered. Una tried again, slower. This is Unami, Una Mthembu. I'm in a ranger hut off the ridgeline. I need rescue. There is a man. Static cracked louder. Then faintly, a voice. Repeat. Say again. Una's whole body went rigid. Yes, she said, almost crying. Yes, please. Can you hear me? The radio hissed. Signal weak. Identify location? Una swallowed hard. Location. Pin. She didn't have coordinates. She forced herself to breathe, then said, Restricted forest access zone, near a cottage. I came from the ridge marker line. There's a service road below. Copy, hold, storm, teams limited. Stay put. Stay put. Una's stomach twisted. Staying put meant being found. By rescue or by Gideon. Her phone buzzed faintly in her pocket. She'd turned it on when she ran, hoping for signal. It was on now, draining battery. She pulled it out. One bar. One fragile bar. She opened WhatsApp with shaking hands and hit Claire's chat. She typed fast. Una, I escaped. I'm in a ranger hut off ridge marker line, radio contact weak. If I go quiet, Gideon is the unknown number texting me. He has a second phone. He barred the door. She hit send. One gray tick. Delivered. Relief hit her hard enough to make her dizzy. A second later, Claire's typing bubble flickered, then vanished when the signal dropped. Una pressed her forehead to the cold wall and breathed. Then she realized something. The hut wasn't warm. No fire, no heater. The cold would creep in fast. She needed to move again, soon. But moving meant leaving the only locked door she had between her and Gideon. Una turned back to the radio. Can you send someone? She whispered. Please. Static. Then the faint voice again, broken by interference. Cannot immediate. Weather. Hold position. Una swallowed. Hold position. She looked around the hut, scanning for anything useful. A metal cabinet. She opened it. Inside, a thermal blanket, a small emergency kit, and, thank God, a bright orange emergency whistle. Una grabbed the whistle and hung it around her neck. Then she heard it. A sound outside. Not wind. Not branch. A deliberate touch. Knuckles against wood. 3 taps. Polite. Measured. The same knock as the cottage door yesterday. Una's blood turned to ice. She backed away from the door slowly, flashlight beam trembling. A pause. Then Gideon's voice, soft through the wood. Una, he said gently, you locked yourself in a freezer. Una's throat tightened. How did you... Her voice broke. She swallowed. Go away. Gideon chuckled softly. You followed the marker line, he said. I showed it to you. Una's stomach dropped. Of course he had. His kindness had been choreography. Gideon's tone stayed warm. I'm not angry, he said. Open the door. We'll go back before you get hypothermia. Una's hands clenched. She looked at the radio again. No guarantee rescue was close. She looked at her phone. No signal. She looked at the flare in her pocket. One shot. One chance. Open the door, Gideon repeated, still gentle. You don't want to make this ugly? Ugly. The word hit like a blade. Una forced her voice steady. If you're not angry, why did you bar the door? A pause. Then Gideon's voice softened further, like he was talking to a frightened animal. Because I didn't want you wandering out and dying, he said. I didn't want blood on my floor. Una's stomach lurched. Blood on my floor. He'd said it like a joke. It wasn't funny. Una backed farther into the hut until she hit the bench. Gideon's voice came again, almost tender. I like you, Una, he said. I don't want to hurt you. Una's throat tightened. The worst part was that she believed he liked her. That didn't make him safe. That made him scarier. Her fingers closed around the whistle at her neck. She didn't blow it yet. Not yet. Because if she blew it and no one came, she'd have given Gideon a reason to stop being gentle. The hut creaked as Gideon leaned in closer to the door. His voice dropped, intimate. "Open it," he murmured, "or I'll open it for you." Una's blood went cold, because the keyring in her pocket suddenly felt like a stupid mistake. He could have keys too. And the door handle, thin, old metal, was already trembling slightly, as if someone was testing it. Una held her breath, and decided the hut wasn't a shelter anymore. It was a corner. Chapter 29. The door gives. The lock held for 8 seconds. Then it betrayed her. Una's fingers flew to the flare. She didn't want to use it inside a small wooden hut. She didn't want smoke. She didn't want fire. But she also didn't want Gideon's hands on her again. Not like this. The door handle jerked once, harder. Metal groaned. Una's stomach dropped. Gideon spoke softly through the wood, voice steady. "Una, please, don't make me break this." Una backed up until her calves hit the bench. Her eyes scanned the hut, window, vent, anything. There was a small back window, frosted and half buried by snow. It might open. It might not. Another jerk of the handle. The lock squealed. The hut seemed to shiver. Una's pulse hammered so hard she tasted copper. She forced herself to speak. Sharp, modern, clear. "Stop. I know you've been texting me. I know about the phone." A pause. Then Gideon's voice, softer. "Yes." The confirmation hit her like a shove. "You admit it?" Una demanded. "I admit I was trying to keep you calm," Gideon said. "Because you spiral." Una laughed, breath shaking. "You stalked me." A faint sigh. "I guided you." Guided. Like she was a child. Like she was his. Una's fingers tightened around the flare. The handle jerked again, and this time the lock gave with a sharp snap. The door swung inward. Cold air rushed in, biting. Gideon stood in the doorway, framed by white and shadow. He didn't look wild. He didn't look furious. He looked disappointed. Like she'd broken an agreement he thought existed. He stepped inside slowly, closing the door behind him. His eyes moved over her, taking in the flare in her hand, the tightness in her posture. "I told you you'd hurt yourself," he said quietly. Una lifted the flare. "Don't come closer." Gideon stopped. "I'm not going to rush you," he said. Una's chest heaved. "Then leave." Gideon's mouth curved faintly. "I can't." "Because you want a pet?" Una snapped. The word pet made something flicker in Gideon's eyes. Quick heat, then control. "No," he said softly. "Because you're safer with me than out here." Una's laugh was bitter. "That's the lie you tell yourself to sleep at night." Gideon's gaze sharpened. "I sleep fine," he said. The calmness of it made her skin crawl. Una's voice dropped, deadly quiet. "Did you do it?" Gideon blinked once. "Do what?" "The women," Una said. Skin. Gideon's mustache twitched slightly, almost a smile. Almost. "Those are rumors," he said softly. Una's throat tightened. "You didn't answer." Gideon took a slow step forward. Una raised the flare higher. "Stop." He stopped again. His obedience felt calculated. Gideon's voice was gentle. "Una," he said, "I don't want to hurt you." Una's eyes burned. "Then why are you here?" Gideon's gaze held hers. "Because you ran," he said simply. Una swallowed. "I ran because you trapped me." Gideon's mouth tightened faintly. "I sheltered you." "I didn't ask for shelter," Una snapped. "You would be dead," Gideon replied, and for the first time there was steel under the calm. "Do you understand that?" Una's breath shook. She did understand. That was the problem. Gratitude and terror made a toxic mix. Gideon softened again, as if recognizing he had pushed too hard. "Give me the flare," he said gently. "You'll burn yourself." "No," Una said. Gideon's eyes flicked to the door behind him. "Then we're stuck," he said, like it was a simple fact. "You'll freeze here. I'll freeze with you. Is that what you want?" Una's mind raced. He was forcing a choice. He didn't need to grab her. He just needed time. Time to talk her down. Time to wear her out. Time to make her doubt. Time was his weapon. Una forced herself to change the game. She stepped toward the back window, keeping the flare between them. "Open the door," she said. Gideon's brows lifted. "Why?" "So I can leave," Una said. Gideon's smile was faint. "And run into the storm again." "Yes," Una said. "That's my choice." Gideon watched her for a long moment. Then he said softly, "Una, you're not thinking clearly." The phrase hit like a trigger. Una's voice sharpened. Don't do that. Don't tell me what I am." Gideon's gaze softened, almost regretful. "You're intelligent," he said. "You're strong, but you're emotionally compromised. Emotionally compromised. Like a diagnosis. like a file. Una's stomach twisted. Don't speak about me like I'm Data, she hissed. Gideon's eyes flicked, interest sharpening. Boy sphere, he murmured. Always patterns. Una's blood went cold. He shouldn't know her company name this easily. Not just from casual conversation, not like it mattered to him. Unless he had looked her up. Unless he had been watching Before the Forest. Una swallowed hard. You're not my therapist, she said. You're not my savior. Gideon took another slow step forward, and this time he didn't stop immediately. Una's body reacted. Fear, adrenaline, readiness. She raised the flare and clicked it. A hiss. A bright, violent burst of red-orange light filled the hut. Gideon flinched hard for the first time, turning his head away. Una used the moment. She lunged, not at him, but past him, shoulder slamming into his chest to shove him off balance. Gideon grunted, stumbling backward toward the door. Una's body moved without hesitation. She yanked the door open and sprinted out into the snow, flare blazing in her hand like a screaming signal. Cold hit her face like a slap. She ran downhill toward the service road she'd memorized, the flare smoke trailing behind her. Behind her, Gideon's voice rose, still calm, but sharper now. Una. She didn't look back. She heard his steps, then crunch, crunch, finally audible. He was following. Not running wildly. Running efficiently. Una's lungs burned. The flare's heat warmed her fingers, then threatened to burn. She shifted grip carefully, keeping it away from her coat. Snow and smoke blurred her vision. Then she heard something else. A distant engine. The same mechanical growl as yesterday. Closer now. Una's heart surged with hope and terror. Because if it was rescue, she needed to reach it. And if it wasn't, she was sprinting toward the next trap. She broke through a line of trees and saw it. A narrow service road, half buried, curving down the mountain like a scar. And on it, ahead, were headlights. 2 bright beams pushing through snow. A vehicle. Una's breath caught. She lifted the flare higher and ran toward the road, waving it like her life depended on it. Because it did. Behind her, Gideon's footsteps closed the gap. His voice came low, urgent now. Una, stop. Una didn't hear the rest. Because the vehicle's headlights swung toward her, and a horn blasted once. Loud, sharp, real. Una stumbled onto the road, nearly falling. She waved the flare wildly, tears freezing on her lashes. The vehicle slowed. A door opened. A voice shouted over the wind. Hey, are you? Una turned her head instinctively, looking back toward the trees. Gideon stood at the edge of the forest, half in shadow, half in snow. He wasn't rushing her now. He wasn't lunging. He was watching. His face unreadable. Then, slowly, he lifted one gloved hand in a small, almost polite gesture, like a man saying, "There you are." Una's blood went cold. Because even with headlights on the road and a stranger shouting, Gideon looked completely unthreatened. Like he'd expected this. Like he was letting her be found. And that meant something worse was coming. Una stumbled toward the vehicle anyway, because the road was finally open. And the forest behind her was not. Chapter 30. Found. Rescue doesn't feel like relief at first. It feels like your body forgetting it was allowed to live. The vehicle was a 4x4 with a roof rack and mud-splattered sides, headlights cutting through snow. A logo on the door flashed as it rolled closer. Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife. 2 men in thick jackets jumped out, faces tight with alarm. One shouted, "Ma'am, are you hurt?" Una's legs buckled the moment she heard the word ma'am. Her body decided it was done. She dropped to her knees on the road, flare still hissing in her hand. The heat burned her glove slightly, and she yelped, tossing it onto the snow where it sizzled. Hands grabbed her gently, steadying her, not restraining. "Easy," one man said, voice firm. "Easy, we've got you." Una's breath came in broken sobs. There's a man," she tried, but her throat closed. The second ranger crouched in front of her, face calm in a way that reminded her of Gideon and made her stomach twist. "Name?" he asked. "Your name?" "Una, Una gasped. Una, Mthembu." The ranger nodded. "Okay, Una, you're safe. Where did you come from?" Una turned her head, searching the tree line. The forest sat dark and dense, snow falling between branches like a curtain. Gideon was gone. He'd been there one moment, watching, calm, and then the trees were empty. Una's blood ran cold all over again. "He was there," she whispered. "He was right there." The rangers exchanged a look. The one standing pulled a radio from his shoulder and spoke quickly. "We've got her. Female found on service road. Possible suspect nearby. Request backup. Eyes on tree line." Possible suspect. The words hit Una like a bell. She stood shakily with their help, swaying. Her boots were soaked, her hands numb. The crouching ranger checked her quickly. Wrists, face, shoulders. Any injuries? He asked. No, Una said, voice cracking. Just cold. He nodded. We're getting you warm. The other ranger opened the back door of the 4X4. In, he said gently. Una hesitated, eyes fixed on the forest. Her mind screamed that Gideon could be anywhere. Behind a tree, behind the vehicle, already watching. The crouching ranger touched her elbow, gentle. Una, he said, voice steady. Get in. We'll handle the rest. Handle the rest. She wanted to believe that. She climbed into the back seat. Heat blasted from the vents, too hot on her frozen skin. It made her ache. The ranger wrapped a thermal blanket around her shoulders and handed her a bottle of water. Una's fingers trembled as she drank. The standing ranger leaned in through the open door. Tell us, he said. What happened? Who was the man? Una swallowed hard. Her mind flashed through everything. Gideon's cottage, his warmth, his consent, his charm. The second phone, the barred door, the chase. She heard her own voice shake as she spoke. He found me in the forest, Una said. He brought me to his cottage, said I'd die outside. He kept me there. Kept you how? The ranger asked, careful. Una's stomach turned. She forced her words clean, precise. He locked doors, barred the front door. He was texting me from another phone, pretending to be someone warning me about himself. The ranger's jaw tightened. Name? Gideon, Una said. Gideon Van Rensburg. The ranger's eyes flicked, recognition or concern. He didn't say. Una continued, voice shaking but steady. There's a generator room, a second phone, newspaper clippings with notes. He's calm. He looks like the description on the news. The ranger nodded sharply. Okay. He straightened and spoke into his shoulder radio again, faster now. Suspect name provided. Gideon Van Rensburg. Cottage and forest access zone. Evidence second phone, clippings, barred door. Request SAPS and K9. Una's chest tightened. Evidence SAPS. K9. It sounded real. It sounded like the world outside Gideon's cottage was returning. The ranger closed the back door, sealing her in warmth. The vehicle started moving. As they rolled down the service road, Una pressed her forehead to the window and stared out at the forest. Trees blurred past. Snow kept falling. Gideon didn't appear, but Una didn't feel relief. She felt watched, because he had let her reach the road. He had not tackled her, not dragged her back, not even shouted after her in rage. He'd simply observed. Like he wanted her found. Like he wanted her story to become something he could control next. The 4X4 hit a bump, and Una's phone, still off in her pocket, pressed against her thigh like a heartbeat. She turned it on with shaking fingers. One bar flickered, then two. Messages flooded in. Claire. Lulu. Even Ayanda. Una ignored Ayanda automatically, like swatting a fly. She opened Claire's chat and typed fast. Una, I'm with Rangers. I'm alive. Gideon is real danger. Please don't come alone. Tell SAPS everything. She hit send. 2 ticks appeared. Delivered. A second later, Claire's reply came through like a breath. Claire. Thank God, where are you? Are you hurt? We're here with rescue. Una, stay with him. Do not let him get you again. Una's eyes stung. She typed, hands shaking. Una, I'm okay. I'll explain. I'm sorry. She hit send. Then she looked up as the 4X4 slowed again. Headlights appeared ahead. Another vehicle, then another. A small convoy. SAPS. Rescue. People. The ranger in front spoke to someone outside, voices muffled through glass. Una caught fragments. Cottage. No sign. Tracks vanish. Storm. The ranger got back in and turned toward Una. His face was firm. We're going back up, he said. We're going to that cottage. Una's stomach dropped. Back up. Back toward the place with warmth and rules and a man who didn't panic. She gripped the blanket tighter around her shoulders. He'll be gone, she whispered. The ranger nodded. Maybe, but we have to try. Una swallowed hard. The vehicle turned, tires crunching over snow. And as they started climbing back toward the forest, Una realized something with sick clarity. Even if Gideon was gone, he'd left her alive on purpose. Because the kind of man who texts you warnings about himself doesn't stop when you're rescued. He just changes the game. Una pressed her palm to her chest where the A pendant sat under her sweater, cold against skin. Betrayal. Charm. Control. Different men. Same pattern. And as the convoy moved uphill into the white, Una stared into the storm and felt the hook of fear tighten again. Because if Gideon wanted her silent, this wasn't the end. It was the beginning of the warning. And somewhere up the mountain, the cottage waited. Warm, neat, and empty enough to lie. Chapter 31. The warmth without him. The cottage looked the same from the outside. That was how Una knew something was wrong. The convoy crawled up the service road in low gear, tires biting into snow. Blue lights flashed against white, throwing sharp shadows between trees. A K-9 unit followed behind, dog restless, handler steady. Una sat in the back of the Ranger 4X4 with a thermal blanket wrapped around her like armor. Heat from the vents still hurt her skin. Her hands trembled around a mug of sweet tea someone had pressed into her grip. She couldn't stop watching the forest. Every trunk looked like a hiding place. Every dip in the snow looked like a body waiting to sit up. When the cottage finally came into view, warm light glowed behind the windows. Una's stomach dropped. "The lights are on?" one of the rangers muttered. The SAPS officer in front leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "Could be a timer? Could be someone inside?" Una's mouth went dry. The vehicle stopped. Doors opened. Cold rushed in with a roar. Una stayed seated for one heartbeat longer, forcing herself to breathe. "You are not that girl in the forest anymore. You're a witness." The ranger beside her squeezed her shoulder. "Stay in the vehicle," he said, "unless someone tells you otherwise." Una nodded quickly. Outside, officers moved into formation. Snow crunched under boots. The K-9 barked once, sharp, impatient. A SAPS officer approached Una's window. He was a black man in his late 30s, face tight with focus. "Miss Mthembu?" he asked. "Yes," Una said, voice thin. "I'm Captain Dlamini," he said. "We're going to secure the cottage. I need you to confirm it's the same place." Una stared at the front door. The wooden bar. The neat porch. The exact shape of the trap. "Yes," she whispered. "That's it." Captain Dlamini nodded once, then signaled. Two officers moved toward the front door. One went to the side window. Another circled behind. Someone knocked. 3 taps. Polite. Measured. Una's stomach lurched. No response. The officer tried the handle. Locked. "Breach," Captain Dlamini ordered. A heavy tool came out. One hard hit to the lock. Wood splintered. The door swung inward, spilling warm air into the snow like a lie escaping. Officers entered fast. The dog pulled forward, nails clicking on wood. Una held her breath so hard her chest ached. Seconds stretched. Then a voice called, "Clear! Clear! Clear!" No shout of suspect. No struggle, no gunfire. Just the quiet confirmation that the warmth was empty. Captain Dlamini returned to the vehicle and opened Una's door carefully. "He's not inside," he said. Una's stomach sank. "Of course he's not." Captain Dlamini studied her face. "We found signs someone left in a hurry," he said, "but we need you to walk us through, only if you can. If not, tell me now." Una's hands clenched in the blanket. Walking back into that cottage meant walking back into her own choices, her own desire, her own shame. It meant seeing the couch where she'd laughed, the bedroom where she'd said yes, and knowing the same man who asked permission could also build a cage. Una swallowed hard. "I can," she said. "I don't want him to disappear." Captain Dlamini nodded. "All right, stay close to me." Una stepped out into the snow. Cold hit her face like a slap, sobering and cruel. The porch creaked under her boots. Warm air rolled out of the open doorway. It smelled like smoke, soap, and something faintly metallic that made her stomach twist. Inside, the cottage looked exactly as it had. Fire low, still alive. Cushions neat. 2 mugs on the counter like someone had been drinking calmly before vanishing. Normal. Normal as a costume. Una stood in the doorway, throat tight. Captain Dlamini spoke softly. "Where did you sleep?" Una pointed. "Guest room, sometimes the couch." They moved through slowly. Officers photographed everything. Another officer bagged the wooden bar that had been across the door. Captain Dlamini paused by the couch. "You said he had a second phone." Una nodded. "Generator room." Captain Dlamini's gaze sharpened. "Show me." Una's legs felt heavy as she walked to the smooth wooden door. The door without a handle. Her fingers shook as she lifted the latch. It opened. Warm air and fuel smell hit her face. Inside, the generator hummed. Tools hung neatly on the wall. The shelf held the radio. And the spot where the second phone had been was empty. Una's stomach dropped. "He moved it," she whispered. Captain Dlamini stepped inside carefully, eyes scanning. "Anything else?" Una's gaze snapped to the metal cupboard. Her breath caught. The padlock was gone. The cupboard door stood open. The shelf inside was half empty. Her boots had been taken. The thermal blankets were gone. The flares were gone. He'd cleaned the cupboard like a man erasing fingerprints. Una's mouth went dry. "He knew," she whispered. Captain Dlamini looked at her. "He knew what?" Una swallowed, voice shaking. "He knew I'd run. He had supplies ready. He planned for this." Captain Dlamini's jaw tightened. "We'll document it." Una's eyes moved to the wall. A small hook sat there, empty now. Her heart kicked up. The rope Gideon had used while teaching her knots, gone. He was stripping the room of anything too personal. Anything that could tie him here. Una's hands clenched. He's careful, she said, voice low. He's not stupid. Captain Dlamini nodded slowly. Predators who last rarely are. Una flinched at the word predator. It made everything too real. An officer called from the hallway. Captain, found clippings. Una's blood turned cold. They moved back into the main room. On the coffee table, someone had placed a small stack of newspaper clippings, neat, aligned, almost like a gift. On top sat the worn notebook Una had seen during the dice game. Una's stomach twisted. That notebook hadn't been on the table when she left. Captain Dlamini approached cautiously, gloved hands lifting the top clipping. Margin notes, dates circled, the same neat handwriting. Then the notebook opened to a page as if left deliberately. In that slanted handwriting, a single line. She ran. She lived. Una's breath caught. Captain Dlamini's voice was tight. He left this for you. Una stared at the words until her eyes burned. He wants me to know, she whispered. Captain Dlamini looked at her. Know what? Una swallowed hard, forcing the truth through her throat. That he can leave whenever he wants, she said. And that he can come back. Captain Dlamini's expression hardened. We will find him. Una's laugh came out bitter. He wants you to try. As officers continued documenting, Una's phone buzzed in her pocket. A signal flicker. She pulled it out. 1 bar. A message from Claire came through. Claire, we're at the base with rescue. Please tell me you're okay. Please. Una's fingers shook. She typed. Una, I'm alive. They're searching his cottage. He's gone. She hit send. Delivered. Una looked up again at the notebook on the table. She ran. She lived. The fire cracked softly. Warmth filled the room. And Una understood the sick joke. Gideon had left the cottage warm on purpose. So she'd step back inside and remember how good it had felt. So she'd doubt herself. So she'd miss him, even as she feared him. And as that realization settled into her bones, Una felt the hook tighten again. Because the cabin wasn't just a crime scene. It was a message. And the message had a smile. Outside, snow kept falling, soft enough to hide a man walking away. Chapter 32. Statements. The police wanted facts. Una's body kept giving them feelings. They moved Una to the mountain rescue base by late afternoon. An ugly, practical building with bright lights and the constant hum of radios. People in reflective jackets walked briskly, speaking in clipped tones. Una sat in a small office with a heater blasting, hands wrapped around a styrofoam cup of coffee she barely tasted. Her blanket was still around her shoulders. Someone had found her a pair of dry socks. Captain Dlamini sat across from her, notebook open. Another officer, female quiet eyes, sat beside him, ready to type. Una, Captain Dlamini said gently, I'm going to ask you to walk me through it from the beginning. Take your time. Una swallowed hard. Okay. She started with Ayanda, with the birthday gift, with the wrong initial, with how she'd believed him because she'd wanted to. Her voice stayed steady until she hit the betrayal scene. Amani was... Una's throat tightened. She was in my bed, with him. The female officer's fingers paused on the keyboard for a fraction of a second, then continued. Captain Dlamini's tone stayed calm. And you left immediately? Yes, Una said. I drove. I didn't plan. I just needed air. She described the storm turning violent, her car getting stuck, the forest, the fear, the footsteps. Captain Dlamini leaned forward slightly. The footsteps. Were you sure they were human? Una swallowed. It sounded like boots. Heavy, close. And then you met Gideon Van Rensburg. Una's stomach twisted at the name. Yes, she said. He was calm, wealthy looking, clean, like he belonged somewhere expensive. He insisted I'd die if I stayed outside. Captain Dlamini's eyes didn't leave hers. Did he threaten you then? No, Una said quickly. He helped. He made coffee. He made rules. But it felt reasonable at first. The female officer's typing softened, then resumed. Captain Dlamini asked carefully, You said you were intimate with him. Una's cheeks heated. Yes, she said, voice tight. It was consensual. He asked. He checked. He wasn't rough or coercive. Captain Dlamini nodded once, as if marking something important. And when did you start suspecting him? Una hesitated. She hated this part. Because suspicion hadn't started cleanly. It had started as tiny discomforts. The way he watched. The way he controlled the generator schedule. The way her phone never quite worked right. Then the news. Then the second phone. Then the boots disappearing. I started suspecting after the news updated, Una said. When they said the suspect was calm and helpful. When they mentioned mustache. When they mentioned unknown numbers contacting victims. Captain Delamini's pen stilled. You received messages? Yes, Una said. She pulled her phone out and handed it over. This one, from an unknown number, about my necklace. Captain Dlamini looked at the screen, expression tightening. He handed it to the female officer who photographed it. You said you found a second phone in the generator room, Captain Dlamini continued. And you saw messages to other women. Una nodded, throat tight. Yes. Captain Dlamini's voice remained calm, but his eyes sharpened. We didn't find that phone. Because he took it, Una said. He took the flares too, the thermal blankets. It's like he prepared for someone running. Captain Dlamini nodded slowly. Okay. Una told them about the ranger hut, the radio, the knock, the door giving, the flare, the service road headlights. When she finished, the room was quiet except for the heater. Captain Dlamini closed his notebook gently. Thank you, he said. You did well. Una let out a breath that sounded like a laugh and a sob combined. Did I? Captain Dlamini's gaze held hers. You're alive, he said. That's the point. Una's throat tightened. The female officer slid a box of tissues toward her without speaking. Una took one and wiped her face, annoyed at the tears she hadn't felt coming. Captain Dlamini leaned forward. There's one more thing I need to ask, he said carefully. In your opinion, did he intend to kill you? Una's stomach dropped. She stared at her hands. Gideon's voice replayed. I don't want to hurt you. Don't make me chase you. You're safe with me. The way he'd looked at her in the forest, more defensive than attacking. Like he wanted her alive. Like he wanted her attached. He didn't attack me the way I expected, Una admitted. He didn't rush. He didn't hit me. He managed me. Captain Dlamini's eyes narrowed slightly. But he chased you. Yes, Una whispered. And he blocked you. Controlled your boots. Barred the door. Yes, Una said. Captain Dlamini nodded. He wanted ownership, he said. More statement than question. Una's stomach turned. Yes. Captain Dlamini's tone stayed gentle. That can be just as dangerous. Una's laugh was bitter. I know. A knock came on the office door. Claire burst in before anyone could answer. Claire looked like she'd run through the base to get here. Hair messy, eyes red, jacket half-zipped. She stopped when she saw Una and made a sound that wasn't quite a sob. Una, Claire breathed. Una stood, and Claire crossed the room fast and wrapped her in a hug so tight it hurt. Una closed her eyes, letting herself hold on. For 1 second, she let herself be 27 and terrified and human. Claire pulled back and cupped Una's face. You scared the hell out of me, she said, voice shaking. Your phone, your messages. I'm sorry, Una whispered. Claire shook her head hard. Don't apologize. Not for surviving. Captain Dlamini stood and gave them space. Miss Claire, he said, we'll need your statement too, but later. Una needs rest. Claire nodded stiffly, then looked back at Una. Lulu is outside, she said. And? Claire hesitated. Una's stomach tightened. And what? Claire swallowed. Amani has been calling. Ayanda, too. Una felt nausea rise fast. Captain Dlamini's expression hardened. Those two are part of the original incident, he said. We can assist with the protection order process if needed. Protection order? Una stared. She'd never thought she'd need one. Not from a boyfriend. Not from a stranger in the mountains. Not from anyone. Claire touched Una's hand. Come, she said softly. Let's get you warm. Let's get you out of here. Una nodded. As they walked down the base hallway, Una's phone buzzed again. A message from an unknown number slid onto the screen. Unknown. You did so well in there. Una stopped walking. Claire turned. What? Una stared at the text until her fingers went numb. He's watching, Una whispered. Claire's face drained. Who is? Una swallowed hard and showed her the screen. Claire's eyes widened, then narrowed with fury. No, she said. No. Una's stomach dropped. Because the message meant Gideon wasn't just gone. He was close enough to know she'd given a statement. Close enough to keep playing. And as Captain Dlamini's radio crackled somewhere down the hall, Una realized something with brutal clarity. Rescue had pulled her out of the snow. It hadn't pulled her out of his reach. Because the next text came immediately, like he was listening. Unknown. Don't say my name again. Chapter 33. The Two Betrayals. Ayanda wanted forgiveness. Amani wanted silence. Una didn't owe either of them. Claire got Una into a small side room meant for exhausted rescue volunteers. 2 couches, a kettle, fluorescent lights that made everything look too honest. Lulu was there too, eyes swollen, arms wrapped around herself like she'd been holding her breath for days. The moment Lulu saw Una, she burst into tears. Don't do that, Una said automatically, voice rough. You're going to make me cry. Lulu crossed the room and hugged her hard. "You're alive," she sobbed. "You're alive." Una held her, feeling something inside her loosen. Not fully, not yet, but enough to breathe. When they finally sat, Claire poured tea with shaking hands. Lulu kept touching Una's arm like she needed proof she was real. Una's phone sat face down on the table between them like a grenade. Claire spoke first, voice tight. "We need to tell Captain Dlamini about the texts." "We did," Una said. "He saw." "And he said?" Lulu asked. Una swallowed. "He said keep the phone. Don't block. Screenshot everything. They want a pattern." Claire's jaw clenched. "So we're bait." Una's stomach twisted. "We're not bait," Una said, but the words felt thin. A knock came at the door. A SAPS officer stepped in. "Ms. Mthembu," she said gently. "There's someone asking to see you." Una's stomach dropped. "Who?" The officer hesitated. "Ayanda." Lulu's face hardened instantly. "Absolutely not." Claire stood up like she was ready to fight. "Tell him to go to hell." Una stared at the officer, calm settling over her like a cold coat. "Let him in," Una said. Claire spun. "Una?" "I need to finish something," Una replied, voice steady. The officer nodded and stepped out. Seconds later, Ayanda walked in. He looked wrecked, eyes red, hair uncombed, jacket thrown on like he'd been living in it. His face twisted when he saw Una, relief and guilt mixing in an ugly way. "Baby," he breathed. Una didn't move. "Don't call me that," Una said. Ayanda flinched. "Una, please, thank God you're alive. You're here to perform," Una interrupted calm. "So perform quickly." Claire and Lulu stood like guards behind Una. Ayanda swallowed hard. "I'm sorry," he said. "I made a mistake." Una's mouth twitched. "Mistake." Ayanda nodded rapidly. "Yes, a stupid mistake. Amani, she—" "Stop," Una said. Ayanda froze. Una's voice stayed even. "Tell me the truth. Was the necklace a mistake?" Ayanda's mouth opened, then closed. His eyes flicked, once, toward Claire, as if hoping she'd soften Una. Claire didn't. Una leaned forward slightly. "Ayanda," she said, voice low. "Was the necklace a mistake?" Ayanda swallowed. "No," he whispered. The room went very still. Lulu sucked in a breath. Claire's eyes narrowed. Una nodded slowly, as if confirming something she already knew. "So you ordered it," she said. "You chose the initial." Ayanda's shoulders sagged. "Yes." Una's throat tightened, but her voice stayed steady. "And Amani knew." Ayanda hesitated. Una smiled without warmth. "Don't lie, I'm done with your lies." Ayanda's voice cracked. "Yes," he whispered. "She knew." Lulu made a sound of disgust. Claire's hands clenched into fists. Una inhaled slowly, feeling something inside her turn from pain into steel. "Get out," Una said. Ayanda stepped forward, desperate. "Una, please, listen, I love you, Una laughed once, sharp. "You love the version of me that forgives you," she said. "That version is dead." Ayanda's face crumpled. "Please." Claire moved forward. "Leave," she said coldly. Ayanda looked at Una one last time, eyes wet. "I'm sorry," he whispered again. Una held his gaze. "I know," she said. "That's why you're leaving." Ayanda turned and walked out, shoulders hunched. The door closed behind him. Silence rushed in. Lulu whispered, "Amani is outside too." Una's stomach tightened. Claire's voice was hard. "She doesn't deserve 5 seconds of your time." Una stared at the door. Amani had been her best friend for 20 years. 20 years of sleepovers, secrets, laughter, inside jokes. And yet betrayal had been in Una's bed, breathing. "Let her in," Una said. Lulu blinked. "Una?" "I want to look at her," Una replied, voice low. "I want to see if she's still someone I recognize." The officer returned and let Amani in. Amani looked like a ghost. Face pale, eyes swollen, lips cracked. But she held her chin up like she still deserved dignity. The moment she saw Una, she started crying. "Una," Amani sobbed. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Una didn't move. Amani stepped closer. "It was stupid. It meant nothing. I don't know why, Una lifted a hand. "Stop," she said. Amani froze, sobbing silently. Una's voice stayed calm. "How long?" Amani's eyes darted away. "Una?" "How long?" Una repeated, sharper. Amani's voice cracked. 3 months. The number hit Una like a punch. 3 months. On top of 20 years of friendship. Una nodded slowly, swallowing bile. "And the necklace," she said. "You knew." Amani's shoulders shook. "Yes." Una stared at her. "So you watched him give me that gift," Una said softly. "And you watched me believe the lie." Amani sobbed harder. "I didn't want you hurt." Una laughed bitter. "Then why did you keep doing it?" Amani's mouth opened, but no answer came out that didn't sound like garbage. Una leaned forward, voice low and precise. You didn't just betray me, she said. You made me doubt myself. You made me think my instincts were dramatic. Amani whispered, Una, please. Una's eyes burned, but her voice stayed steady. Do you know what happened after I left? Una asked. Amani blinked. What? Una's jaw tightened. I ended up trapped in a cottage with a man who might be a serial predator, she said. And you know what kept me alive. Amani stared, horrified. Una continued, voice shaking now despite her effort. My instincts. The instincts you taught me to ignore because you smiled in my face while sleeping with him. Amani covered her mouth, sobbing. Claire stepped forward, furious. Get out, she snapped. Now. Amani looked at Una, eyes desperate. Una, I didn't know. You knew enough, Una said quietly. Leave. Amani took a step closer, like she wanted to touch Una. Una stepped back immediately. Amani flinched like she'd been slapped. Then she turned and walked out, shoulders shaking. The door shut. Una exhaled, slow and controlled. Lulu touched her arm. Una? Una closed her eyes. Betrayal had two faces. One had smiled at her from across a dinner table. One had smiled at her from a warm couch in a snowstorm. She opened her eyes and looked at her phone. Another unknown message had arrived while they were talking. Unknown. Good girl, you're cutting the dead weight. Claire's face twisted in disgust. Oh my God. Lulu whispered, he's in your phone. Time =sign 0.6s. Una's stomach turned. She took a slow breath. Then she did what she always did when things got messy. She made it a problem she could solve. She looked at Claire and Lulu, voice steady. We're going to Saps, she said. Now, we show them everything. Claire nodded hard. Yes. Lulu swallowed. Una, are you scared? Una's laugh was small and sharp. Terrified, she admitted. But I'm not confused anymore. She stood, shoulders squaring. Because Gideon's texts weren't just threats. They were instructions. And Una had spent too long letting other people write her story. She walked toward the door, with her friends at her back and a predator in her pocket. Chapter 34. The evidence that walked away. The cottage gave them clues. Gideon took the most important ones with him. Captain Dlamini met them in the main operations area. Radios buzzing, maps pinned to walls, people moving like the storm could hear them. He took Una's phone and scrolled through the screenshots she'd captured. His face tightened with every line. This is good, he said quietly. Not good as in happy. Good as in useful. Una swallowed. Can you trace him? Captain Dlamini nodded once. We'll try, but these numbers can be masked, routed. He's careful. Una's jaw clenched. He left a notebook in the cottage? Captain Dlamini's eyes sharpened. Yes, we're processing it now. Fingerprints, DNA if we can. And the second phone was gone, Una added. Captain Dlamini nodded. And the flares, and supplies, he prepared. Una stared at the map wall, feeling frustration twist in her chest. So he planned to vanish. Captain Dlamini's voice stayed steady. He planned to survive, like you did. Una flinched. The comparison made her skin crawl. Captain Dlamini continued. We also found tire tracks near the lower service road. Fresh enough to matter. Could be a ranger vehicle, could be his. We're checking. Claire leaned in. How does a man just disappear in a storm? Captain Dlamini's expression hardened. Because he knows the land. Because he likely has other shelters. Because he may have help. Help. Una's stomach dropped. A friend, she whispered. Hendrik. Captain Dlamini looked at her. He mentioned a friend? Yes, Una said. He said a friend named Hendrik sometimes visits. Captain Dlamini made a note. We'll check property records and associates. Una's phone buzzed again in Captain Dlamini's hand. He looked at the screen, and his face tightened further. He turned it so Una could see. Unknown. You're doing exactly what they'll punish you for. Una's blood went cold. Claire cursed under her breath. Captain Dlamini's voice went tight. He's still messaging. He's nearby, Una whispered. Captain Dlamini nodded. Possibly, or he scheduled messages. Either way, he wants you unsettled. Una swallowed. He told me not to say his name again. Captain Dlamini's jaw clenched. Then we say it louder, he said. The hardness in his voice steadied Una a fraction. A different officer approached with a file. Captain, she said. Forensics update from the cottage. Partial prints, smudged. No clear DNA yet. But there's something else. Captain Dlamini took the file, scanned quickly, then looked up at Una. The notebook, he said. It contains names. Una's stomach tightened. Names of victims? Captain Dlamini's expression was grim. Names of women. Phone numbers. Some with ticks. Some with dates. Una's breath caught. A list. A hunting log. Captain Dlamini continued. We're cross-referencing with missing persons reports and known victims. This could connect cases. Una's hands clenched. And my name? Captain Dlamini hesitated for half a beat. Una's stomach dropped further. Captain? He nodded once. Your name is there, he said quietly. With your birthday circled. Claire went pale. Lulu made a small sound of horror. Una stared at the file like it might bite. My birthday, she whispered. Captain Dlamini's voice stayed steady. We're taking this seriously. Una swallowed hard. So he found me before the forest. Captain Dlamini nodded slowly. That's likely. Una's mind flashed back. The necklace text. The calm way he spoke about her patterns. The ease with which he said, boy's fear. He hadn't stumbled into her. He'd been waiting. Her phone buzzed again. Unknown. Next year, you'll be calmer. Una's blood froze. Claire's voice shook with fury. That's a threat. Captain Dlamini's expression hardened. Yes, he said, and it's evidence. He handed Una her phone back, but his gaze stayed on her. Una, he said softly, I need you to understand something. This man, if it is the same suspect, does not see you as a one-time incident. Una's throat tightened. He sees me as... what? Captain Dlamini's voice stayed gentle but direct. An ongoing risk, he said, and an ongoing obsession. The word obsession made Una's stomach twist. She hated how it echoed with something else. Because a part of her, small, shameful, remembered Gideon's warmth. Remembered his voice asking, may I? Remembered the way her body had wanted him. That memory felt like betrayal all over again. Una clenched her jaw until it hurt. Claire touched her hand. We're not letting him near you again, she said fiercely. Lulu nodded, eyes wet. Never. Captain Dlamini exhaled. We'll assign patrols around your home, he said. We'll advise on security. You may need to change routines. You need to be careful with what you post online. Una nodded slowly, mind already switching to logistics. Boy Sphere had security protocols. She could leverage those. She could get a safe ride. She could change numbers. She could do all of it. But she couldn't erase the sick truth. He had already been inside her life. Inside her head. Inside her body. Captain Dlamini's radio crackled. He listened, face tightening, then spoke into it. Repeat. Yes. Copy. He looked at Una, eyes hard. We found a vehicle abandoned lower down, he said. No driver. Tracks lead into the forest. Una's stomach dropped. So he's still here. Captain Dlamini nodded. Or he has a second exit. Una's breath shook. The operations room hummed around her, busy and bright. But Una felt the mountain again, silent, watching. And then another message arrived. Unknown. You were so sweet when you said yes. Una's skin went cold from scalp to toes. Claire's face drained. Lulu looked like she might vomit. Captain Dlamini's voice went flat with anger. Okay, he said. That's enough. He turned to another officer. We're moving her, he ordered. Secure transport, now. Claire grabbed Una's hand. We're leaving, she said, voice tight. Una nodded, swallowing hard. Because Gideon had just done what predators did best. He'd taken something intimate and turned it into a weapon. He wasn't just threatening her skin. He was threatening her shame. And Una understood, with brutal clarity, that surviving the storm had been the easy part. Surviving the echo of him, that was going to take longer. As they walked out, Una's phone buzzed one last time like a kiss turned cruel. Unknown. Happy birthday, Una. You'll hear from me again. Chapter 35, the first year. The flowers arrived on her birthday. Una didn't touch them with bare hands. 1 year later, winter came back to the Drakensberg like it had never left. Una lived in Johannesburg again. Different apartment, different building, better security. She'd changed her number twice. She'd scrubbed her social media. Boy Sphere had given her a security consult and a quiet, uncomfortable sympathy that tasted like policy. Her life looked normal from the outside. She went to work. She laughed with Claire and Lulu. She rebuilt routines like you rebuilt muscle after injury. And she didn't say Amani's name anymore. Not out loud. Not because of Gideon. Because the sound still hurt. On the morning of her 28th birthday, Una woke before her alarm. She lay still, listening. No wind, no storm. Just the hum of the city and her own heartbeat. She told herself she was safe. Then her intercom buzzed. Una sat up slowly, throat tight. She didn't answer immediately. It buzzed again. Una slipped out of bed, grabbed her phone, and checked the building security app. A delivery had been logged downstairs. No name. Just florist. Una's stomach turned. She called downstairs instead of buzzing them up. Hi, Una said to the security guard, keeping her voice calm. Can you bring the delivery to the reception desk and leave it there? Don't send anyone up. The guard hesitated. It's flowers, ma'am. I know, Una said softly. Leave it at reception. Minutes later, Una rode the elevator down, keys clenched between her fingers the way women learn to do without thinking. She stepped into reception and saw them. A bouquet. White lilies. Her chest tightened so hard she had to swallow twice. Lilies were what her friends had planned for her 27th. Claire had told her later, crying and furious, that they'd ordered them weeks in advance. Lilies had become a symbol of the birthday that had turned into a hunt. Una didn't touch the bouquet. She stared at it like it was alive. Beside the flowers was an envelope. No stamp. No return address. Just her name in neat handwriting. Unami Methembu. The same slant. The same control. Una's hands went numb. She pulled on gloves from her handbag, leather, clean, and only then picked up the envelope by the corner. She carried it to a side table in reception, away from other people. She sat down slowly, back straight, breathing controlled. She opened it carefully. Inside was a single card. No long letter, no rambling. Just one line, written neatly, like a vow. Never speak. Never point. Or your skin is next. Una's stomach dropped. Her breath went thin. A second line sat beneath it, smaller. You were brave. Don't ruin it. Una's hands trembled once, then steadied. She stared at the ink until it blurred. Behind her, the receptionist chatted to someone about weekend plans. A man laughed near the elevators. Life moved like it always moved, unaware of the predator shaped like a polite sentence. Una folded the card back into the envelope. She didn't cry. She stood and walked to the security desk, calm on the outside. Please call Captain Dlamini, she said softly. Tell him it happened again. The guard blinked. Happened. Una looked at the bouquet of lilies. He's back, she said. Back upstairs. Her phone buzzed with a call from Claire, bright and warm. Birthday girl? Claire sang. Are you up? Lulu's making pancakes and she's being dramatic about it. Una closed her eyes. For a beat, she wanted to protect Claire from the truth. Then she remembered what Gideon wanted. Silence. Isolation. Shame. Una opened her eyes and made a choice. Claire, Una said, voice steady, I need you to listen carefully. Claire's tone shifted instantly. Una, what's wrong? Una swallowed. The lilies came, she said, and a letter. A beat of silence. Then Claire's voice went tight with fury. No. Una's throat tightened. Yes. Claire inhaled sharply. I'm coming right now. No, Una said firm. Not alone. Call Lulu. Call Captain Dlamini if you can. We do this properly. Claire's breath shook. Okay, she whispered. Okay, we do it properly. Una hung up and stood in her kitchen, staring out at the city skyline. No snow, no forest. Just glass and steel and people who thought monsters lived somewhere else. Una touched the chain at her neck. She still wore it sometimes. Not the A pendant. She'd thrown that away. But she wore a plain gold chain now, simple, unmarked. A reminder. The lesson wasn't that the world was dangerous. She'd always known that. The lesson was sharper. Danger could be charming. Danger could ask permission. Danger could make you feel chosen. And then punish you for surviving. Una's phone buzzed again, an unknown number. She didn't open it. She didn't need to. She already knew what it would say. Una set the phone down and walked to her front door, checking the locks. 1, 2, 3. Then she went back to the kitchen and turned the kettle on. Because she wasn't the girl who ran into a blizzard anymore. She was the woman who made plans. And somewhere out there, Gideon Van Rensburg wanted her silent. Una lifted her mug and looked at her own reflection in the dark window. Not today, she whispered. Outside, the city kept moving. And in the quiet space between her heartbeat and the kettle's click, Una felt it. Not footsteps. Not wind. Just the certainty that she was still being watched. And that the next move would be hers. Chapter 36. The message she didn't open. The phone lit up again. Una kept it face down like it could bite. The unknown number sat on her screen like a bruise. Una didn't tap it. She didn't swipe. She didn't give him the satisfaction of knowing she still flinched. Instead, she poured boiling water into a mug and watched the teabag darken the cup, slow and inevitable. Control is a story we tell ourselves. She'd heard that line in the mountains, delivered like wisdom. Now it sounded like a confession. Her hands were steady. Her stomach wasn't. She moved through her flat the way she'd learned to move through risk. Checklist first, feelings later. Locks, 1, 2, 3. Chain. Peephole. Curtains drawn enough to block the direct line from the neighboring building. Security app open. Una checked the hallway camera feed. Empty corridor. Bright lights. A quiet building full of people pretending nothing bad could happen behind nice doors. Her intercom buzzed again. Una's throat tightened. She didn't answer. She opened the app and checked the entry log. No new visitors, no delivery lift request, nothing. She exhaled slowly. That meant one of two things. Either he wasn't here, or he didn't need to be. Her phone vibrated once more. Unknown number. She still didn't open it. She took a screenshot of the notification preview without unlocking the thread, then forwarded it to Captain Dlamini's secure contact that SAPS had given her after the mountain incident. Her fingers hovered, then she added a short line. Una. Same handwriting, same lilies, same pattern. Send. Her phone pinged. Delivered. A tiny relief. Not enough. The kettle clicked off. The apartment felt too quiet again. Una forced herself to breathe from her diaphragm, the way the therapist at Boy Sphere's trauma program had taught her. In through the nose, hold, out through the mouth. She wasn't going to spiral. Not today. The doorbell rang. Not the intercom. The actual bell. Una froze. Her mug trembled slightly. Tea rippled. The bell rang again. One long press. Una's heart hammered. She moved to the peephole. Her breath caught. Claire. Claire stood in the hallway with Lulu beside her, both wearing jackets, both looking like they'd come ready to fight the world. Claire held her palms up, showing she wasn't carrying anything. Lulu clutched a tote bag like it contained weapons. It probably did. Una unlocked the chain first, then the main lock, then opened the door. Claire surged forward and hugged her so hard Una's ribs ached. I hate him, Claire whispered, voice shaking. I hate him so much. Una closed her eyes and let herself accept the weight of another human being. It felt like an anchor. Lulu stepped in and shut the door behind them, checking the locks immediately. Okay, Lulu said, brisk. We're here. No one's alone. Una swallowed. You shouldn't have come without police. We didn't, Claire cut in, pulling back just enough to look at Una's face. Dlamini's sending a patrol car to sit outside. They're on the way. Una's throat tightened. This was the part Gideon hated. Community. Noise. Adults in the room. Lulu dropped the tote bag on the kitchen counter and started pulling things out. Extra door wedge, small camera, a pack of motion sensors she'd clearly bought at a hardware store like a woman preparing for war. Una blinked. Lulu? Don't, Lulu said, holding up a hand. I don't want logic right now. I want layers. Una swallowed hard. Claire moved to the reception envelope Una had brought upstairs and held it up. Where is it? She asked, voice low. Una pointed. Drawer. Claire opened the drawer and pulled out the card like it was contaminated. She read it, then her face crumpled with rage. This man, Claire breathed. This man thinks he owns you. Una's voice came quiet. He wants me silent. Lulu's mouth tightened. Then we get loud. Una flinched. He said. He says a lot, Lulu snapped. Ayanda said he loved you too. Amani cried too. Words are cheap. The name Ayanda made Una's stomach turn, but Lulu was right. Gideon used words like rope. Claire's eyes softened. Una, she said gently. Do you want to move? Tonight. Come to my place. We can rotate. You don't sleep alone. Una hesitated. Her body wanted to say yes. Her pride wanted to say no. Then her phone buzzed again, face down on the counter. Unknown number. Una didn't touch it. She just stared. Lulu leaned over and flipped it gently so the screen faced down again, firm. You're not reading that, she said. Una swallowed. I need evidence. We already have evidence, Claire said, voice tight. We have lilies and handwriting and a known pattern and a man who disappeared like smoke. Lulu nodded. We can screenshot notifications. We don't have to feed him by opening the thread. Una exhaled slowly. She hated that they were right. She also hated that it took two women to hold her boundaries when she'd held everyone else's for years. Claire squeezed her hand. Let Dlamini handle the chase, she said. Your job is to stay alive. Una nodded once. The doorbell rang again. All three of them froze. Lulu moved first, quiet and controlled, and went to the peephole. Her shoulders eased slightly. Police, she said. Una's throat tightened as she unlocked the door. Two uniformed officers stood outside, polite and serious. One nodded. Miss Mthembu, we're here on Captain Dlamini's instruction. We'll remain downstairs and run periodic checks. Una swallowed. Thank you. The officer's gaze flicked past her to Claire and Lulu. Good you're not alone, he said. Una nodded, voice tight. Me too. When the door shut again, the apartment felt smaller but safer. Claire exhaled hard. Okay, she said. We plan. Lulu nodded. We plan like you do at Boy Sphere. Roles, tasks, backup plans. Una stared at them. Her chest ached. Because Gideon's whole game had been isolation. And here were two women refusing to let that happen. Una's phone vibrated again, softer this time. Lulu didn't flip it. She didn't touch it. She looked at Una instead. Are you ready? Lulu asked. To stop letting him set the terms? Una swallowed. She thought of the forest, the flare, the service road, the notebook. She ran. She lived. Una nodded. Yes, she said quietly. I'm ready. Claire's eyes shone with tears. Good, she whispered, because we're not doing quiet birthdays anymore. Una's phone buzzed once more like a pulse, and Una didn't open it. Not yet, because she could feel it, deep in her bones. This wasn't just a message. It was a move. And she needed to decide what her move would be next. Chapter 37. The Pattern. He didn't start with violence. He started with timing. Captain Delamini met them the next day at a small SAPS office in Santon, away from crowds. He looked tired, eyes rimmed red, jaw tight, but his calm was real, grounded in training rather than charm. Una preferred that kind of calm. He sat across from her with the Lily's photos on his tablet and the letters sealed in an evidence bag on the table. Claire and Lulu sat flanking Una like bodyguards. Una didn't mind. Captain Delamini tapped the screen. "This handwriting matches the notebook we recovered," he said. "Not a perfect match, because he's careful, but close enough to treat it as the same author." Una swallowed. "So he's confirming contact." "Yes," Captain Delamini said, "and he's escalating." Lulu frowned. "Escalating how? He sent flowers. It's creepy, but..." Captain Delamini's gaze held Lulu's. "He's reasserting control," he said. "He's reminding Una that he can reach her through safe channels." Claire's jaw clenched. "Through reception? Through security?" Captain Delamini nodded. "Exactly." Una's stomach twisted. He also texted. Captain Delamini held up a hand gently. "We're working with telecoms. These numbers can be spoofed. But patterns can still be traced." Una's throat tightened. "He knows my birthday." Captain Delamini's expression softened. "He circled it in that notebook," he said. "That suggests pre-selection." Claire leaned forward. "Meaning he targeted her before the mountains." Captain Delamini nodded once. "It's possible. We're investigating your digital footprint, Una. Your public profiles, anything that might have been scraped. We're also looking at where your car was tracked, where your phone pinged." Una's mind jumped to Boysphere. Data. Location. Access. Her stomach dropped. Could he have... Captain Delamini's voice stayed steady. "Could he have used a data leak? Possibly. Could he be connected to someone at your company? Also possible. We're not assuming, but we are checking." Claire's face tightened. "Boysphere has serious security." Una's laugh was dry. "And yet?" Captain Delamini's eyes held hers. "We'll liaise with their security team," he said. Quietly. Una nodded. Her mind felt like it was running 1,000 queries at once. Captain Delamini slid a second photo across the table. A CCTV still. A figure in a cap and jacket, face angled away, standing near the reception desk in her building. Una's stomach turned. "He was there?" she whispered. Captain Delamini tapped the timestamp. "Same morning as the delivery log," he said. "We don't have a clear face, but the posture matches what you described. Confident, unhurried." Claire cursed softly. Lulu's hands clenched. "So he walked into her building like he belonged." Captain Delamini nodded. "That's the pattern." Una stared at the still until her eyes burned. A cap could hide anyone. A jacket could hide any silhouette. But she recognized the posture. The way the man stood like the world would make room for him. Old money ease. Una's throat tightened. Captain Delamini spoke gently. "Una, I need you to answer a hard question." Una swallowed. "Okay. Do you think he enjoyed being caught by rescue that day?" Captain Delamini asked. Una's stomach dropped. She remembered Gideon at the forest edge, watching the headlights like a man watching theater. She nodded slowly. "Yes," she whispered. "I think he liked it." Captain Delamini nodded. "Because it turned you into a story," he said. "A survivor, a headline. It made you valuable to him." Lulu's eyes went wide. "That's sick." "Yes," Captain Delamini said plainly. "And that's why we treat this as stalking and coercive control, not just a weird note." Claire leaned closer to Una. "We're not letting you live in fear," she said fiercely. Una swallowed. "I don't want to live in fear," she admitted. "But I also don't want to pretend I'm safe when I'm not." Captain Delamini nodded. "Good," he said. "We don't pretend. We plan." He laid out steps. New access codes at her building, building security briefed, patrol checks increased, a panic button app linked to SAP's response. He asked Una to vary routes, avoid predictable patterns, and keep documenting every contact. "Don't reply," he emphasized. "Don't engage. The goal is evidence and containment." Una nodded, but her jaw tightened. "What if he escalates because I don't reply?" Captain Delamini's gaze was steady. "Then he escalates," he said, "and we move faster, but engagement feeds him. Silence starves him." The irony sat bitter in Una's mouth. Gideon demanded silence. Now the police demanded silence too. But the difference was motive. One wanted her alone. The other wanted him caught. Una exhaled slowly. "Okay," she said. "No engagement." Captain Delamini leaned back. "One more thing," he said. "We'll need you to do a formal identification if we get a suspect image." Una's stomach twisted. "What if I can't?" "You can," Claire said quickly, fierce. "She can." Una looked at Claire, then Lulu. They believed she could. She didn't feel brave. She felt tired, but she nodded anyway. I'll do it, she said. Captain Dlamini's phone buzzed. He glanced down, face tightening, then looked up at Una. We just got an update, he said carefully. Una's pulse spiked. What? There's been another delivery, Captain Dlamini said. This time to your office building. Una's stomach dropped hard. Boy Sphere. Her safe place. Her structure. Her identity. Claire's eyes widened. What kind of delivery? Captain Dlamini's voice was calm, but his jaw was tight. Flowers, he said, and a note. Security intercepted it. Una's throat closed. Gideon had moved the game from her home to her work. Public to private. He was tightening the net. Captain Dlamini stood. We're going to Boy Sphere now, he said. You're not going alone. Una stood too, legs steady despite her shaking stomach. Because the pattern had shifted. And if she wanted to survive the next move, she couldn't just hide. She had to confront the places he was trying to poison. Because this time, Gideon wasn't knocking on a cabin door. He was walking into her life like it belonged to him. Chapter 38. Boy Sphere. The office was glass and light and badges. None of it mattered if the wrong person had access. Boy Sphere's Johannesburg campus looked like a future people liked to photograph. Glass walls, clean lines, a lobby that smelled like coffee and money. Una had loved it once. It had felt like proof that she'd made it. Now it felt like another stage. Security met them at reception. 2 guards and a woman in a crisp blazer who introduced herself as Naledi, head of corporate security. Her eyes were sharp and tired, like someone who slept with threat matrices under her pillow. Una, Naledi said, voice gentle but direct. I'm sorry, we intercepted the delivery at intake. Una swallowed. Was it addressed to me? Naledi nodded once. Yes. Captain Dlamini stood beside Una like a wall. Claire and Lulu hovered behind, eyes scanning everything. Naledi led them into a small conference room. She placed an evidence bag on the table. White lilies again, photographed and sealed, and a note inside a separate bag. Una's stomach twisted. Lilies were becoming a brand. Naledi kept her voice calm. We're reviewing intake procedures, she said. But I want to be transparent. If someone uses a third-party courier and correct details, it can slip through unless we flag the name. Una's jaw clenched. Flag it, she said. Naledi nodded. Already done. Captain Dlamini gestured to the note. May Una read it? Naledi hesitated. We prefer she doesn't, she said. It's designed to destabilize. Una's throat tightened. I need to know what he's saying. Captain Dlamini looked at her. Una... I won't spiral, Una said, voice steady. I just need information. Captain Dlamini held her gaze, then nodded once. Okay, but we keep it clinical. Naledi slid the note bag closer. Una stared at the handwriting. Same slant. Same neat control. Una read it silently. You shine in places like this. It makes men hungry. Be careful who you trust. You already know what happens when you ignore signs. Una's stomach turned. He'd placed himself as the voice of caution. Like he was protecting her from other predators. Like he wasn't the predator. Claire's voice went tight. That's psychological warfare. Lulu's hands clenched. He's trying to isolate her again. Naledi nodded, eyes hard. Yes, she said. He's also demonstrating reach. Una stared at the note, jaw aching. He wants me to doubt everyone, she said quietly. Captain Dlamini nodded. Exactly. Naledi pulled up a laptop and turned it so Una could see. We traced the delivery intake footage, Naledi said. We have a courier drop-off point and a vehicle plate partial. Una's pulse spiked. You do? Naledi nodded. It's incomplete, but it's a start. Captain Dlamini leaned in, eyes narrowing. Send it to my team. Naledi nodded and began forwarding. Una stared at the screen. A blurred figure, a cap, a jacket. But the posture? Again. Una's stomach tightened. Claire touched her arm. Una, she said softly. You don't have to come in for a while. Take leave. Una shook her head. If I leave, he wins, she said. Lulu frowned. Or you live. Una swallowed. I can do both, she said, voice steady. I'm not giving him my job, too. Naledi watched Una carefully. We can increase on-site escort, she offered. We can change your access patterns. Private entrance, controlled lift. Una nodded. Do it? Captain Dlamini's phone buzzed. He listened, then his expression tightened. We have eyes on a possible vehicle linked to the plate partial, he said. Not a match yet, but close. Una's heart hammered. This was it. This was movement. Naledi's gaze sharpened. If he has access to your data, Una, we need to know, she said quietly. Una's throat tightened. He said my company name too easily, she admitted. He knew things. Naledi nodded. We allotted access, she said. And we'll check if any of your personal details have been searched internally. The idea made Una's skin crawl. She'd worked hard to be respected here. Now she had to wonder if someone had been watching her from inside the building. Captain Dlamini looked at Una. "We may need to move you to a safe house temporarily," he said. Una's stomach dropped. "No." Claire's eyes widened. Una shook her head hard. "I'm not being displaced again," she said. "I ran once. I'm done running." Captain Dlamini's voice softened. "This isn't running," he said. "It's strategy." Una swallowed. Strategy felt too much like Gideon's word, but she forced herself to breathe and listen. Captain Dlamini continued. "We're close to something," he said. "I can feel it. He made contact twice in 24 hours. That's risk. That's confidence. Predators get sloppy when they feel in control." Una's throat tightened. "So we let him feel in control?" Captain Dlamini met her gaze. "We let him reveal himself," he said. A cold calm settled over Una. "Okay," she said quietly. "Tell me what you need." Captain Dlamini nodded once. "We need a controlled environment where if he tries to reach you, we can capture him." Claire went pale. "You're not using her as bait." Captain Dlamini's voice was firm. "We're not," he said. "We're protecting her and controlling space. But yes, contact increases our chance." Una's stomach twisted, but she nodded. Because she understood something now. Gideon had been writing her moves in the mountains. Now she was going to write his. Naledi slid a small device across the table. A discreet panic button. "Wear it," she said. "Always." Una clipped it to her keys. Captain Dlamini stood. "We move quietly," he said. "No social posts, no predictable routes. Una, you're not alone." Una's throat tightened. She looked at the lilies bag again. White petals sealed behind plastic. A pretty warning. She exhaled slowly. "I'm done being a story he controls," she said. Captain Dlamini nodded. "Good." As they walked out of the conference room into Boy Sphere's bright lobby, Una felt eyes on her. Maybe paranoia. Maybe reality. She kept her chin high anyway. Because even if Gideon was watching through a cap and a camera, he was about to learn something. Una wasn't the woman he'd found shaking in the snow anymore. She was the woman with a panic button, a security chief, a police captain, and 2 friends who refused to let her disappear. And somewhere in the city, a careful man was taking risks. Which meant he was finally close enough to catch, or close enough to kill. Chapter 39. The Almost Sighting. The human brain hates uncertainty. Gideon fed that hate like it was love. 3 nights later, Una didn't sleep at home. She slept at Claire's apartment, on a couch that smelled like lavender and stubborn optimism. Lulu slept on an air mattress nearby, armed with a metal water bottle she insisted was a weapon if needed. Claire's place felt safe. Which meant it also felt like a trap, because safety had become something Una didn't fully trust. Captain Dlamini had insisted on the rotation. Home, Claire's, a discreet SAPS-arranged flat for one night. Vary the pattern. Break predictability. Boy Sphere Security had changed Una's entry route and scrubbed her details from public directories. They were doing everything right. And yet Gideon still texted. Not constantly. Strategically. A message at 2:11. A message at 9:47. A message just before she walked into a meeting. Always timed to make her feel like he could see her. Una didn't open them. She screenshot the notification previews and forwarded them. She treated his words like data. But data still cut. On the 4th day, Boy Sphere Security called. Naledi's voice was clipped. "Una, we have a concern," she said. "Someone tried to access your building using a cloned badge." Una's stomach dropped. "Did they get in?" "No," Naledi said. "Our system flagged it." Captain Dlamini, who'd been sitting with Una in a quiet cafe near Santon, neutral location, public but controlled, leaned forward. "Badge cloning suggests someone had proximity to her badge," he said quietly. Una's skin went cold. Gideon had been close enough to tuck her jacket in the cottage. Close enough to brush her keys. Close enough to help her hang her coat. She swallowed hard. Naledi continued. "We've got CCTV. Not clear. Cap and jacket again." Cap and jacket, the uniform of anonymity. Captain Dlamini's gaze sharpened. "Send it now." Minutes later, the clip arrived on his phone. He angled it so Una could see. A figure walked toward the reader. Calm, unhurried. The badge failed. The figure didn't panic. Just turned slightly, as if checking something. Then walked away. Una's throat tightened. That walk. That ease. Claire's voice echoed in her memory. "He thinks he owns you." Una's phone buzzed on the table. Unknown number. The preview lit up. Unknown. "You're doing well. That's why I haven't had to punish you." Una's stomach turned. Punish. Captain Dlamini watched Una's face carefully. "Una," he said gently. "Talk to me." Una swallowed. "He wants me to believe compliance keeps me alive," she said. Captain Dlamini nodded. Yes. And if I misbehave, her throat tightened. He'll escalate. Captain Dlamini's eyes were steady. That's his story, he said. Not yours. Una's hands clenched. He was outside my building, she said. Or someone with his posture was. Captain Dlamini nodded. That's why you stay with the plan. Una exhaled slowly. The cafe around them buzzed with normal life. People working, laughing, ordering pastries. Una felt like she was underwater watching them through glass. Then a man walked past their table. White, older, trim mustache. Una's breath stopped. Her body went rigid. The man wore a neat coat and carried a laptop bag. He glanced in her direction, just a flick, and kept walking. Una's pulse slammed. Her panic button felt heavy in her pocket. Captain Dlamini noticed instantly. What? He asked, low. Una's voice barely worked. Mustache, she whispered. Captain Dlamini's eyes tracked the man calmly, not lunging, not causing panic. He stood slowly and followed at a distance, phone already in hand. Una forced herself to breathe. She didn't run. She didn't freeze completely. She watched. The man went to the counter, ordered coffee, paid, checked his phone. Looked like any businessman in Santon. Captain Dlamini came back a minute later, expression tight but controlled. Not him, he said quietly. Different build, different gait up close. We're hyper-alert. That's normal after trauma. Una's stomach twisted with shame and relief. She nodded slowly. I hate this, she whispered. Captain Dlamini's gaze softened. I know. Her phone buzzed again. Unknown number. This time the preview was a photo. Una's blood went cold. She didn't open it, but the thumbnail loaded enough to show the edge of a cafe table. Her cafe table. A corner of Claire's jacket sleeve. A blur that could be her hair. Claire wasn't there, but the angle. Someone had taken it from across the room. Captain Dlamini's face hardened when he saw the preview. He stood immediately, scanning the cafe. Lulu's voice, on speaker from Claire's phone since Lulu had stepped out to take a call, came sharp. What? What's happening? Captain Dlamini's tone was controlled. He's here, he said. Una's breath caught. You're sure? Captain Dlamini's jaw tightened. He sent a photo from inside this cafe. That's not coincidence. The air in the cafe felt suddenly too thin. Captain Dlamini spoke into his radio quietly, calling backup without alarming the room. Una stood, legs steady despite her shaking hands. She didn't look around wildly. She didn't give Gideon the satisfaction of watching her panic. She followed Captain Dlamini toward the exit, chin high. Her phone buzzed one more time as they walked. Unknown. Don't turn your head. I like your neck. Una's stomach lurched. She kept walking anyway. Outside, the sunlight felt too bright. The street noise hit her ears like a wave. Captain Dlamini guided her toward an unmarked vehicle parked nearby. Two officers approached quickly, eyes scanning. Get her in, Captain Dlamini ordered. Una slid into the back seat, heart hammering. She stared through the tinted window at the cafe entrance. People came and went. No one looked like Gideon. No one looked like a monster. But monsters didn't wear signs. Captain Dlamini opened the car door briefly and leaned in. His voice was tight. He wanted you to know he can reach you, he said. He wanted you to feel helpless. Una swallowed hard. And? Captain Dlamini's eyes held hers. And he took a risk, he said. A big one. Una's throat tightened. Meaning? Captain Dlamini's jaw set. Meaning we can catch him, he said. Una's breath shook. For the first time in days, fear wasn't the only thing in her chest. Anger rose too. Clean. Hot. Useful. Una stared at her face reflected faintly in the glass. You said silence starves him, she whispered. Captain Dlamini nodded. Una's eyes sharpened. Then we starve him, she said. And when he gets hungry enough to step into the light... Captain Dlamini finished quietly. We take him. Una nodded once. Her phone buzzed again. She didn't even glance. She turned it off completely and slid it into her bag like a weapon she'd chosen not to fire. Because Gideon wanted her head on a swivel. He wanted her fear loud. Una sat back in the seat and forced her body to relax. Not because she wasn't afraid. Because she was done performing fear for him. And somewhere in that cafe, or outside it, or watching through a camera, a careful man had just shown his hand. Which meant the next move could finally end him. Or finally cost her. Chapter 40. The letter every year. Every birthday after that, the flowers came. Una stopped being surprised, but she never stopped being ready. Years passed, not neatly, but stubbornly. Una turned 29, then 30, then 31. She stayed at Boysphere. Promoted, respected, feared in meetings the way only competent women were feared. She moved into a building with tighter security. She trained her body again. Not to be slim or pretty, but to be strong, fast, capable. She took self-defense classes with Lulu until her knuckles ached. She went to therapy with Claire sitting in the waiting room the first 3 times because shame still made her want to run. She rebuilt a life in layers. And Gideon didn't go away. He didn't show up in daylight again like the cafe. He didn't get caught. He didn't stop. Once a year, on her birthday, Lily's arrived. Always white, always perfect. Always delivered through a channel that proved he'd been near. Reception. Office intake. A neighbor's lobby. A courier that couldn't be traced. And always, a letter. Short, neat, controlled. Never long enough to be a manifesto. Never sloppy enough to be traced easily. Just enough to remind her he existed. Captain Dlamini remained a steady presence through it all. His hair grayed at the temples. His patience didn't. Each year, Una handed over the envelope with gloved hands. Each year, Saps took it, tested it, tried again. Each year, the case stayed open like an unhealed cut. And each year, Una refused to disappear. On her 32nd birthday, Una sat in her kitchen with Claire and Lulu, pancakes on the table like a small, deliberate act of joy. The morning sun spilled gold across the countertop. For a moment, it felt normal. Then her phone pinged with a building notification. Delivery logged. Reception. Una's stomach tightened. Claire's jaw clenched. Lulu's face hardened. Una stood slowly, wiped her hands on a towel, and picked up her gloves. "I'll go," Una said. Claire stood too. "We'll go." Lulu grabbed her tote bag, always packed now like she'd trained herself to be ready for chaos. They rode the elevator down together. Reception was quiet. A bouquet sat on the desk like it belonged there. White lilies. An envelope. Una's name. Same handwriting. Una's throat tightened. The receptionist smiled awkwardly. "Happy birthday, Miss Mthembu." Una nodded, polite. "Thanks." She didn't touch the flowers. She lifted the envelope with gloved fingers and carried it to the side table like she always did. Claire stood at her shoulder. Lulu watched the lobby doors, scanning for a cap, a jacket, that calm posture. Una opened the envelope carefully. Inside was the usual card. She read it silently. "You've been very good. You've learned not to point." A second line beneath. "But you're still mine to watch." Una's stomach twisted. Claire's voice shook with rage. "That's..." Una lifted a hand, calm. She slid the card back into the envelope. Then she did something she hadn't done in years. She turned to the receptionist and smiled gently. "Could you do me a favor?" she asked. The receptionist blinked. "Yes?" Una nodded toward the flowers. "Please throw those away," she said. "And tell the courier we don't accept anonymous deliveries anymore. No exceptions. If they argue, call security." The receptionist hesitated. "But..." "No exceptions," Una repeated, voice calm but firm. Claire's eyes widened slightly. Lulu's mouth curved into something like pride. The receptionist swallowed. "Okay, yes, I'll do that." Una nodded once, then turned and walked away from the bouquet without another glance. The lilies stayed behind, suddenly just flowers again. Not a spell. Not a command. In the lift, Claire grabbed Una's hand. "That was... powerful," she whispered. Una swallowed. Her throat burned. "It's not bravery," Una said quietly. "It's exhaustion." Lulu shook her head. "It's choosing," she said. "It's you choosing." Una stared at her reflection in the lift doors, her own eyes, older now, sharper. She remembered the mountain. The firelight. The way Gideon had asked permission and made it sound like love. She remembered the shame of wanting him, the shame of surviving him. She remembered the notebook line that had haunted her. She ran, she lived. Una lifted her chin slightly. Yes, she ran. She lived. And living meant refusing to let a predator dictate the shape of her days. Back upstairs, she called Captain Dlamini, voice steady. "Another letter?" she said, same handwriting. Captain Dlamini sighed, tired but present. "We'll collect it," he said. "You okay?" Una looked at Claire and Lulu in her kitchen, pancakes cooling, coffee waiting, sunlight stubborn. "I'm okay," Una said, "and I'm not quiet anymore." A pause on the line. Then Captain Dlamini's voice softened. "Good," he said. "He hates that." Una hung up and placed the envelope in an evidence bag, sealing it with careful hands. Then she walked back to the table and sat between her friends. Claire slid a plate toward her. "Eat," she said, voice fierce. Una smiled faintly and took a bite. The food tasted like something she'd earned. Outside, the city moved on. Somewhere, Gideon Van Rensburg was watching. But for the first time, Una felt the truth settle in her bones. Not fear, not shame. Defiance. Because the warning had come every year. And every year, she had lived anyway. And if he ever stepped out of the shadows again, Una would be ready to end the story on her terms. Thank you for listening. If this story unsettled you, moved you, or made you question the thin line between love and danger, let me know in the comments. I read them all. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel to support this work and to make sure you don't miss the next story. Because some stories don't end when the narrator goes quiet. Some of them follow you. And sometimes, the man who keeps you warm is still out there, listening. Until next time.